beautiful people. This is the voice of the highway. We are rolling live from New Orleans and Austin, Texas at TXTA with some Road Gang Radio. And your hosts, you know them, you love them, Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack.
Oh, I got my name first that
You
time.
should have it first. It should always be
I
first.
like you, Madison, with the T.
I like you too.
Instant promotion. By the way, the reports are rolling in across the id of Link. They are happening on the Book of Face. They are happening, of course, all over the social media. A big congratulations, a big shout out for episode 2 of We Should Write.
Right?
It's a terrific episode, and man, sometimes the gods all just convene kind of perfectly, or the god convenes perfectly.
However you want to look at it.
Sits to somebody's left-hand side or their right-hand side and somehow manages to find the perfect acoustic room with the perfect acoustic artist, and you get a spectacular. Our good friend Joe Jandora, who's over on the Tube of You, always a contributor there, basically gave you a shout-out, said, really groovy song, really great pick. Well done, Lindsay. Welcome,
nice.
as always, in the recovery process we know as Road Gang Radio. And by the way, where are we?
Well, we are at the TXTA 2025 conference here in Austin, Texas. And just real quick on that tip, the We Should Write episode that he's referring to was with Timothy Howells, a.k.a. Tim Lopez from the Plain White Tees. They sing that song, Hey There, Delilah, and as well as many, many others, including The Rhythm of Love, which he wrote. But he's got a awesome, brilliant solo project out, and I encourage you guys to go and let that link. It will be up if you didn't get to hear it yesterday live, as is all of our material. All of our material is both live and living, because we talk about how you make your living and your life. So it only makes sense that you get us live and living. And Tim Howells he was my second guest on We Should Write, and the first guest though that sang, and it was Jim. I was nervous because that's a powerful song. And I'm like, oh, God, what's this going to sound like? Is it going to blow out our system here? And it sounded so great. So you get live music from him. We talked about how writing helped him through divorce, helped him through his faith and through his finding his second marriage, through having the son that he didn't think he was going to have, all these things. So, I realized, I said that to you last week after we had Fred LeBlanc at Cowboy Mouth, which that episode you could go hear on RadioNemo.com, just hit the We Should Write page. And I said to you after we did that first episode, I said, I wish I just would have gone deeper with him. And like, he almost cried to you about his brother dying. I think you're good. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We got it.
and we got a chance to talk about yesterday. Well, when I say we, I mean the royal we, as in you. And he got a chance to talk about his children, got a chance to talk about what it means to take the stage and be thinking of the children in your life.
Yeah, that was nice.
How important that is. And, of course, so much of it relates to what our friends out there who are listening right now do. There's so many points of the conversation because so much of the discussion was what it meant to be on the road. What it meant to be on the road and to be away from the people that you love, and how you can use them as a totem. You can use them as a guiding star, a northern star, to get you all the way back home, which is what our job is here at Road Gang Radio. But because it's Texas and because it's TXTA, Texas always puts its unique stamp on things, and it is no different with Road Gang Radio. Usually the first half is about how you make a living, and the second half is about getting a life.
Get alive.
Well, of course, because we're get alive, get alive, get alive.
Get alive. Have a life.
Okay. What we're doing today, and we did this yesterday as well, is we're going to start off with having a good time.
We're having a good time.
Texas style. We got a couple of great guests, including the return of Rolando Pujol, who we like a great deal and who actually has been out there on the social medias promoting Road Gang Radio. He gets it. You get it. You get it on YouTube. You get it on the Book of Face. You get it on Odyssey. And by the way, you get it at RadioNemo.com by pushing that 365 button and letting that let it all just roll on down the road. Once again, even though most of you who are on the Book of Face and the tube of you have already done this, if you have become a regular listener and you have not yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, that don't cost you nothing.
Free.
And as our good friend Showtime likes to say, you hit that subscription button and then you hit that notification button. Tara sometimes tells me, take it easy on the notification button, because unless you... Here's the thing, though. That's a choice you have to make.
Hi, Tara. By the way.
Good morning. I am here.
Tara and Madison, the reason that you hear us right now, clearly. So thank you to the two women behind the scenes. Okay.
I'm going to say
In
it
their
right now.
20s.
I'm going to say
In their 20s.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
were
say this
texting
right now.
yesterday about it. We were like, just two girls in our 20s making this thing happen.
Corporate
Period.
girlies in our 20s. Period.
And by the way, the joint text of the turtle was pretty fantastic. The other cool thing is yesterday we were kind of in quiet because TXTA was just sort of waking up. Well, man, it's awake now, man. They got the breakfast buffet to our left. Lots of people are rolling in. We're going to have to tell people not to be quiet because people are going to make that effort. Oh, I got to be quiet. Well, no, have a good time.
I don't think anyone in Texas is going to be try to be quiet around here. Remember, it is Texas. It's bigger and is louder.
Can we do this in mini version? The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Yeehaw!
Thank you very much. So after Mr. Puchol makes his way, we'll be talking with the Austin Toy Museum. That'll be Groovy Von Groovystein. And then John Wolf, a Texas country artist, will be dropping in. After all that is said and done, we'll dig into this stuff a little bit later. Our good friend Colin Long of OIDA is going to be lean and mean and on the scene talking about the goings and the doings, particularly the Commerce Committee's decision to give Mr. Barr, Derek Barr, the go-ahead. Pass him on through committee. He's slam dunk now. It's over. Ain't nobody stopping it now. It's kind of like, there ain't no stopping us now.
Unanimous.
Unanimous, exactly. Unanimous. Nobody's going under the bus, by the way. And then we're going to have all of our friends from TXTA. We're going to do it basically Nemo Nation style. Rapid fire. Here they come, one by one, each and one over the top. We're going to start, just to give you a preview, with our good friend Jerry Maldonado, who has made many an appearance here at TXTA and many an appearance on all things Radio Nemo. Good morning to you, Lindsay. Did you have a good time last night?
Well, I mean, I did, but can we talk about the heartbreak of the real heartbreak of the evening?
By the way, guys, you are all welcome to jump into the thread on this one and absolutely light it up when you hear the tragedy, the outrage, the temerity, the umbrage.
Outrage. I was slighted. Not the slightest. No, here's the thing. Last night they had a wonderful dinner and award ceremony, yada yada, like they do with these things. But what's cool, the TXTA's, their foundation is what they were raising money for, and their foundation raises money to actually train drivers and students, youth coming in to get in a career in the trucking industry here in Texas. So a wonderful cause. So I bought a good amount of raffle tickets for me, for my place in this world, I'll say. And then come to find out that everyone else bought like 9,000 more than I did. But I really wanted the Louis Vuitton travel set. Now I know everyone listening is rolling their eyes at me. I wanted it for my raffle tickets, not for the $4,000 that it actually cost. But I bought enough raffle tickets that I thought, all right, I threw my hat in the ring. I threw my name in the ring. I threw
Your
my
hat in the ring.
Hat in the ring. Did I mess that metaphor?
You can throw your name or your hat in the ring. Either one works, by the
I
way.
threw my body in the ring, and I was ready to fight for the Louis Vuitton travel kit. And I stayed through till the bitter end of that event last night, and I was so tired. I stayed till the bitter end, and I didn't win. And let's see who did. A guy named Lance. Wherever you are, Lance.
That wasn't the painful part of it. It's not that he won the Louis Vuitton bag.
It's that he also won the s'mores gift.
By the way, guys, just to make this really clear, all that money went towards that foundation.
Yes, I was going to end on a positive. This isn't about the Louis Vuitton travel. Like I said, all of it was to raise money to get several, because there were people, they did a silent auction last night, and then they did a live auction last night, and there were people that were raising their hands. They didn't even want a gift or anything. They didn't even want the Louis Vuitton travel. They're like, I will pay $2,500, which will sponsor one kid a scholarship to come in and get trained, and they'll help him, coach him all the way through getting the CDL, he or her, and become a truck driver, and they'll support him all along the way. The whole school and the whole foundation is behind it. So it was a good cause. I kid, except I don't. Really upset that I didn't win anything, but I'm glad that my money went toward a student getting to learn to drive a truck.
Either become a diesel mechanic or learning to drive
Yes.
a truck. And yes, going to college as well, too, because we need
Yes.
people who make the supply chain work. And those young people that they showed were so incredibly grateful. John Craddock, they had it is a smaller attendance this year. That being said,
as is everything.
It was a generous attendance this year because everyone was shocked. And I was talking to John Craddock, who we talked to yesterday in the elevator, and he was over the moon. And I looked at him and his fiance, and I said to them, good night. And I said, I mean that in both ways. I wanted them to have the best of
Both
night.
ways, always.
Both ways, always, by the way. You want to talk about lotteries? You want to talk about winners?
I want to talk about real quick, just to put a button on that. When I send my expense report in, and it has $3,500 for the Louis Vuitton travel set that I bought, it's only because I didn't win last night. And you guys just let it go through, Tara. Just push it through accounting.
Yeah, I'll push it through.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then
Thank
it will
you.
run into the people who actually run the books.
Yeah, I'm sure. Listen, I'll be halfway home by then with my travel luggage.
A truck driver on his regular route stopped at Odenton, Maryland, at a gas station there on July 26 to grab some lunch and a few lottery tickets. Yeah, you know where this is going now. The place is on my route, is what the truck driver said to Royal Farms gas station. I've stopped there before for a sandwich, a drink, and my tickets. I had a feeling about my birthday, so I played those numbers on my pick 3 and then used the quick pick for the others. The pick 3 ticket was supposed to be the lucky one. That's the one I felt best about. On the morning of July 27th, he saw on the lottery app that his lucky birthday numbers had not won him zilch, but was quickly surprised to find that another one of his tickets had scored him a pretty big win, and that's according to reports from Baynet. The pick 4 tickets weren't winners, but I saw match after match on pick 5. All I saw were matches, the truck driver said. I called in my wife to check my ticket on her app. She did, and then looked at me in shock. $50,000 lottery prize. The truck driver and his wife say they will simply pay off some bills with their winnings just to make their life easier. The couple may also purchase, or at least make a down payment on, a new car.
Yeah, buddy.
And that's kind of a groovy thing.
You know what's I like about that story? They said, yeah, we're going to pay off bills. But it was said lightheartedly, because some people be like, no, do something fun with it, or take a trip, or put it in save, or, whatever. It's like, no, that is to pay the bills off is a lifestyle change, because you don't realize the weight that weighs on you when you know there's credit or any debt of any kind, that you walk through the world subconsciously knowing. I mean, look, Tara over here, who's 25, is so already on top of her game about not having debt.
Frugal,
perhaps to a fault.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes it's like, husband, you are not allowed to have even one thing at the vending machine that's $3 type budget. But
Okay, now that's overkill.
I know,
However,
I know, but I want to have babies. Okay, that's like the main thing, and I want a house that is finished. So, kind of having to make it a little bit over the top to make it faster.
and babies cost more than $3, Tara. Just so you know.
We'll get there.
every $3 counts, by the way.
Right.
And
But you know what I mean? Like, it's a whole,
lifestyle.
by not having that debt, you walk through the world lighter and brighter, and it's a trickle down effect. You're able to expand more, knowing that it's like you get more into debt knowing that you have that debt. It's like, I can't do the thing, so I'll just kind of sit here and do nothing, and you don't get out in the world and have these experiences like that pay off the debt. So anyway, I like that he's paying off credit card debt, because then they can go.
It frees up. I mean,
Yeah,
basically,
a little
what you
light
do-
in the loafers.
You're freeing up. And by the way, I can tell you this from personal experience. The day that Claire paid off the house in New Orleans, let me tell you something. We felt it almost immediately.
I bet.
No more note. And realize that when and here was the crazy thing. We paid off the debt. Claire closed it out a week after I closed out my car note.
That's amazing. So you
And
guys
it-
don't have a house payment or a car payment.
No, peace dividend.
Dude, no
I mean,
wonder you're able to buy so much coffee.
You're damn right. By the way, okay, so I just want to kind of let people know, too, that our good friends from OOIDA are going to be lean and mean and on the scene after this show today with Trucking with OOIDA. Their returning champion, our returning champion, Louis Pugh,
Pew, 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 pew.
returns to Trucking with OOIDA for a debriefing after his appearance at the Senate subcommittee hearing last week. Hit a home run, by the way. And while OOIDA's executive vice president said the trip was productive, there are a few questions he wishes were asked of him during the hearing. Our friends Scott and Ashley are going to give him a chance to do just that in a wide-ranging discussion. Plus, Mike Garland of the Carlisle Truck Nationals calls in with a preview of this weekend's event in Pennsylvania. That, of course, is Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackwood. And, of course, that is Trucking with OOIDA, and that will be happening on the nose. Something Lindsay hates, but except when it's about being on time. On the nose at 11 in the center, 12 in the east, all part of Radio Nemo's lineup. Before we actually take this break, deep breath of oxygen. to actually get our pledge and national anthem and a little bit of Java with Pastor John in on the scene, I will once again remind you of two things. The first of which is, if you have a group of kids that you are a Little League coach for or a Scoutmaster for, a group of kids who you teach in a classroom for Sunday school, a big family, and you want to do a recording of them singing either the Pledge of Allegiance or saying the national anthem. Please,
Other way around.
Yeah.
Flip that, change that. I like what you said. You said singing the Pledge of Allegiance or saying the national anthem.
And when it comes to kids, I want them saying the national anthem.
Yeah, because kids
By the
are
way,
all...
I was wrong. I'm just covering my ass.
I know. We know what's happening. But now I just wanted to make sure, because that would be extra work to try to get your kids to learn how to say. Anyway, you get it. Go on.
We used to have one of the national anthems we played with a guy spoke the first part of it. Remember that? Oh, say, can you?
Say, can you see?
The second thing is, before we hit this break, I will do this. Lindsay will do it. The moment Lindsay does it, Madison with the T, I want you to go straight to the break. All right, what I'm going to do, and you'll do it in your own form and fashion, is 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday, 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 Thursday. Hey, good morning. I hope you had a great night of rest. Pray all is well, hoping that you're excited that this is the day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. I want to share something with you that I found in Jeremiah 29:11, and it's going to help you to understand your purpose in life. And a lot of people quote it, a lot of people say it, but I really think a lot of people don't realize the power that's in Jeremiah 29:11. And it says just like this: "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Did you catch what he just said? He just said, God knows exactly, watch this, God knows exactly what he's doing with you. Now I'm going to say it again because I don't want you to miss what I just said. He says, God knows exactly what he's doing with you. Because the text says, "For I know the plans I have for you." It does not say your neighbor, don't say any other driver, don't say any other company, don't say anything. But he says God has a plan for you. Now, God may use those other people and use those companies and use stuff to help you to pull off his plan for you. But I promise you, God has a plan for you. And if you trust God, and if you believe that God has your best interests at heart, then ask him, God, what is your plan for me? And I promise you, God will start revealing it to you. And when he make your eyes become so clear on what he has planned for you, watch how your life changes. And guess what? Enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. Are you guys following what Pastor John said? Following God's plan?
I'm trying. I got to tell you that, because if he's got a plan for me, I can't see it yet, but I'm willing to keep on following it.
Maybe you don't see the plan, but do you see the It's the beginning of the plan.
I see the PL.
That was wild.
Thank you.
I can see
Thank you.
By the way, one of my favorite words, I was talking to you this morning about a former job I have, and there was another guy who worked at that job who used to say the word chastisement. He would always go, chastisement.
Chastisement.
He was from Boston. He'd go, chastisement, because he actually was Boston, but he was Irish.
And a leprechaun, it sounds like.
His
as
name
well.
was Mark McLaughlin, so
yeah.
it tracks
Shout out,
pretty
Mark.
well. Shouts
Sup?
out pretty well. So he say chastisement, and I got a text message from Madison and a heads up from our good friend the Turtle, who says that 10 Ring is on the phone. But dig this, he's calling to chastise the Turtle.
Oh, good.
Hey,
Me
10
too.
Ring, what's
I'm in.
happening? What's going on?
Hey, yeah, I mean, I chatted with Tara a couple days ago, and she said she was going to send me an email address, and she never did.
Oh, she has nothing going on at all. Like, she's got no work to do. And so don't give her any slack on this one.
Yeah, thank you for calling me out. I was on my way to the airport when I was looking at that live stream, so I apologize. But I will send that to you.
Get on it,
Tara,
Tara.
what do you even do all
sorry.
day?
I just sleep all day. Sorry.
There's a reason we call her the Turtle, man. It's always slow going over here. See, some people call other people jackrabbit. Some people call other people jackass. In the case of me, so we got a turtle on the phone. There you go.
Turtle on the phone, but not turtle fornicating.
Yeah.
We've moved on from that. Now
none
I
of
brought
that.
it back up.
God Almighty.
You know, the only reason I don't like the name Turtle for her is because I am a big fan of turtle etouffee. So,
Dear Lord.
yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Tell
Jimmy
me, what is
knows.
it? What is it? I mean, that like just turtle soup, but thicker?
No.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Jimmy, smile if I'm right, and acknowledge this. Etouffee is French for add cream, it'll taste better.
Yeah, that's basically it.
I can get on board with that.
Wow.
I can definitely get on board with that.
You'd like etouffee a lot. I mean, I wouldn't recommend for you guys to do. I do crawfish etouffee
See,
first.
I don't like this. You're gonna have to help me through this in New Orleans. I don't like etouffee. I don't like gumbo. I don't like.
Did you have any of the gumbo at the party?
No, I didn't eat anything at the party.
You didn't give it a shot, did you?
I didn't. I never saw it.
By the way, we're going to do gumbo right, because the thing about gumbo, and 10 Ring, back me up here, is that if you don't like one gumbo, there's a good chance you'll like another gumbo.
Oh, sure.
So
sure.
I'm not a big rice person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I don't
Potato
like
salad.
Cajun or Creole seasonings. Aren't my bag.
It's okay.
I'm just telling you things I don't like,
Well,
so
I
you can
understand.
find me the one I do like.
10 Ring, take it away. Go ahead.
Well, you're done as far as Louisiana food then if you don't like rice or Creole seasoning.
Right?
And
It's
I
a
can
little-
just about guess that there is no little green jar in your spice cabinet that says Tony Chachere's on it.
No, I don't have one, but I did. But completely off subject, but kind of on subject.
So you, basically.
Exactly. I one time was one Thanksgiving, and we were making like a spice cider on the stove, and Seamus, my husband, accidentally put in poultry seasoning because he thought it was like
Nutmeg
an
or
allspice
cinnamon.
or
Yeah.
cinnamon, and he put in the poultry seasoning. It was a Creole poultry seasoning. I don't know why it was in my cabinet. And he came over to my girlfriend who was spending Thanksgiving with us, and he goes, "Don't tell Lindsay, but I accidentally seasoned the cider with poultry season." She's like, "Well, she's gonna know when she drinks it." Ding dong.
You know that thing we do every morning where we talk about food and get people really fired up and angry at us because they're going to be
We're
hungry?
doing it?
No, you actually just stopped it from
Oh,
happening.
good. You're welcome, everybody.
So well done. Well done. 10 Ring, how are
Well-
you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Now, Lindsay, believe it or not, the best way to have a hamburger, and it's not overwhelming at all, is Worcestershire sauce, Lee and Perrins, and a little bit of Chachere's on the grill, and it will not the Lee and Perrins will pare down, will will drop down the Creole that you don't like, but it will make the cheapest hamburgers taste the best.
So you're talking about putting that in the meat, right?
No, just you
No,
go buy
actually,
the cheapest you go buy the cheapest frozen hamburgers you can find and throw them on the grill frozen and dust them with some Tonys and some
Okay.
Lindsay and flip them over, and it will turn the cheapest hamburger meat into something that's really tasty.
By the way, thank you for taking us back to making everybody on the show hungry. Ted Ring, I got to get Chrome Badger on the phone. It is great to hear from you. Thank you so much, and we'll keep on chastising Turtle in our neck of the
I
woods.
just sent you the email address
It's
on
done.
TikTok.
You see?
That was the easiest way I
Okay.
knew to find you.
You see, when you call
Yeah,
customer
well, I
service, this is what you get.
I
love you, brother.
Love you. See ya. Have a Merry Christmas.
Have a good Christmas. Make sure everyone goes up and visits your truck stop up in Rollins, by the way. Rollins is the place to
Yep,
be
yep.
if you want to pump your
Yep.
gas like the man
That's
Craig
right.
Daniels Tin Ring does. We love you.
See ya.
Thank you. I got a Chrome Badger on the phone. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Thank you very much. Forget about it, Jimmy Mac, Lindsay. Good morning to everybody. Good to
Good
hear
morning.
you all. And I don't know if I'm going to 10 Rings of Cookout because this cheap meat statement really turned me off. I thought
He
we were
said
going
it.
for grass-fed, grass-finished. I don't know. Then I got some guy, Tony, seasoning my food. Hey, Tony, bring this in here. This hamburger's no good.
Dude,
So I
I'm with
don't
you.
know.
I'm with you, Chrome Badger. He said cheap meat one too many times for my belly. Was like, okay, we get it. Where are you getting your cheap meat?
I'm going to stand up for the man just for a second, guys. I'm going to stand with the man just for a second and say that there are some frozen patties, and what I think he means is that kind of in bulk kind of situation,
Yeah, I
those
know.
frozen ones
Yeah.
that are. I'm trying to defend our friend. I'm
know
having a
you
hell of a
are.
bad time
Yeah.
doing it.
I
by
don't
the way.
agree with him on the cheap meat stuff, period, but Tony Satchery seasoning, I put that on everything.
It's the
Okay.
truth, man. It's the truth. Let me tell you that right now. And by the way, we got our good friend Connor Friedberg. He's just walked by the desk and given us a big old shimmy. He's done a little shimmy. Okay,
He's
Chrome
dancing.
Badger. We're here for you, man.
Right.
What's on your mind? What's happening in the Badger of Chrome?
Badger Chrome's doing well. I'm up here in New York, minding my business. It's a little cooler today. We're going to get rain and bad storms in Transylvania when I get back towards the house. And other than that, I've been pretty good, fortunately. And now I'm really hungry listening to everybody. And I'll tell you this, when I was a kid, my grandfather, he loved to cook seafood and different things. And I do like rice, but it's got to be done right, not bland. And seafood and different paella, that was the a dish I was thinking of when you said rice and mixing things in. That was really good.
When you come to New Orleans, and you will come to New Orleans, and Lindsay is in town, we're actually going to make our way down Esplanade Avenue. So we ate at Santa Fe. We got a little Mexican food at Santa Fe.
Great. It was wonderful.
Right across the street is a place called Lawler's. It is considered the best paella restaurant in town. And Tara and Chrome Badger, they bring out a giant skillet, the largest skillet you can imagine with the paella on it. So they bring it, put it on your table.
Also not a
sizzling.
paella fan, but I'm going to try it.
You're going to give it a shot.
I'll give it a
You know what
shot.
paella is, don't you?
Yeah.
It's south of the border jambalaya. I mean, that's basically the same damn thing with a little bit of, a little bit of that south of the border feel. Chrome Badger, we love you. You get the final word. We got to get out of here and take a break. So what's the final word? Tell us the word.
The final word is enjoy your meal and eat your paella, Mrs. Lindsay Lawler. You got to do it. You got to do it. All right, everybody, have a great day.
Bye, friend. You have a good day, too. Hey, over on the YouTube chat, everyone's jumping in. It's going wild. And by the way, a few people are saying, am I the only one who takes my hat off still, Paranormal Pie Man? Am I the only one who still removes my hat for the anthem being sung? You do, Jimmy Mack. I've watched you do it.
I do it. And by the way, and guys, don't salute if you haven't served. Don't do that either.
Yeah, do
I
people
see
do that?
Yeah, people do that. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing?
Hand over your heart, guys. Hand over your heart.
Hand over your heart. Yeah, lots of people still take their hats off, although there are a lot of guys who, I don't know what's going on, but they feel like that hat is part of their head now. And by the way, they've got hat head.
Hat head. There's also, by the way, I'm not going to read some of the if there's things you want to say that maybe is not appropriate on air, the chat on YouTube is the place for it. People are getting in the action and having fun. So go over there, head out to YouTube, youtube.com, just search Radio Nemo, and you'll find us. We are live over there, baby. We are also live from the TXTA.
You can hear it.
Yeah, you can. Texas Trucking Association's 2025 event live from Austin, Texas. It is beautiful here. It is hot, but we're inside where the AC bill is high. We will be right back after this, and we'll be talking to Rolando Pujol.
Who I like very much.
He's so great.
He's a righteous guy.
He's an expert in roadside attractions. He's got a...
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio live on iHeart, YouTube, Facebook, RadioNemo.com, and beyond. Jimmy and Lindsay, let's keep it rolling.
Big Shot.
Beyond.
And Beyond. One Step Beyond. Who did that song? You remember that song from the 80s? One Step Beyond. You remember that song?
No. Do I?
Remember Our House in the middle of our street. The same band, Madness, did an instrumental, and the only thing they said during the instrumental at the beginning, they would go, one step beyond. So
80s.
And then in the middle of it, he would go, one step beyond. And then at the end, he went, one step, and that was the whole song.
I don't remember that. And I feel like that's okay.
Actually, I put together a playlist, by the way, of 80s new wave songs, instrumentals. So I have a collection of like 50 of them, like people like Roxy Music and all that kind of stuff, The Jam, like these long 5 and 6 minutes. You just kind of drive down the road, kind of groovy.
Kind of groovy. Speaking of playlists, by the way, Jimmy, Mac, and Tara, and everybody listening, if you're on Spotify, go search the We Should Write playlist. I just created it yesterday, and I'm going to start putting everyone that we have on the show, 2 songs that they talked about that were inspiring or healing to them. I've thrown some of my own music in it, and I'm going to start growing it. I'm going to put the new artists for the week songs in prior. So please go follow the We Should Write playlist on Spotify. That would be great.
We are growing on a regular basis here. If you guys haven't figured it out, we had 3 kind of flagship shows that we wanted to launch. We launched, of course, Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio first out the box. Our 3rd one is up and running. We have an additional piece of bonus content.
What's the 3rd one?
We Should Write.
Right.
You got it?
Yeah.
Get it?
Get it. Got it.
Good. Just want to kind of quickly also say we have a nice piece of additional content, a little bonus content called Nemo's Night Beat. We are still kind of, putting that together. It is coming along nicely. Well, the fact of the matter is you would have gotten another edition this week, except for the fact that Dave is not here because he got the vid.
But what's so cool about that show is, even though he's sick, we can, air the one from last week, which that's the kind of thing, it doesn't matter because he's playing the, music, talking about the music from the original Road Gang, etc. And those are the songs that you can listen to over and over. And the best part about that show is that Dave's having so much fun doing it. You can hear it in it, and it's fun. Like, it's such a throwback. And I thought it'd be cool to start having him to have eventually some little guest co-hosts. Like, I think Fred LeBlanc co-hosting with Dave on that, talking about the Road Gang songs, would be really cool.
Yeah, and one of the other things that Dave and I talked about was giving people, like our friend Timothy, whatever he kind of decides is, with our help, your input as well, Lindsay, that he may find somebody who's like, this new song captures the energy of the old road gang, and then kind of put that in the end and kind of give them a boost and maybe talk to some of those folks as well. He's got big plans. I'm not going to tell you what Dave's going to do. Dave's going to do what Dave's going to do. We're going to do Road Gang Radio and move ourselves along and on down the highways and byways here. We have a returning guest, and he's becoming a rather regular feature here, and we love him. Lindsay, would you care to do the introduction and the honors on this particular?
Sure. Rolando Pujol, who we love, who's on here. He's an expert. I'm going to use the word expert because because it's true. He's an expert in roadside attractions, and his book, The Great American Retro Road Trip, a celebration of roadside Americana. Who doesn't want that? Even if you don't read it, which you should, it'll look great on your coffee table. It'll make you look smarter and more interesting and more like a Renaissance human. So you should buy it.
Impress your friends, confound your enemies.
Exactly.
And buy Rolando's book. That's all I can tell you.
Exactly. And we always call on Rolando when we're like, we're in a new city. What should we do? Where should we go? And he's like, I got you. Say no more. So we are live, Rolando, from Austin, Texas, where there's a lot of weird stuff. Keeping it weird here. Good morning, friend. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're so good. We love hearing your voice. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you.
And will you move in with us? Because we're in a new city all the time. So we need you.
I mean, listen, you guys are living the dream. I'd love to be in a new city all the time. You know, I mean, I've been tethered to my office here in New York for a while. I'm itching to get out there. So, you know, I'm living vicariously through this show.
Well, someone's got to keep the lights on. Someone's got to work around here, Rolando. So thankfully it's you. I'll let you know that yesterday we had on somebody from the he owns the Cathedral of Junk out here outside of Austin.
Oh, yes.
You know of it? Of course you do.
I do know of it. It was one of the things that I was going to mention, so I'm so glad that you've actually already explored it. How cool.
Love it. We had him on, and here you'll love this fun fact about him. Vincent Hanneman is his name. He does not, Claire, who booked him for us, said, I think he has a flip phone, because literally it was like, couldn't get a hold of him. He has no social media. He has no website. And we asked him, how can people come see the Cathedral of Junk? He's like, I don't know, just call my telephone. He said telephone. Call my telephone number. We gave his number out on air.
His number.
He's like, sometimes I answer it, sometimes I don't. I'm like, and there you have it.
There you have it, yeah. It's one of those places where you kind of like just have to sort of show up and hope that you can get in or take some pictures from the sidewalk or whatever. But how cool is that? That's wild.
Yeah, and he's also, I didn't realize this, but his kind of commitment to not using plastics, that he really wants to make sure that the material in it harkens back to an earlier America. It's not just a matter of how it looks, but he is really, really obsessed with a lot of things that kind of have made their way away from us over the last 50 or 60 years. So all the kind of, all the vents at the top of houses, there's a lot of that there. There's a couple of surfboards in the mix as well, too. Some heavy boards, from what I understand. So it's a really kind of groovy thing that so much of all these roadside attractions are almost this kind of genuine, honest attempt to preserve the kished history of the United States of America. I've noticed that, too. In your book, there's a lot of the people who are committed to this are committed to kind of preserving stuff that at the time was considered tacky, and now people go, God, I wish we were tacky like that these days, right?
Absolutely. It's funny, right there in Austin, there's another place that's sort of in a similar vein to the Cathedral of Junk. It's called, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to go yet, it's called the Sign Bar. And basically it's a bar. Yeah, no, this place is wild, and they've got dozens and dozens of these old neon signs or old statues from Bob's Big Boy, the Genie Car Wash, and these other kinds of places. And you just go there, admire the signage, get a little history, but then also have a bite, have a drink. It's a really, really fun place. And again, it's one of these totally fully immersive places that brings you into this kind of roadside culture that is that has become so endangered, but that now more than ever is sort of being re-embraced and being rediscovered, which I think it bodes well for it. I hope.
Rolando, why do you think Austin? And I'm from Texas. I'm from Dallas, but spent a lot of time in Austin. I love Austin, especially the surrounding areas, having like access to the scene. Same thing with Nashville. I love being 30 minutes away from Nashville, so like access to it, but not in the craziness all the time. Why do you think Austin, though, like has the the keep it weird stamp, and that it's such it specifically became the colorful, almost caricature of Texas? Why is that to you?
Yeah, it was so interesting. I think a lot of it is, it's one of those things where obviously you don't have anything until you have the foundation is the natural surroundings, the look and feel of the place, right? Things kind of start there, and then a history of musicians and artists and people like that being drawn to the area, and starting to make their lives there. And then you keep hearing about it, like, oh, what's going on in Austin? This person is there and that person's there, and a lore begins to build, and then layer upon layer gets added. I mean, for so many Americans, I'm a Gen Xer. When I think of Austin, I think of just the incredible music. I think of Stevie Ray Vaughan. I think of Austin City Limits, which is
there. It is.
It's a long.
There it is.
Right?
Yeah.
The longest running music show on television since 1975, which is crazy, and it's still on the air. And so you just hear Austin. It's one of those places that automatically kickstarts something in your head. It kind of means something, and you kind of want to go there to kind of experience it for yourself. That's when I first went, and it was while doing research for this book. I was blown away. And sadly, I was only able to stay for like half a day. It was a very quick trip, but I packed a lot into those like 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, and you brought up Austin City Limits, by the way, because that harkens back to a different time. Because, Lindsay and Tara, Lindsay was kind of catching up Tara on what Hee Haw was back in the day. And, so many Americans...
Tara's 25, so
Tara's
we forget
25.
sometimes when we reference things that she's like zero clue what you're talking about right now.
And that's one of those unnecessaries. Like, Tara should understand the importance of Monday Night Football. I don't care whether she likes football or not. But Hee Haw is a weird one. Hee Haw, by the way, did as much damage to widespread acceptance of country music as it did help it. Austin City Limits really puts country music as an art form back on the map because it's on PBS and it's a lot of serious people, having a great time, but also kind of giving a chance for people, often people who watch PBS in the days of 4 channels. Would often be like, well, this is high culture. We're watching Austin City Limits, giving themselves.
We're very wealthy.
We're very wealthy. You know what I'm saying? We support public television, but country music's kind of acceptance as an American art form really happens. You can make a case because of Austin City Limits, and when you combine that with the fact that you've got a university there and you've got Austin City Limits and all the other stuff you referenced, you've got a real recipe for weird.
Absolutely, it's all like right there, and there's so many things that I like about it. I mean, I have to ask the question. I mean, have you guys been yet out to Top Notch Burgers?
No,
I was here. I went there last time I was here, but no, we haven't been there this time. Tell everybody about Top Notch.
Yeah.
Tell people.
Yeah, Top Notch. Honestly, it was like the first place I went to because I sort of had to be there. It's a great roadside, attraction in my book. It's just a classic hamburger kind of fried chicken drive-in. You actually go and there are car hops. You can order from the little speaker. So you don't even have to go inside, but you should definitely go inside because the place has a lot of character. It's been called Top Notch since 1971, but the reason that a lot of people visit and the reason why it's on the map is that it appeared in the 1993 movie Dazed and Confused. And it figures in an incredibly important scene in the movie where we're first introduced to the Matthew McConaughey character, and it's the first place where all of us heard, all right. It's right there. Exactly. You said it much better than I did. Right, exactly. With much more flair.
I just sound more stoned than you. That's it.
There you go. Exactly. Well, I have to go into the office now, so whatever. But yeah, no, it's so cool. And they just opened another location in a suburb of Austin called Hutto. So they seem to be doing great, and it's nice to see a family-owned roadside legacy business doing so well.
It's interesting, too, because you can make the case that Dazed and Confused has the same impact on Gen Xers that American Graffiti had on boomers. That was my when I saw it, I remember thinking, like, oh, my God, was it that long ago I was in high school? Oh, my God. It was like, it landed like a ton of bricks. Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right, and it follows that classic, 20-year separation. Like American Graffiti is the early '70s, looking back in the '50s. Dazed and Confused was the early '90s, looking back in the mid '70s. And for me, I was like in college when that movie came out, so I was a little bit. I mean, I remember the '70s, and I was a kid, but for me, it was the first thing that made me sort of really see that decade and say, "Geez, I wish I'd been a little bit older, so I could have enjoyed a little bit more of that kind of." Freewheeling, teenage life that the film depicts so well.
Yeah. Rolando, we just have about like 2 minutes left, and so I wanted to, because this is a short one today. We're running on fire. So I wanted you to hit one more thing, and also let you know that yesterday we also had on a guy talking about Bat Fest, which is a music festival coming up, but it's all centered around obviously the bats of Austin, which are a huge deal. There's like
live inside the bridge.
1.3 million or so in excess bats live under the bridge. So they now have a whole music festival around it. I'm sure you know about the bats. So with the last couple minutes here left, a minute or two, touch a little bit on bats and give us one more attraction here in Austin.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, the one attraction that I would really say, so in the spirit of talking about quirkiness and history and family-owned shops, and of course music culture. I mean, I would say stop in East Austin. Stop by Sam's Barbecue. Name probably has come up a couple of times. The place is just outside. It's just a really interesting roadside gem. From the murals on the side to the old Pepsi privilege sign. But the story behind the place is just great. The food's, of course, incredible, Texas barbecue, but the history is fantastic, and there's a very deep tie to Stevie Ray Vaughan, who, of course, lived in Austin and was sort of an adopted son of the city, and he was sort of an adopted son of this place, of the mother of the owner, Brian Mays, Irma Mays. She once described him with great love. She adopted Stevie Ray as her son, not by blood, but by love, which is great. And that place is a survivor because you go in there and it's just got layers and layers of stuff and pictures everywhere. But the place burned down in a fire in 1992, and with it went a lot of memorabilia, including signed pictures of Stevie Ray Vaughan. He had, of course, died in that terrible helicopter crash in 1990. So they reopened and were back in business not long after, and so everything you see there is post 1993, but it's got just so much character and love, and you can, if you have a chance, if the owner is there, Brian Mays, talk to him. He seems to be a really, really great guy, and the place has a lot of history. He has resisted multiple offers to sell the place. I mean, that area is booming. Condos are rising. And he could be a millionaire many times over, and he hasn't done it because he asks himself, what else would I do? I think he feels a certain devotion to keeping that Austin institution alive. So if there's one place to stop by, there's many great places for barbecue, but this one has a lot of interesting layers of history, that nice tie to Austin music history as well.
Awesome. Sam's Barbecue, roadside attraction. Rolando Pujol, we love you so much. Thank you for being a recurring guest, and I'm sure we'll be stalking you and very, very soon.
Get down to New Orleans. Get down to New Orleans, okay?
Oh, absolutely. We'll meet there next. I love it down there. Thank you so much.
Bye, friend. Thank you.
Quick reminder as we do our broadcast from TXTA, we want to thank our friends at Racetrack, of course, but we also want to thank Great West Casualty Company, by the way, for making our appearance here possible. And also a big shout out to Truck Down. 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 1997. If you find yourself in the ditch, reach out, download that app, and get yourself back on the road. It's Road Gang Radio.
Road Gang Radio, which means it's time for another guest because we are on fire here, brushing through everybody. And we're talking next about the Austin Toy Museum.
So cool.
And joining us is Caleb. I love this last name, Caleb Zamet. Zamet, Caleb.
I like the whole enchilada.
Zamet, Caleb.
The name and
have you ever heard that?
Oh, yeah, all through high school and, all through elementary school.
I just wanted to take you back to the dark times of your life growing up.
Dazed and confused, my friend.
Caleb
definitely middle school.
Definitely middle school. Oh, don't take me back there. This is so cool to have you on, Caleb. You work with the Austin Toy Museum. We have a monthly segment with a guy named Terry Taylor. He's got a toy store in Kansas called 1313 Mockingbird Toys. So we have our truck drivers on the show. They like when they're stopping through cities, finding cool things, cool figurines, weird roadside attractions, as well as toys. So you're a perfect guest to be on today. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
By the way, I want to start, as I ask this question all the time, in regards to walking into your museum. There's always kind of a feeling, an experience that any curated museum wants to create. There's a lot of stuff in here, and I kind of wanted you to give our listeners a sense of when they walk into the museum, what they're going to feel, what they're going to see, and where they're going to want to go after they get their butts in the door.
So basically, it's just supposed to bring you back to your childhood and your childhood memories. So we have a huge collection of toys from the 80s, 90s, and 100 years back, and also lots of vintage arcades, video games. So when they come in, basically it's a feeling of nostalgia for all the things they grew up with, and everybody's going to see something that they played with, pretty much.
It's the diorama thing for me. I saw that word diorama in the description and immediately was back to my child. Even just hearing that word, you remember what that is. I don't know. Tara, you're 25. Did you make Did you do dioramas as a
No.
kid? Okay, so she doesn't even know what it is. So it's definitely a nostalgia thing. It's definitely a throwback. I mean, I grew up in the 80s and 90s, so I feel that. So talk a little bit about how that, because that's a very different take on this, because you're literally walking into your childhood,
It's
right?
mini curation. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's almost like curation in the micro. In terms of looking at all this stuff here, and we'll get to the video arcade games in a second here. But there really is a sense of almost walking into a really substantial collection of somebody's attic from the 1970s that has been done pristine. Is that fair?
Yeah, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And a lot of the dioramas are inspired off the old Sears catalogs or, commercials from that time period. Kind of, bring back that whole feeling of playing with toys and creating an imaginary world for them to be in. We have a huge diorama of G.I. Joe and Ninja Turtles, Batman. We just finished a new Masters of the Universe He-Man diorama, and it's like our centerpiece right now. So everybody oohs and ahs right when they walk in and see it.
How do you actually, and here's like I said, so much of toys are, even when toys are of a larger scale, it's still, like I said, working in the micro is the thing that comes up a lot. How do you guys put this stuff together, and how do you assemble it? Because in going through the images and kind of looking at what you guys are offering, there really is a rack-packed and stacked feel, but it seems to have an order to it. It seems to have a sense in regards to not just time period, but placement as well. Can you talk a little bit about how you guys go about curating this stuff?
Most of it is supposed to be full collections of those toy lines. Not everything's complete. I think the vintage Star Wars Kenner display is totally complete on the toys.
Wow.
We always take donations, and we're trying to complete all the collections. But we try to have the best examples of all the toys as well. So the finest, most pristine examples, along with all their accessories, which is a bit of a hassle, but, it's fun. And then all the toys are set down in a scene to display them as best as possible for people to enjoy.
And when we're talking about experiences, which we are right now, and for to people stop by and see, by the way, you can go to their website, which is austintoymuseum.org. That's easy enough. This is a real experience. You're going to walk through, you're going to get the whole feel. But guys, they also have the arcades and pinballs are on free play, and they have craft beers, wines, and ciders. It's like you can make a whole day of this, or at least a stop on your Austin experience if you're making a weekend of it. So are people coming? Really, do you see people bringing? I assume families. Are you getting bachelor parties coming through there? Because I would think that would be a fun way to get your gang together and spend the day.
It's kind of a mix because we get a lot of families in the early days, and on weekends we stay open late till midnight. So it gets slightly rowdy, but we have Guitar Hero going for people they can play,
Yes.
and then we have craft beer and ciders and seltzers for people to drink as they look around and enjoy the museum. And everything is set to free play on the arcade, so people don't have to worry about quarters or anything. Though people still put quarters in there. We, for just the feel of it, we consider that a donation.
Well, it's like bringing back that, not only just looking to things, but it's literally, I keep trying to chase that childlike childhood joy, and you've created that. It's like merging the worlds of adult and kid together. As an adult, you go in, you relive all your memories, you get to play video games all for free, but you can also have a beer. It's like merging the worlds as adult and child in all the best of ways.
So basically Saturday night at my house in New Orleans.
Sure.
Awesome.
I've never spent a Saturday night at your house in New Orleans, but now I'm there. Now I'm there mentally.
Now you're marinating in it. It's like I said, Lindsay hit the nail on the head. I really think you got it. The idea that you actually walk into nostalgia with the idea that you can enjoy it these days. I'm going to make you date yourself, by the way, Caleb. What is your favorite? What is your favorite exhibit there, and what is your favorite video game to play there?
That's hard to say since, they're all like my babies. But if I had to pick, probably it's going to be Crazy Taxi, the arcade, where you can drive to Offspring. But I also really like Space Invaders, so way you can't date me too well. And as far as displays, the Ninja Turtles is probably going to be my favorite because 3 Christmases were all about Ninja Turtles for me.
Oh, I love that. I dated a guy, by the way, Caleb, when I lived in Los Angeles, who was the head of marketing for Hot Topic, and he got me the coolest Ninja Turtle, like Adidas tracksuit jacket that I know has got to be worth something at this point. And I'm realizing right now I haven't worn it in a long time. I think it's time to whip. You took me back too, because Ninja Turtles is something. I'm curious. Here's a weird question, but Ninja Turtles, that spoke to boys and girls, to everybody alike. They were like action figures, but they're somehow still lovable. I don't know. I love that, but that just took me back with Ninja Turtles. Are you seeing kids come in? Like, so if I would bring my kid in and seeing like this camaraderie happening between parent and child, where kids are like seeing their parents as kids again, if that makes sense?
Oh, yeah, definitely. A lot of, parents bring their kids in and they'll be like, oh, look, this is the toy I played with, and this is the first version of Optimus Prime, so you have the later version of Optimus Prime. And a lot of, just parents showing off the toys they had when they were young, and then kids seeing the first iterations of a lot of those characters as well.
How cool.
You get to tell people this is Optimus Prime from his American Legion days, when people had to make bootleg tapes of this.
Back in my day.
You have no idea. I have a couple of questions really quickly. Do you have Gallagher there?
Galaga, yeah, definitely have Galaga, and it's a multi-version, so it has all the versions of Galaga on it.
Fantastic. That was a question from our on-site producer, Tara Garris. We got that in. Now, second question is, do you have any of the famous, what I call pizza parlor tabletop video games? You know the ones I'm talking about?
We had a Miss Pac-Man cocktail, but we got rid of it. Somehow people just never noticed it, so it just kind of
Miss Pac-Man.
Tell me,
but we have a stand-up version.
If you ever find a tabletop version, of either Centipede or Missile Command, let me know, and we will come to a live broadcast to christen it. I promise you, I will be there for that. That brings back like pizza parlor memories to no end. We've only got about a minute here left, and we can't tell you how much we appreciate it. AustinToyMuseum.org. If there is one thing that you will actually take a guest over to take a look at when they arrive at the museum, and you had to pick one thing, what do you, like I said, that you have your favorites, but what is the most impressive? What do you feel like, hey man, this is it right here?
So right now we have a display of key X-Men comic books and toys and different things, and we have the first X-Men comic book on display right now, which is really cool. And it's signed by Stan Lee, so it's even
That's
cooler.
kind of a big deal. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And by the way, so is the Austin Toy Museum. Little objects that are a big deal. Thank you, Caleb, so much for making time
Thank
for
you,
us.
guys.
And have a great day, okay, man?
You too. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Caleb. Caleb Zammit of the Austin Toy Museum. Go to austintoymuseum.org. We're going to take a break here. Madison's going to cue that music up, and we're going to come back with Texas country artist John Wolfe, who I'm a fan of because he is a current singer, but he sounds like 90s country. It's new music sounding like 90s country, and that makes me all kinds of happy. John Wolfe. We'll be right back with him live from the TXTA conference in Austin, Texas.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler live from Austin, Texas.
Hey guys, put on those cool Shady Rays to keep the glare out of your eyes. They got your back at ShadyRays.com with their lost and broken protection plans. And by the way, terrific customer service, ShadyRays.com. We also want to thank, since we are at TXTA here in the great city of Austin, invited by our good friend John Esparza and all the folks here at the Texas Trucking Association, Great West Casualty Company, who made all of this possible. Guys, thank you so much for your contribution to this. We'll be promoting them more when we get to the TXTA segment of this show, which is the moment in time and space where we will actually start talking about how you go about making a living, particularly in Texas. I turn it over to you, Lindy LaRue.
Lindy or Lindsay. Joining us is, you know, I love me some Texas country. You know, I love me some 90s country. You know, I love me anything that my friend Elise, the publicist extraordinaire, is going to send me. So when she said, do you want to talk to my client, John Wolf, who's a Texas country singer? I said, say less. Say less, my friend. So joining us next, we got a country singer, y'all. He's a staple in the Texas honky-tonk realm, I'll call it. John Wolf. He was born in Tulsa, shout out, but raised in Miami, Oklahoma. I know where that is. He grew up singing in church, but then Jim eventually was trading on a Chicago trading floor and then realized that was too devilish for him. He needed the Lord, so he came back to country music. Thank you, Jesus. He's racked up over 700,000 monthly listeners, more than 400 million career streams, 35 million views on YouTube. The list goes on. And Rolling Stone guys dubbed him, I love this, the Lone Star State's Dance Hall King. If that doesn't
that's
just,
actually really
isn't that good?
When here's the thing: is if people say stuff about people and you're like, that's good. People say things about people that are both good and true.
Good and true.
And that, I got to tell you, after listening to this stuff, that feels absolutely
well.
true.
And the Dance Hall King, that just, you immediately have a visual, you immediately have a feeling. Like I'm back growing up in Texas, buckle rubbing, being pushed around the dance floor when this never happened to me, but in my head I always wanted it to happen. So he's taking me back to where I want to be. We're going to talk about his new music. He's so fun. He's on tour now. Please join me in welcoming my new friend and yours to the metaphorical front porch. Welcome, John Wolf. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Oh, you even sound you talk like I wanted you to, John. That makes me happy. You talk like you're wearing a cowboy hat, even if you're drinking your coffee at home.
Well, I'm actually sitting in my tour bus at a truck stop in Dodge City, Kansas, drinking my coffee.
Boom. Well, John, I don't know if Elise, my friend Elise, lets you know this, but I'm sure you do. The vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truckers who do sit in their cab and drink their coffee at a truck stop just as often as you do. So you're sitting in pretty company right now.
Well, I appreciate that intro, too. You guys, I need to record that and play it before I go on stage. That was a very kind intro. I appreciate that.
Well, for a nominal fee, I will come along with you everywhere you go, and the fee is coffee.
Yeah, by the way, that's all you need to give us is coffee. Hot coffee for Lindsay
Perfect.
and cold coffee for me. I wanted to ask you this question because Lindsay had alluded to the fact that there is a real distinctive sort of nostalgic sound while at the same time not feeling dated that kind of goes through your thing. And I wanted to ask this, and I think it'll make sense to you, the idea that sometimes we find ourselves gravitating to a particular period of music, a place that we really are comfortable with, that at the same time challenges us. Do you feel like that echo chamber to the past that nonetheless makes you relevant now, do you feel like when you found that area, you were like, this is where I need to be. This is the music that I enjoy. This is the place I want to be. It doesn't feel calculated because there's a gamble in playing that 90s style country that, could basically get people like, well, that's good, but I'm not listening to that. There's something about it that's relevant now. And can you kind of talk about the idea of finding your voice and finding your sound? Am I making sense, by the way?
Yeah, for sure. I think, it's interesting because, I'm launching a new project. We talked about Elise, my publicist, helping me sort of re-engage. My first record came out 15 years ago. It came out in 2010. It all happened in a honky tonk.
Love that. Love that title.
We're on the verge of releasing my 5th studio record. I've got 3 live records. So it's been 15 years of, playing country music on the road, in and out of Nashville, a handful of record deals like a lot of them have had. And I'm independent at this point. But, in terms of like the songwriters that I work with, my producer's Grammy nominated. He was one of the first guys that started working with Jamie Johnson 25 years ago, 30 years ago. So it's kind of, I think it's interesting because this is what I've always done. So, as these trends change and now sort of that 90s sound, they're looking for that. I'm kind of saying, hey, I kind of always did that in a way. But I think the point you're bringing up is, doing something that is fresh is really important. So I think I've always just been a traditional country guy, and I grew up in the 90s, so Garth Brooks was my hero. I listened to a lot of I'm still listening to a lot of George Strait. So I think it's just kind of built into my DNA, if that makes sense. I don't know necessarily that I'm, chasing that per se, but it's just kind of there. It's kind of built in the way I create country music, and I try to make it sound like you're saying. And I appreciate that. I try to make it sound like, oh, this is reminiscent of the '90s. This is reminiscent of country music, but it's 2025.
Yeah.
But I'm also not like a big, there's been a trend in country music in Nashville using a lot of electric, loops and things of that nature. I like to say I'm loop-free country. I don't know if you guys know what loops are.
Yeah, we do.
I'm a recovering looper. You're not even recovering. You never even stepped in. Well done.
Yeah, so I think I may launch a T-shirt, Loop-Free Country.
That's actually really good.
Yeah. So, I think that's sort of been my focus is just, making stuff that is sort of true to what I do. And I think that the new stuff that's coming out now, if you guys have listened to the new single, The Older I Get, More Country I'm Getting to Be, that's actually leaning a little further into the organic side for me. I mean, Boots on a Dance Floor has been my biggest song of my career, and I think it's somewhere in the 50 million stream range. That was edging a little bit more modern, for me. So there's little variances in what I've done over the years, but it all kind of falls into that sort of nostalgic 90s country sound.
Well, and what's cool, I think what's interesting, John, is that there's a difference in when, people ask you, like, who are your influences? And obviously you can say George and all the people that you and I are the same age, it sounds like, because I also grew up in the 90s and sounds like similar heroes to you. But it's interesting when we're not like consciously going after, you're not like consciously going like, I'm going to make a record that sounds like, like George or Garth. You're, like you said, it's just in your DNA. You're just literally producing what comes out of you. But what's cool about this is that you have to go out and have a life so that you can come back and write these songs and live these songs and be believable about the songs. You literally traded the trading floor in Chicago. You went and did that for a minute and realized it was a soul suck, I'm going to guess. However, it gave you stories, it gave you experience, it gave you time. Like, you haven't just been only making music in the world, because I think sometimes that's a disconnect from from like a relatability factor. If all you know is out there making music, people are, it's sometimes hard to convey the believability in the music. You have lived a lot of life and also then came back to it, and now you've been just full focused on it. So do you feel that because of your time on the trading floor, granted that's not necessarily country, but it is dealing with people in their real lives every day, did that have a hand, do you think, in being able to write stories that people are going to relate to and feel like that they're living it with you?
Well, for sure. And I think, I really, growing up in Oklahoma, I was around music, grew up in church. My stepfather's a bass player. He actually played bass in the Grand Lake Opry with Joe Don Rooney, who eventually became one of the founders of Rascal Flatts. So, I was around country music. I had a lot of interests. I was a athlete in high school. I thought, part of me, when I found out I wasn't going to be Michael Jordan, there was a short period of time, and I'm like, hold on a second, I'm 6 feet tall. This is not going to happen. But I got into the outdoors. Part of me wanted to be a Wall Street guy. So I had a bunch of interests, and also growing up in Miami, Oklahoma, I really didn't know how to get into country music. I was playing and singing when I was 18, 19 years old. But I really didn't know the path to get into country. There's so many avenues now, and it's got sort of the invention of YouTube that's created all these really amazing singers and songwriters, and they're very technically good. And I'm looking at some of these guys, I'm like, wow, they're 20 years old, and they're singing and playing like somebody that's 30. And but I think, for me, it's sort of, I went to college. I'm really thankful that I have a finance degree. I went to college at Colorado State University in Fort Collins, Colorado. I had a blast in college. I, lived a lot of life in the mountains. And then when out of college, I got hired by British Petroleum, and I moved to Chicago, and I was on the path of being an oil trader full time and making a lot of money. I do say this to my wife and my mom quite a bit. I would be retired right now if I had stuck with the oil business.
But would you have been happy?
Right, exactly.
Who knows?
So I think it's just a matter of, I really didn't start playing country music full time till I was 25. So there are times I regret that, because there are some artists, that move to Nashville when they're 18, and it definitely puts you on it gives you more time to go through the pitfalls and still sort of have that opportunity to recreate yourself. But I also look back and I'm like, man, I'm really thankful that I've had these like real life experiences and got to do some other things, than country music.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you both laugh because we're all Xers. I'm just going to come out and say it. Since we're in TX, we're all Xers talking here, by the way. And Generation X suffers, of course, from the fact that the old system that we were told would work for us went away, right as the new system that we didn't get a chance to adjust to kind of showed up. I think you've done quite all right, John. John Wolf, country.com, joins us this morning.
John Wolf with an E, by the way. We had on yesterday, real quick, we had Timothy Howells on yesterday from the Plain White Tees, and we got John Wolf today. So we're just really rounding out our animal instincts around here.
I'm telling you what, man, it's like not Werewolves of London, Werewolves of Austin,
yeah,
are
baby.
all over the place.
Let's go.
I love it.
I wanted to kind of ask you that too, because the idea that when you talk about the idea of getting started a little bit later than everybody else, and the idea that you'd be rich right now if you had stuck with the old profession, I'm going to make you feel good. I think that you might have gotten rich, but I think you might be the one not enjoying it. And I think there'd be a lot of people who would miss you right now because you'd be so emotionally distant. Because, man, what you don't want to end up is on the floor of an oil trading situation where all you can do is dream of distant trains and hobos playing guitars.
True.
It's not a good place to be.
True story.
And that's
Thank you for
that's
that.
kind of you got it, brother. And the music is so very good. John, where are you playing next? I know that you're calling us from the road. Where's the next destination? And talk to us about your fans and the venues you get a chance to play.
Yeah, man. We're in Dodge City, Kansas tonight. Oklahoma City tomorrow night at Beer City. It's a really great venue there, and then we're swinging through Durant, Oklahoma, on our way back down to Texas. So we are based
Choctaw,
in
baby.
Brussels. Yeah,
Are you playing the Choctaw Casino?
Yep, absolutely. So we have a handful of dates. You know, the tour schedule's on our website, and they can catch it off our Instagram and Facebook, and so, you know, really, we're playing a lot of clubs and a lot of fairs and festivals right now through the end of the year. And, you know, my fan base has really been amazing. I mean, you know, especially as the landscape of music has changed since COVID. You know, really since 2020, a lot of things have dramatically changed out there, and it's really amazing to me when, you know, we're able to, I think for a few years we didn't tour as much, you know, I mean, I definitely kind of COVID started that, and then I had a pretty big touring year in 2022 rolling into 23, but we haven't really been on the road a ton, but it's amazing they're all showing up. You know, and I think that's, you know, we just did 1,000 tickets down in Corpus Christi 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, wow, some of these folks have stuck with me for 12 and 13 and 14 years, 15 years. So I think that's really an amazing thing.
It's super amazing, and what's really cool about this, John, I mean, that's a huge jump. These days, that's a huge number to come out to something, because people aren't, to your point, things have shifted after COVID. People don't go out as much, or they're very calculated about when they do. I mean, between COVID and economy and whatever, they're very calculated what they do. So that's a huge testament to you. But also, what I love, if you're going to be the dance hall king, like you're going to the places that make sense for your music. You're playing dance halls where people can dance. Are people buckle rubbing at your shows, I'm going to hope?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That doesn't mean having sex, by the way. That means dancing for your dildos that are Texan.
Go on.
Well, it depends on the venue. You know, we play everything from theaters now to dance halls to, like I said, fairs, festivals. And I think, you know, another thing that's great about our fan base is I've always been an album guy, and I know that's kind of changed in the landscape of music in the past few years. But you know, every one of my records tend to have in the past have had 14, 15, 16 songs on them, and I put a lot into those records, and so our fans are always. I mean, I can't tell you how many folks are asking for album cuts, you know, stuff that I'm like, holy smokes, I haven't played that song. And, you know, hey, John, play I'll Take My Chances, or play Married to Nothing, or play Natural Man. And I'm going, yeah, I remember those songs for sure, but I haven't played them for a minute. But it's really great that they dig into the records. You know, I think that's the most, that's been the most fun for me as a music guy. Like when I go listen to an album, I mean, I'm buddies with Parker McCollum, and Parker lives in our neighborhood, and he just put out a new record, and man, I've had it on repeat, mowing the lawn, just digging into the whole album. That's so much fun, and I hope people get back to that.
I love that about you. We're almost out of time. So two things. First, I'd like to ask you, because I'm going to put you on the spot on the air. I launched a show a couple weeks ago called We Should Write, about the healing power of writing. We're having artists and creatives come on and talk about how writing has helped heal and evolve them. So I would love to have you back on that show. Say yes, because you're on the spot now.
Absolutely.
Great.
Come on, let's do it.
Great.
Let me
Thank
know
you.
when.
Okay. And then tell her, since we have a lot of drivers listening and knowing that we have the visual of you sitting there at the truck stop, what are some of your on the road comforts? What is something, both food, drink, reading materials, like comfort items that you have to have with you on the bus?
Well, first of all, I have to have an amazing bus driver, and
Smart.
my bus driver, J.R. Rodriguez. He's driven everybody. We take a lot of care with this bus. I'm a bus owner, so we put a lot of work into this. But right now, I'm drinking coffee out of my Nespresso machine.
Oh,
you guys have
okay.
Nespresso?
By the way,
so you're rich.
No.
Okay. Just kidding.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't spread that around. I love it. I love it. A good Nespresso, by the way.
Yeah,
buddy. I'm also a big fan. By the way, if you get a chance, John, look up what the Cumulus is. Trust me, there's a coffee maker out there called the Cumulus. It pours cold brew like it's Guinness. And that's all I'll say. It comes out ice cold like it's Guinness. But go on. Nespresso is awesome.
Yeah, we have Nespressos, very important. I have a specific type of beef jerky I have to have on the bus, which is Hard Times beef jerky. I'm a beef jerky guy, so I've got to have that. We also have to have Dove chocolates, dark chocolates. It's very important to have that on the bus. Most of my guys are living pretty healthy now, but there's a few things on the bus that are indulgent. So Dove chocolates, Hard Times beef jerky, and my Nespresso, and a great bus driver, and we're ready to go.
Good job for starting with the bus driver, like that being the number one most important, because precious cargo. You're a smart man.
Let me tell you something else, too. I love these songs, but I got to tell you, after him telling me the three things on the thing, a little beef jerky, a little coffee.
You now want to be his bestie?
I'm in. He's my best friend. Best friend I ever had. We're friends. I can say it now.
Yeah, we're friends.
John
I love it.
Wolf
I love
is a
it.
friend of mine.
We're pals.
Yeah, that's
We're
it.
pals.
John, we got to tell you goodbye.
No, but goodbye for now.
For now.
Because
We're gonna
definitely
get you
going to come
back
back.
on the show.
We're going to dive deep.
Thanks
We'll
for
actually
having me, guys.
play the music. Everybody go to John Wolf. That's Jon Wolf, WOLFE, country.com. You will not be disappointed. This is music that's going to help you roll down the road, be a little nostalgic while feeling like you're not old. Nostalgic yet new, because everything old is new again. John, such a pleasure. Big fan, and looking forward to talking to you more. Good luck on the rest of the dates this week.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey guys, a quick reminder, we want to thank our friends over at truckdown.com. Truck up, as Lindsay says, and truck down. They've been doing that gig since 1997. 50 states, 8 provinces, and they'll get you out of the ditch and back on the road. Who brought us here, Lindsay?
Well, the good people from Racetrack and Raceway got us here, and we got to speak with them on the air yesterday. But they are 50-50 splitting our time here with the Great West Casualty Company. If you need insurance you can trust, and by the way, I really do. Call me if you've got some of it, Great West. I'm going to talk to them later about that today. Insurance you can trust. They're a company that stands with the trucking community, and that piece is important, guys. They're not necessarily for everyone, but they definitely are for trucking. I don't know what that means. They're for everyone, especially trucking, as we're talking about it this week. They've been doing that for over 6 decades. So this ain't your mama's. We started up yesterday. This ain't your mama's small company. They've been doing it for over 6 decades. They offer tailored commercial trucking insurance for fleets of all sizes, and they are deeply involved in the trucking associations across the country, including TXTA. That's why they're here, by the way. From boardrooms to big events, they say they do it all. So their claims team is on call 24/7, 365. You can go visit gwccnet.com to learn more. That's gwccnet.com. In trucking and insurance, they got you.
Yeah, and thank you very much to all of them. And all of you, by the way, as we roll down the road, please keep participating on the chat. And if you say the occasional inappropriate things, we love you, but keep it fair. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep it clean, but you got to keep it fair.
Yeah,
you got to keep it nice. You know what I'm saying? You know,
nice.
you got to keep it
Keep
good.
it nice around
gotta
here.
Keep it solid. Who, by the way, is contributing over there?
All kinds of people. Joe J just said, by the way, keep it loop free, John. I like that. Loop free country is actually brilliant. I might need to make that shirt and just send it to John because that's kind of brilliant. That people are loving the toy talk, the round table with Caleb and Terry. They thought would be a good idea. We should connect Terry Taylor with next time you're on with Terry. You certainly have to tell him about the Austin Toy Museum. And Kevin Morey, whose handle is that?
Trucker Bosun.
That's Trucker Bosun. All right. He said he made dioramas with my car models as a kid. Just hearing that word diorama really, really took me back. And so he wants to know who else used to spend the morning collecting aluminum cans to get money to play games in the arcade all afternoon.
Yes, and yes. By the way, in 1976, you were looking at third place citywide for the bicentennial art competition.
Okay, fancy.
And
I mean, I wasn't alive yet, but good job on you. That's amazing.
Wait, you ready for this though? I did a diorama of the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. I took 2 shoe boxes and put and found black shoe box. I'm like, we gotta find black shoe boxes, Mom. So it was black shoe boxes, and I cut out in blue construction paper.
Okay.
The streets of Boston, the streets of Massachusetts, and so inside the windows, I drew little silhouettes of people looking out the windows with yellow construction paper. So I put those on the blue construction paper on the inside, like people were looking out their windows, and then I had another white and blue Paul Revere, and was riding in front of them. And then I put a few people on the street, like racing out of their house with the Minutemen grabbing their guns. And I remember we went there, and it was weird how they did it too. So we go down there, and it's this big gymnasium at one of the big public schools, and you're walking through, and this is like typical of the 70s, where they don't handle anything right because everybody's drunk and the people are smoking inside the gym, because it's the 70s.
Sure.
But we walk over, and there on my diorama is this ribbon, and I just thought when I saw the ribbon, it's everybody gets
honorable mention. That's cute, Mr. Mac.
And it said like third place, and it was like, here was the crazy thing. Typical, nowadays every grade has an award and all that kind of stuff. It was like 1st through 7th grade.
And what grade were you? Third?
I was in 3rd.
You were in 3rd?
I mean, it's 1st through 7th grade, and I finished 3rd. Like the 2 winners were like 6th and 7th graders.
I don't think I ever placed in the diorama. Because you're that good at it, I would like to now challenge you. Do you think you could still make a diorama? Are you arts and crafty?
I've actually thought about it before, and it's really funny. I was watching these videos the other night of this woman whose husband doesn't do any social media, and he's a merchant marine guy. And when he goes away, he's given his wife permission to do this. She's not just rummaging through his stuff. The guy makes stamps. The stamps. You carve it out and then you push it down.
No.
Well, so you know what I'm talking about, where you press a stamp image on something, and you pull it up, and there's the stamp.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but he makes them. He makes these big, giant ones of like giant krakens and octopi and all that kind of crazy stuff. But he also took pictures. He's like a great photographer as well, and he built his own book and built the binding for it. And this woman is showing all this stuff, and she basically says, "I think my husband is so good at this stuff because he spends no time on the internet." And it's kind of interesting.
You spend a lot of time on the internet, so I'm not trying to give you something else to add to your collection of reasons to say squirrel, but I would like to see you make a diorama of the RadioNemo team there at our studio at the Degas House. That's what I was getting at.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what, Madison will know this too, because it's like, anytime you don't draw for a while, it isn't like riding a bike. It takes you a while to get back up to speed because you got to get your hand motion and all that kind of stuff in action. It would take me about 3 months to do it. It would be, and I'm telling you that because, you and I know the rule of this. I would do it, the actual act itself, probably in about 3 days. It would take me about 3 months to get up to speed, to figure out,
Okay, I don't want you to do that. Then we've got other things to focus on.
But what I was thinking about, though, is the fact that a lot of that but here's the thing. If I were to do that, I wouldn't be like working around the clock. I would literally do it the right way. You spend about a half an hour a day, and it'd be a great way to kind of wind down the day and not be on social media. So it could be like it could be my button. I don't know if a lot of you guys have a button, and people have real sleeping problems because they don't have a button where they turn off their social media. That's why people read before they go to sleep, an actual book. It's why people often doodle or draw before they go to sleep. It's why people will engage in active listening to a podcast as opposed to just letting it kind of drone on. That you can actually button off the internet by simply taking a step back and figuring out something that you can do. So yeah, I could do that. I mean, I'd have to, like I said, it would have to be my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, okay, that's the thing I'm going to do that has no point other than me having a little bit of fun.
Nighttime Diorama, a good album name as well.
Actually, here's what I would do with Nighttime Diorama. I would actually use it in a short story or a creepy podcast about a creepy band.
Hey kids, welcome back to Nighttime Diorama.
It's the second album by the band Stromboli, whose first album is called The Secret of the Three. Nighttime Diorama. I'm just making this up as I go along.
Okay.
So it's like
Maybe.
Nighttime Diorama would be the second album. From
All right,
Bowler.
we've lost our minds. We are live from the TXTA 2025 Association's their annual conference. It's beautiful here. It's not.
Wow, we're
I was
out of
about
time.
to say it's not even that hot, but we've been inside the whole time. So what would I know? It is hot in Texas, I'm sure, out there. But we're inside. The view is gorgeous. So good to see John Esparza, the president of TXTA, keep walking by. Such a friendly fellow. One of my favorite people that I get to see when we come to trucking conferences. We got to take a break. We're coming back. It's Washington Trucking Week. There's a lot to unpack. Colin Long is joining us. I get to talk to Colin Long with you today. I'm probably just going to listen to y'all and forget that I'm on the air with you like I normally do when y'all talk. But there's lots to discuss. Big things happening.
Lindsay LaRue.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hey there, thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to some Road Gang Radio, live from TXTA in Austin, Texas, with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
We're Texans here. That's all right. That works.
We're Austin Texans. By the way, I'm part of the colony of Louisiana, by the way. That's sometimes how Texas views us. I told Lindsay that Louisiana is too small to be a nation and too big to be an insane asylum, although I sometimes think that it's a penal colony and a funny farm for all the Texans they've had enough of. They send them our way into the city of New Orleans. There's lots of them. There's lots of Texas license plates in New Orleans. You want to know why?
Why?
It's all New Orleanians who go to Texas to get better insurance rates.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
People
All
think,
right.
all these Texans got here. I said, it ain't Texans, man. It's people from Louisiana finding cheaper insurance rates, buying cars over there, and saying they live at their auntie's house in Houston.
Aunties.
And then driving back into the city of New Orleans. And by the way, we often talk about the fat cats.
Is that a fat joke? Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Because they wade through the swamp,
Okay.
and that, of course, means Washington Trucking Week. You don't get a
Okay.
chance to do this often, Lindsay, so why don't you do me the honors of introducing our next guest?
Well, I would love that. I never get to talk to Colin Long, who is joining us today. It sounds like it's every morning it's a toss-up, like, who will we have today? Luckily, we get Colin Long, because I've been wanting to talk to him for a while. Washington Truck Week, of course, with the good people of OIDA, where we dive into the latest news up on the Hill, what is happening today. Colin Long, he's the Director of Government Affairs. It only makes sense that we are talking with you, Colin, today as the FMCSA appointed, and obviously Derek Bars to take over as the administrator. So lots to dive into. But more importantly, Colin, I just want to say hi and talk to you about what kind of music you're listening to, and nothing that is pertinent to what we should be talking today. But good morning, friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. It's interesting to talk to someone else today. I wasn't expecting it.
Oh, I'm going to take that as a
it's
compliment, even if it's not.
It's a pleasure.
You can hear the warmth in his voice. He usually comes on so cynical. Hey, Jimmy, you ready?
Hey, Jimmy.
Line it up.
Okay, well, I'm going to lighten it. Colin, I'll ask you this. I'll start with my absurd / dumb question.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 1.
Thank you. So, okay, Colin, if the FMCSA had a walkout song, what would it be? No, let me say this: if OOIDA had a walkout song that you got to pick, what would it be?
Louis Pugh would override him immediately.
He would,
go ahead.
but he's not on today, so he doesn't get to. If Colin Long is being announced as a OOIDA representative, and you're coming on, it's the Super Bowl of OOIDA. What song are you walking out to?
Oh, I have this answer. Everyone talks about this when you go to a baseball game, and everyone has their perfect answer. I don't have one for OOIDA, but it's funny you mentioned this because we were talking about walkout songs when our Vice President Louis testified in the Senate last week. Like, what would everyone's walkout songs be? And of course, we were coming up with all the traditional trucking songs. And then we were like, well, wait, there's someone testifying from the American Bus Association. What's a classic bus song? And all we could come up with was "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round." So
wouldn't that be so anticlimactic? Like there's this huge buildup. Welcome back to the main stage, Colin Long from OOIDA. The wheels on the bus go round and round.
No, I'm sure there are better bus songs out there, but in the spur of the moment, we just could not think of one. So we had a good laugh about that. But
on that note, everybody in the chat, give us your bus walkout song. All right, we can get more serious now. Thank you for letting me digress there.
Hey, Colin, how are you, by the way? And welcome to a special Texas edition of Washington Trucking Week. And, of course, all they're talking about down here is insurance rates. But there is really good news.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be clear sailing. The Commerce Committee gave their seal of approval pretty easily, right, to Mr. Barr. He will be actually setting himself up relatively soon, correct?
Yeah, it was fairly easy. I mean, it was a party line vote, which, frankly, surprised me. I thought there would be some Democrats supporting Mr. Barr's, but maybe they are frustrated with other nominees and are making a point to oppose whatever's coming out of the Trump administration. I'm not entirely sure because I thought Mr. Barr's had a pretty good confirmation hearing a couple weeks ago and said the right things to garner bipartisan support. But I think the opposition probably stems from something outside of FMCSA. But the good news is you're right. The Commerce Committee has taken us one step closer to having an administrator to hit the ground running over at FMCSA and start implementing all of those 9 initiatives as well as several other initiatives we've been pushing for and they've been making progress on. So the next step is the Senate floor. I'm not sure when that's going to happen. Unfortunately, the Senate is kind of on the horizon of their August recess. It should start here next week. I'm not sure they're going to have time to get Mr. Barr's confirmed on the Senate floor before then, which is unfortunate because it's several weeks of still waiting for someone to be in place. But we are happy that he is now one step closer, and we think he will certainly be confirmed on the Senate floor with a Republican majority, potentially picking up some Democratic support. We'll see what the conditions are like.
There was no attempt to stop it, though. That's what I make really clear to people. There's a lot of people who don't want any vote held against them. And like I said, there were ways they could have made life really interesting and difficult for him. And it was kind of like, yeah, we're voting against this, but move on.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 2.
Thank you. So I'm here to have a OOIDA for Dummies or Washington Truck Week on the Hill for Dummies. But in all seriousness, knowing that this is a pretty, I know you said there's this waiting game might be a little longer for the actual officialness, so to speak, to come through.
Yeah.
But knowing that it is unanimous and this was a bipartisan kind of situation here, does it make the waiting a little more relaxed? Like, can we focus on other things, knowing that this is probably a solidified kind of thing? Does that make sense?
Yes and no. I mean, August, D.C. gets pretty dead in August. There's not much going on Capitol Hill, at least. But that's when the agencies can really get a lot of work done. But there's only so much they can do without an administrator in place. And when we at OOIDA are looking for movement on a number of fronts, I mean, not only those 9 initiatives, but we want to see some movement out of FMCSA on broker transparency. And I don't think that can happen until there's an administrator in place. So all of our hopes for some good news on broker transparency are probably being delayed a month, maybe even more, because they're not going to roll it out on his first day in office. I don't assume, but yeah, I mean, work continues in earnest. We keep pushing for what we want to see come out of the administration, and hopefully they get to the point where Mr. Bars is put in place, the Senate confirms his nomination, and he starts taking control at FMCSA, and they move on a number of these things.
I wanted to, and by the way, Lindsay, I have bad news for you. It wasn't a dumb question at all, actually, because it sets up
No.
my next thing. What's interesting, too, is the fact that one of the things the administration has learned is that it from last time in regards to comedy, it has stopped those preponderance of interim replacements, and they don't want to jeopardize. They don't. I mean, it's part of the reason why they just don't name him as the interim director, so he can hit the ground running and all that kind of stuff. Is they also want to make sure that he does get confirmed with nobody on the other side deciding, I'm going to hold this up. I'm going to make some real mischief here. Is that part of, I don't know the answer to that, Colin. I'm actually asking you. It sounds like they're not bull rushing people into place, although they did a lot of bull rushing early on in the administration. Not here. It feels like they're kind of going through process with this, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. And we've, wanted it to move faster. Everyone wants everything in the Senate to move faster when they see a prize at the end. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be any opposition. A lot of times, if senators want to make a point of something by opposing the administration, especially a nominee like this, they'll do it for, if I'm being honest, a more high-profile nominee. And that's not to say FMCSA is not an important agency. It is the most important agency in a trucker's life. But you're probably not going to see Derek Bars held up to make some sort of a political point. But
paging Tommy Tuberville. I mean, that's but that's the great example of that in the last couple of years, guys. I'm not picking on Tuberville because of his party affiliation. He's the most infamous version of that. The idea that it's like nobody opposes this. Nobody's against this whatsoever, but I'm just going to make a little mischief here. Nobody's going to make any mischief. It doesn't look like anybody is, and it seems like that part of the reason why they're not bull rushing or putting him in there already is they want to prevent any sort of mischief. I think they like the guy they got and want to make sure that he gets there, right?
I mean, I don't know what the point of the mischief would be because Mr. Bars has done quite an excellent job of gathering support across the industry from stakeholders, ranging from law enforcement to large carriers to us small carriers and professional drivers at OIDA. So if you're going to hold it up, all you're really going to do is piss off the trucking industry because we all want to see FMCSA start moving on these initiatives. And any sort of delay in that is a bad outcome for drivers and a bad outcome for small business truckers. So let's get it going.
Let's pivot. And let's talk about the EPA and all the goings and the doings. And we can always mix back in Mr. Barr because there's a lot of this is applicable. Let's kind of talk about the EPA situation that's going on right now on the Hill and where you guys kind of fall and stand on this. We're talking about, of course, the proposal to rescind the Obama-era endangerment finding.
Yeah. So that's basically the foundation that all of the recent vehicle and engine standards involving emissions have been built upon over the last, 15, 16 years. I think the endangerment finding was from 2009 for truckers. I think they'll most acutely remember the 2011 hassles of emissions reductions technology on trucks. We're not entirely sure all of that is going to be immediately undone if this rulemaking, or I should say this endangerment finding is reversed, but there's hope for it. I mean, I think EPA has made it very clear they want to roll back some of these environmental regulations that just aren't based in technology and aren't based in the capabilities of what technology can deliver. And I think we experienced a lot of that in 2011 when folks were forced to buy trucks with new equipment for emissions reduction, and it frankly didn't work. I mean, our Vice President Louis Pugh talked about how much time his truck was at the dealer trying to get fixed and how much it cost him as a small business trucker. So we're happy that might be on the chopping block, but I think we're also extremely happy that the Biden administration policies that were set into place late in 2024 probably won't move forward. That's the GHG Phase 3. I don't see that happening under the Trump administration, especially if they wipe out this endangerment finding, which is something we're going to encourage them to do.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, I'm just going to say a dumb thing, what I like to do. If from an EPA perspective, if we the smokestacks, if we could have glitter come out of them, so we weren't emitting smoke and chemicals, I feel like that would be a nice pivot. But in all seriousness, my dumb question.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 2.5. We're not going to count the last one.
Thank you. Is like.
The last one was good.
Thank you. I feel like we're like, I don't know, just hearing you talk about, I don't know why this just hit me in this moment, EPA when it comes to trucking, like, it feels like one of the most difficult things to tackle when something is so, trucking is obviously old school, so set in ways that are not environmentally friendly at no fault of its own. It's just the nature of the literal beast.
But wait.
Correct.
As Colin will tell you, though, and as many people will tell you, would you rather be burning gasoline or diesel? And the answer, of course, is diesel.
The answer is diesel, right? So I guess that is the irony of it all, is that it is set up for success, but it feels so backwards. So I don't know what my question is, rather just to bring up the idea of is this the when we think of all the issues you guys have to tackle there up on the hill that the battling that takes back to you guys at OIDA, is, for my dumb question, EPA, is that the one that you're always like, is this the what we're always pushing through? I don't know. That just feels like the hardest one for me to tackle when trucking, all the things we love about trucking. The kids like, blow the horn, blow the smoke, smokestacks, big rigs on the road. It just feels like the difficult one.
Well, we're now at dumb question 1.5, by the way. I'm going to follow up with that, Colin, as you kind of ponder that. Is in some ways a PR problem because it's so much easier to go after truckers because of those smokestacks, because of the general public misunderstanding of what those engines do and what those engines represent. There is a genuine misunderstanding of that, when in fact the other thing is too, Lindsay, and Colin can tell you, although the administration is gambling in another direction, the idea is that it's a whole lot easier to go after guys who are rolling through your state as opposed to living in your state, because when you start putting the knife, the EPA knife, to the folks who are driving four wheels on a larger scale, they tend to go home to your district and vote you out of office. Whereas the truck driver rolling through Rhode Island, so what?
No,
he's
there and gone.
He's there and gone.
That makes sense.
Is there? I mean, do you guys must feel constantly beset? Like, why do you come after us first? We're not the problem. We're not the majority of vehicles out there on the road. Is that kind of the struggle?
I mean, yeah, and it's not just environmental regulations. It's safety regulations. It's all kinds of things coming out of Washington where we feel like truckers are the guinea pigs. I mean, we still have to fight against VMTs on trucks only as a way to pay for our highways because Congress is too afraid to increase fuel taxes. I mean, we're always kind of at the tip of the spear, and the spear isn't doing any good, unfortunately. But I want to go back to a term Lindsay used, and it was backwards. And I think that is the core of our frustration with EPA under the Obama and Biden administrations. They were doing environmental regulations backwards. They were trying to force the industry into technology and into their perceived improvements when that technology wasn't quite there yet. So unfortunately, we were the guinea pigs. And I think we experienced that in 2011 with technology that was forced upon us by the federal government, and it didn't work. And as a result, a lot of our members spent their time down. They weren't being productive because their trucks weren't working. They were seeing less fuel efficiency, which was costing them. And I think we kind of looked at the regulations that came out under Biden and said, here we go again. They're going after GHG, phase 3. They're forcing electrification when the technology for an electric truck fleet is by no means there. So what type of outcome are we looking at when these things really kick in 2027 and 2030 for the heavy vehicle industry? And it wasn't going to be good. So we're particularly pleased EPA is going in a different direction on this because they're learning from the lessons of 2011. And it's not to say we don't support cleaner air. We certainly do. I think we have squeezed quite a bit out of trucks as far as emissions are concerned. But why are we continuing to squeeze, and why are we pushing forward on electric mandates when the technology just isn't there, and we know it's going to jeopardize a lot of small trucking businesses?
Colin, speaking of backwards, I have to ask you why the heck you got into this industry to be, when in trucking that is or should be a fast-paced industry, trying to work with government that is the slowest thing in the whole frickin' world. It's like, a recipe for disaster or success. I mean, is your everyday, are you bald? I know you're not, but
No,
are you,
he's quite the
I know
opposite,
you're
as a matter
not.
of fact.
I know you're not, but it's just so, we mentioned yesterday, Colin, I was speaking to somebody, we were talking about committees, and I'm like, so many things that from like an image perspective, I've worked with, but it's like, I bring up the issue and it's like, okay, we have to go through all the employees and the staff, and then we got to go through the board. And by the time they get back to me on, okay, thumbs up, I'm like, it's over. It's over. That's over and done. And it feels like that's your whole world. It's never over and done until you get the government stamp. But you are in a fast-paced mindset, working with the slowest mindset ever. Do you wake up and you're like, here we go again every day?
Yeah. DC is chaos right now. DC's been chaos for a number of years, and I think what we lack in movement, in rapid movement, we make up for in the breadth and depth of the issues we fight for our members on. So, like, I'm by no means an environmental lobbyist, but here we are talking about environmental regs and how they affect our members. I'm not a labor lobbyist, but I often go to Capitol Hill and talk about things like compensation and working conditions, and we cover a lot of ground. There's always activity in some field we're working on, which keeps us going, but there are those issues that just languish, like truck parking. I mean, that should have been delivered years ago, and we're still nervous about our prospects for truck parking in the next highway bill because Congress hasn't really yet shown a full commitment to getting it done. Now, I don't want to make people nervous. We think we are going to get there in this next highway bill, but, you know, there's so many issues that it keeps us busy on a day-to-day basis. And thankfully, in the last few months, we've really seen some breakthroughs, and that had been lacking previously. I think everyone in our office and everyone at OIDA is excited that, you know, people are finally talking about truckers' needs and what they can do to help. And that's not just from within the administration. That's up on Capitol Hill as well. And it's bipartisan. I mean, we're working with Republicans and Democrats to promote a lot of priorities our members have identified. So that's a long answer to, you know, we keep ourselves busy and we keep our eye on the prize and we just kind of roll with the punches. But, you know, it is difficult because our members are primarily small business truckers, and if they need something done, they do it that day. And I think they expect the same in Washington. It's just not the case. I mean, they can get something done in a day. We struggle to get things done in a year, and that's not exclusive to OIDA. That's everybody on Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know how big of a fan you are of heist movies, all those movies where people have to pull off this big kind of bank heist or break into a home, and of course it's always the last job. This is it. When we get this score, we can actually call it a day and declare victory. And there's always a moment, and it happens not in just heists, but in real life,
the last
too.
job, the one you go to jail for, though?
Well, but the last job, it's always is a moment where it's like literally you are driving now with everybody in the getaway car, and all you have to do is make it past the roadblock and show them some proper ID that shows that you're not the person. Remember Hell and High Water? He's got one roadblock he's got to go through, and then he's free and clear. And it's that kind of thing we're talking about here. I think you guys are so nervous because literally you've got everything that you want, and you're just going to have a heart attack during the dog days of summer as you wait for the confirmations and the final steps and the final push. I just think you guys are like, nobody screw this up, nobody screw this up. I mean, is that kind of the general feeling where we're almost there, but it's been so long since you've been almost there that you don't want to jinx it? Is that kind of the feeling going around you guys right now?
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think you accurately portrayed all the anxiety we feel in the government affairs office at OIDA. And let me add another element to this. I mean, in the world of trucking, OIDA is a force, but we're still underdogs. So when you get this underdog mentality and then you start seeing accomplishments, you're like, whoa, wait a minute, we're not used to this. We're not used to winning. We're not used to, frankly, the White House retweeting Louis' post about killing speed limiters. Like, this doesn't really happen for the underdogs very often. So we're always just kind of anticipating the other shoe to drop. But it hasn't really been dropping, and I think that's testament to the work we've been doing on Capitol Hill as a government affairs office, as an organization with our leadership being really forceful and out there making cases for all of our priorities, but also our membership. You know, they've been fairly active this year. They had a lot of hope with the Trump administration for some deregulation efforts and improvements on working conditions, and they made a lot of noise. And as a result, the Trump administration is moving forward with a lot of our priorities that put truckers front and center. So bravo to everyone involved, but I'm sure folks don't quite feel as much anxiety as we right now about what's in store.
And Colin, I want to kind of toot Charles' horn for a second for those people who don't know, even the members. Go to ooida.com. Since, in fact, you guys do what you do, all the information is available. And the way associations, I won't get into the weeds here, nor will I ask you to explain. I will ask people to actually go to the website and kind of learn about it. You guys are a unique association in Washington, D.C. You are actually set up as an underdog, and that is deliberately part of your design. And I would really encourage people to find out what other trucking organizations require people to become members. And some of those price points are massive, which means you have to kind of be one of the big boys. This is a different kind of game you guys are running, and it's an attempt to do things a little differently. I am neither giving endorsement nor am I saying this is wrong, but you hit the nail on the head. This is set up as a way to give voice to individual drivers, and so it is set up in a membership way to do that. And I want people to make sure they understand exactly how you guys are set up, right?
Yeah, we are we are lean and mean, and members are the core mission, and our members are all truckers, and our leadership is all truckers. So I think we reflect the driver community pretty darn well. And I want to add one more thing. We recently sat down with a member of Congress, a fairly new member of Congress, and this member of Congress was like, so where are you on this? Where are you on that? And when we were done, he said, I thought you guys were on the opposite side of all these issues. And I think that perfectly describes what our challenge is in Washington. There's all these new members coming in. We have to educate them about trucking from the ground up. And unfortunately, a lot of them just kind of instinctively take others' words in our industry as the word of the whole industry. And we have to go in and kind of reverse that. So truckers can do the same by calling their lawmakers, visiting fightingfortruckers.com and getting involved.
Get involved. Okay, speaking of getting involved, I want to let you know, Colin, in the chat, someone's come up with a better bus song for you. Steve says, Thank God and Greyhound You're Gone by Roy Clark.
Oh.
So, I don't know, that sounds a little mean, but maybe it's better than Wheels on the Bus. Maybe it's
I like
got
that.
a little more attitude, perhaps. And then, Colin, I also want to let you know what my favorite from last night, as we're talking about truckers, we're talking about the Trump administration. My favorite, we're at the TXTA conference here, and they had a silent auction last night with all kinds of items, from trips down to silverware, like it was all over the board. There was this Yeti tumbler cup for your coffee, and it has this is bipartisan, guys, and you'll understand why. There's a picture of Trump with both of his fingers up. And it says on it, you're a great truck driver, you're a really great truck driver, the best really. Other truck drivers, they're losers, total disasters. Everyone agrees, believe me, you're the best truck driver. And that was up for $65. I thought it was the best item of the whole evening. And it's bipartisan coffee drinking right there for you guys.
There you go, Colin. Colin Long has joined us this morning, as he always does on Washington Trucking Week. He is the and in the credit sequence, and Colin Long as the Director of Government Affairs. Featuring. Oh, featuring.
Like, we're gonna Louis Pugh, pew pew pew, and Colin Long, who's the man behind the curtain.
Featuring. Oh, don't say that. Oh my God, Colin will be like, I didn't say it.
Open the curtain. Open the curtain.
I didn't say it.
Open the curtain.
Colin, thank you, brother. And I promise you, anytime I can get Lindsay to come on here and join us, I'm going to do it to you. So you better be ready for Pop.
He's like, oh God, no.
Thank you, brother, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Bye, Colin.
By the way, we want to thank our friends at Great West Casualty Company, who are part of the reason we are here, along with Racetrack.
Racetrack and Raceway, who, by the way, are doing a really cool thing in September for Truck Driver Appreciation Week. If you go to any month, all of September, if you go to any Raceway or Racetrack, they're going to do, first of all, you're going to get double points every day for every dollar you spend while you're there. And once a week, you can get a free drink or coffee, free like soda, water, or coffee, as well as a free slice of pizza. That adds up if you go every week. So head on over to Racetrack or Raceway every day in September, or at least once a week for Truck Driver Appreciation Week, which will be here before we know it. And that will make me happy because it means fall is coming.
By the way, Colin is a nice bridge. We spent the first half of the show having a life. We brought our friend Colin, who has no life because all he does is sit up there on the hill and try to move the rock up the hill.
Good luck with that.
It's the reason they call it the hill. You got to roll the rock up the hill. Yeah. And we're going to actually pivot into making a living, particularly down in Texas. Pivot. We make a living down in Texas. TXTA, the conference is here. We'll be talking to Jerry Maldonado next up here.
I love saying that name, Maldonado.
Yeah, and by the way,
changing my last name.
You should. Although I kind of like Lawler.
Lindsay Lawler and Maldonado. Sounds like a crime-fighting team here in Texas.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, you'll take on the World Crime League next. We're going to be right back after these messages. It is Road Gang Radio. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com. You can find us on the Tube of You, the Book of Face, 365, iHeart, Odyssey, and everything else in between. More platforms to come. We'll be right back.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Back to the conversation that drives America. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler in Austin, Texas, shall we?
Yeehaw,
Said
baby.
my name first that time.
I know. I don't like it as much.
Sorry.
Which rolls off the tongue better? Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler. Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
The second one, actually.
Oh, see, I think it's the first one, unfortunately. I like her swapping between. I mean, clearly I should be first, but I understand that. No, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
They saved the best for last. Oh, yeah, they did. Okay.
But isn't
amen.
it first worst, second's best? Third is the one with the hairy chest. Your chest is hairier than mine, thankfully.
Oh my God.
If you're not first, you're last.
Thank you. If you want to win, don't lose. It's my new theory in life. It's my new way to get through life. The way to win the game, Jerry and Jimmy. If you want to win, don't lose.
By the way, you can hear the buzz in the background
Wow,
as
loud.
the conferences are it's happening.
People
It is
are
happening
arriving.
over here. We are here at TXTA in the grand city of Austin, and it is a grand city. It was a quiet college town with a state capital in it. It is now quickly growing. It's like the city is spreading.
It was a football town with a Matthew McConaughey problem, and now it's so much more than that.
And now I got to tell you, there are a lot of Aggies who are very, very nervous that Austin's going to grow so big it's actually going to take up College Station. Do not call the show in honor of that.
Nope.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292. Nemo, you call that, we'll say hi, and we'll also say we've got a great guest next.
Jerry Maldonado is here. Would you care to do the introduction?
I should, because I would. I will. I would, and I will. Maldonado is so fun to say. Jerry Maldonado, who you've gotten a chance to be with on numerous occasions. He's the director of Laredo and Mexico operations over there.
In the middle of the action.
And literally, especially where we are here at the TXCA conference, over at Warren Transport. He's also chairman of the board for the Laredo Motor Carriers Association. So you're not busy at all, Jerry. Nothing going on, I assume, right?
No. I guess I need a couple of things added to my plate.
Yes. Well, drop-in radio co-host here. So welcome to the show. Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Let's kind of start with Laredo, because, John was here, who's the first guest up, John Esparza, of course, and I just kind of, he had made mention of you. He had made mention of Laredo. It's a nation state. I mean, it is rapidly growing because it is a world that exists on two sides of the border. It is a big town in regards to where stuff goes to the rest of the country.
Correct.
There's a lot of growth happening over there in cybersecurity. There's a lot of growth happening over there in warehousing. A lot of things are going on, and you're kind of in the middle of it. Can you kind of give us the view from Laredo, from both on the ground with your boots there and up above in the air?
Cowboy boots, that is.
Yeah.
Amen. We're wearing those today again.
Yeah, buddy.
So, yes, Laredo is, as we know, the number one port in the United States. And I always like to remind people, and we don't have an ocean, just to clear the air.
A port authority is a port authority regardless of what body of water or what border it actually happens to.
A port without an ocean.
Yeah.
Them's fighting words
an
right there.
incredibly important thing, as we have
so
learned.
it's all done through trucks and trailers. So yes, we've been averaging over 8,600, 8,700 full truckloads a day. Once you add them all up, divided by 7 over the weeks, we have been growing, significantly over the last 6 years, more than ever. Anywhere between 5 to 7% of freight increase coming in and out of Mexico through Laredo.
That's a steady clip.
Yes, it has been. Well, we're going to get to one of our talking points. One of our talking points is affects exactly that, addresses that issue. But, more recently, the presidential permits, to do both expansions at the 2 commercial bridges that we have in Laredo, World Trade Bridge. We are going to physically add an additional bridge right next to it that's going to have 10 more lanes. And we are also going to add 2 more lanes to the current structure. So World Trade Bridge is going to go from 8 lanes to 18 lanes.
Wow.
And Columbia Bridge, of course, has also 8. That's our other commercial bridge. They're adding another 8 lanes. What does this mean? What are we doing? We are finally changing the game, and we are finally trying to get ahead, and be ready for the future. Historically, we've always been reactive to things, right? This is one of those things where we're going to start. Are you
telling me that trucking moves at a grinding pace despite the speed at which the men and women deliver stuff? Everything else seems to move at a snail's pace?
Sarcasm at its finest around it. But when you say finally changing the game, because you're a young man, not to derail your point, this is within your point. When you say finally changing the game, why, if we've always known what we needed to do, why in your opinion, or did we not know, why in your opinion did it take so long?
We as an industry, I guess, for the most part, we got to a problem and then try to fix it. We understand that, after the pandemic and with all the nearshoring stuff that's coming to Mexico and how a lot of things are shifting to Mexico, U.S., and Canada, and when the USMCA coming next year, again for negotiations, there's going to be more freight. There's going to be more product to be moved. There's going to be the supply chain within us, within Mexico, U.S., and Canada is going to continue to grow. And this is the right step forward. We need to be ready for that and not have the problem when it gets here and say, oh, we don't fit. We should have done this 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
Port of Baltimore tells that sad story. Port of Savannah tells that sad story, although Brian Kemp in Georgia has made a real effort to kind of get them up to speed. You guys are basically trying to stay, for once, anticipating what is coming next rather than reacting to what is happening right there and then. And I think part of the problem is that we were talking about this with our friends from OIDA. Trucking gets squeezed. So you have one party that is very invested in cutting taxes and another party that is very invested in expanding entitlement programs. And in between that are the people who actually run the commerce, who are saying, we would like some new bridges. We would like the bridges we have to actually not collapse, and we would like a couple of new lanes. This actually sounds like, and this is one of those bipartisan things too, this has been building over quite some time. And so what's happening is it's also a signal, and I wanted to ask you about this, because tariffs are the talk of the land. But there is a kind of tip-off here, since it's been given presidential approval, that there's a sense of we might be able to work things out because we would like this relationship to continue. We'd like to see goods and services moving back and forth across the border, right?
Correct. And yes, like you mentioned, tariffs. Tomorrow is Liberation Day number 3. And in all fairness, we support the administration. We understand their logic behind it. But is it hurting the transportation industry? Yes, it is. Negatively, unfortunately. Because the uncertainty is the biggest challenge.
And that's the thing. I was talking to people on the floor, Lindsay. The biggest complaint you'll have against this administration from its friends is they say, look, whatever you come up with, we're going to be there for you. And we understand negotiations are negotiations. The one thing, and maybe we're getting this now, is that people are saying, just tell us where we're going. I'm willing to go to hell with you. Just draw me a map that shows me the way out, kind of. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Is they just need a little bit of certainty in the market, right?
And we plan ahead. Most companies, we don't look, in the next 3 months. We look the next 3, the next 5 years. Are we going to invest? Are we going to grow? Are we going to shrink? Which way is the market going? Where's the freight volume going to be at? And this whole tariff has been, unfortunately, affecting us negatively because people are halt. People are like, you know what?
It puts the Fed on hold too. They're like, look, we'll make a call. We will either tell you interest rates are going to keep going up or they're going to go down, but we can't tell you what that's going to be until we find out what kind of effect the tariffs will have on inflationary pressure. Excellent. They don't know, so they can't do.
We're supposed to be in the summer, which we are because the heat is here, but the construction,
have you noticed?
everything, the developments, all that has not been as it was the last 4 or 5 years because there's less things being done right now. So there's less product for our drivers to move. So yes, freight volumes have decreased, significantly in the last, 60, 90 days. And it's a direct, we feel it's a direct effect of the tariff conversation, the uncertainty that people are holding back a little bit, and it's not good for business, at the end of the day.
I want to talk about timing. Timing is everything. I want to go back to with the World Trade Bridge here because it's very interesting to me, Jimmy, as you said, okay, you've got two sides. You've got the one side who's wants to cut taxes, the other side who's working on the entitlement programs, and the people in the middle who want to build a bridge both literally and metaphorically. Like, it's the bridge in the middle and it's the people that actually get stuff done in the middle, the doers, and it's like, let's build a bridge on both sides. So let's talk about timing. That is something with approval, then we get going, the bridge starts being built. What is the time frame on going from 8 to 18, first of all, lanes?
So by 2029, this will, according to the studies that we go once a month, we sit down with the city of Laredo with management and the firm that is actually doing this whole thing. By 2029, this will be built. So we are right now finishing the environmental studies. Bless their heart, but it's something we got to do. It's really interesting. I'll tell you this. So World Trade Bridge is right here, and we're literally building a bridge right next to it, and we have to go and do every study that you could imagine all over again. And it's like, well, what do you mean? Like, there's a bridge right here. Like, everything passed, right? Like,
which changed.
Exactly, right? But anyways, we got to follow the guidelines.
Let me guys give you a sense of what we're looking at right here. Is Jerry was very wisely using two phones, and he was laying them next to each other. He said, I'm not sure. Is there a certain environmental concern a little bit off to the left that isn't a little bit off to the right? And, and they make you go through all that kind of stuff. Sometimes they have new stuff in place where we're going to check for a few other things, but this is the kind of places, like, I don't know if you've seen what happened with the terrible accident in Pennsylvania, the incident on the I-5 in California, and even with the bridge in Maryland, where it's kind of like, you know what, we're the heck with all of that. Let's get this thing rebuilt in a hurry because we need to build it. And they did it.
Yep.
Boom, they did it. And, and that's the thing, too, is it's kind of like, we got through the pandemic with a whole bunch of exemptions and nobody got killed. And like, well, maybe we should just keep these exemptions in place. And the same thing applies here. Let's get it done. Yep. But that's it. The thing is, too, do you feel like you guys, that Laredo is ready, that you guys are ready to kind of deal with, because there's going to be a slowdown. When you start building, there's going to be a slowdown. It's an unavoidable reality, and it's a slowdown people should have put up with because the payoff is massive.
Yes.
So are you guys set for that?
So we are not ready 100%. Honest truth.
Fair. That's fair.
But we continue to work with our state and our federal allies, and our biggest challenge is infrastructure funding, right? So Laredo, Texas, we are a population of 260,000 on an Easter Sunday that everybody's home and it's been raining.
On an Easter Sunday.
So we don't have a lot of people that live physically in Laredo, but the traffic.
How many moving through? Here it comes.
It's millions a year, right? So, on any given week, there's over 60,000 trucks that go in and out. 60,000 trucks in and out of Laredo, right? Every week. So we need to look into that and say, the formula is the formula. I get it. We get monies, due to our population, but maybe something needs to be done at a state and a federal level that addresses the traffic, the congestions, and says, hey, yeah, Laredo may not have 10 million people, but the traffic they have is equivalent to this many million.
Well, here's the other problem, too, and it's a good problem to have, the kind of problem you want to have. The multiplier actually kicks in here as well, too, because if those 18 lanes are suddenly open, that's a lot more restaurants that you need. That's a lot more people who are going to be living there doing cybersecurity and on-the-ground security. And suddenly you could be looking at a situation where the population actually goes from, 250,000 to 500,000 in the blink of an eye. And by the way, anybody that doesn't believe that, Lindsay, how much space is in between Fort Worth and Dallas these days? It gets closer.
It gets
and
closer and closer.
closer and
Especially
closer.
as they put stadiums in there that make me want to go the distance between the two. Just saying.
And that's it. I mean, Jerry, this is an ongoing conversation, and I'm kind of wondering, like, we've only got about a minute left here, but I'm wondering if you would be willing on a regular basis on Nemo Nation, our Monday show, to drop in 10 minutes or so about once a month and just kind of keep us up to date.
We like to ask you on the air so you can't say no.
We do it to
See
you.
how
You're
we
fine.
do that?
Yeah, Jerry comes
But that's
on.
how we get stuff done. See, we move around here.
Well,
We
not a
get
problem.
stuff
Thank you for the
done.
invitation every time, and more than happy to participate.
Jerry, where can people find out more about you and what you're up to?
Well, and again, Laredo, I'm the director of operations for Warren Transport, and I help run the association in Laredo Motor Carriers Association. We're in all the social media platforms.
I normally ask people what they do for fun, but it doesn't seem like you have an inch of time.
I'm trying to be better at golf. I haven't succeeded yet, but that is
But the good news,
I'm playing on tomorrow.
Golf is the long game, both in life and in game, so you're good.
As my dad said, though, he never trusted us. The only people who worked for a living who were good at golf that he trusted were salesmen. He said, and they have to fake being bad to make the client convinced they can win. My friend, it's great to see you. We got to get to our next guest, but thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thanks,
you guys
Jerry.
for having me.
Jerry Maldonado keeps the conversation going here on Road Gang Radio. TXTA is we're rumbling, bumbling.
We're rumbling, bumbling, and this feels kind of like Nemo Nation today a little bit. It's kind of got that same vibe, and I know Dave is listening. Dave Nemo, shout out. You're at home. We hope you're feeling better, kind sir. Get well soon. But we are rocking and rolling and moving through, and one more guest has sat down literally at the table. Good morning.
Hey, Kevin Matthews, how are you, man?
Doing great. Glad to be here.
Do me a solid. I'm going to say this wrong, but it's president at Genox Transportation?
Yeah, Genox Transportation.
Genox Transportation. Well, actually, I said it the way I would say it because I'm from New Orleans, and I always had a
Which means he don't talk right anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, and you guys got it going on. You know
We got it going on. We talk real smart here.
Good morning, man. How are you?
Doing great.
And welcome to Road Gang Radio. We keep it fast and furious around here. I'm going to ask you the first question, simple one at TXTA. Are you having a good time?
Having a great time. This is a great organization. Love it.
What are you most excited about today in regards to what are you going to be listening to? And we'll get to what you do, the idea of Kevin. But what is so important about coming here? What is so important for you and what is so important for your company?
Well, the big thing this morning, you had Chris Spears here from the ATA.
Saw him work his way through, yeah.
Great message, on point on the things that are important to me as a business owner. And I like the things that they're working on. I mean, it's going to take time, right? A year or two or three, but there's things they've been working on for years that have come to fruition to help the trucking industry, help our drivers. And
I'm gonna say something by going to heading on over to your website, and I ask the dumb questions around here. So.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 3.5. That's not 4, dude.
It's not 4 yet?
You had 2 solid questions, dude.
Oh, good. I say they're dumb, and then he makes me feel better about myself.
No. The reason I gave you halves was saying they were dumb was the only thing dumb about them.
But here's what I do. I say it's dumb so that if it is, I'm fine. But if it's smart, then either way, I'm set up for success.
Lindsay, CYA of the day, number 1. Go ahead.
I'm no actual dummy. That's why I tell you I'm okay.
Go on.
Anyway. No, but it's interesting going to your website, which is Genox, Genox, transportation.com. Right away, leader in industrial gas transportation with an unmatched safety record. The balance of delivering gas, which is the most important thing. It's like the trucks bringing the thing that we all need, even including themselves, delivering themselves, but with safety attached to it. To me, it feels like safety is the most important when it comes to fuel transport, obviously, for obvious reasons. But.
And the fuels we transport are cryogenic liquids, just the air you breathe. We haul liquid oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, helium, liquid natural gas.
Well, and the other thing is you have gas going in both directions, meaning that it's stuff that you transport across the United States, but it's also a commodity every place else in the world as well, isn't
absolutely.
it?
A lot of it is exported.
And I keep thinking, when I was checking you guys out yesterday, I kept saying to myself, I said, this is the same, and I use the word racket. Please don't think I'm a New Orleanian. I say stuff like racket. But
he actually means racket as a compliment.
As a compliment, yeah. But the idea, it's the same game that the natural gas people are playing too. I mean, the idea that it's like you have to kind of take care of the country, but you're also creating a profitability and a trade and a trade activation, right? So you have responsibility for the safety both inside the country and what is actually leaving the country as well, too. You need to be a good neighbor and a good partner, not only the people here, but the people abroad as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're very proud of our drivers. When we talk about safety, with some of the safety technologies that we implement, our drivers last year, we traveled more than 36 million miles. And we've had the safest record we've had in years, and it's incrementally getting better every year. But to the point where we had some incidents, but when you look at all of our incidents, everything was within our deductibles. Our insurance company paid $0 for us last year, which is incredible.
Wow.
For the size of the company that we are.
Well, and this is interesting to me. So in order to learn, we have to fail, right?
Mm-hmm.
So of course you're going to have incidents, but that's a tricky business in your business because we want these amazing clean records, obviously, but you can't know what you don't know, I guess, right? So how do you balance that, I guess, when you're speaking and training, being like, we know, unfortunately, we're going to fail in certain scenarios. We just fail as little as possible so that we can evolve. Is that kind of breath that works with it?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, you don't want to fail at all, especially when it comes
Sure.
to safety. You don't want to have accidents.
You want to fail the test, not the road.
Yeah,
Well, there
fair.
you go.
And that's exactly it. And I want to talk about that. It kind of sets up a nice thing, Lindsay. Culture is so important. Our good friend Brian and I Lindsay, Brian and I were talking about this. The idea that, culture is a buzzword. That's a problem. Culture needs to be a reality. So how do you guys go about creating a culture of safety? What is because safety is no longer proprietary. We share, and part of the things we come to TXTA for is to get on the ground floor of how other people are practicing safety, particularly in this state. How do you guys ensure a culture of safety among your drivers, who I know you have a lot of affection for?
Well, one thing we do, we get all of our managers 3 times a week. We get them on the phone, Zoom calls, whatever we need to do. So we have a stand-up meeting, and it's about culture, safety culture. And we talk about current issues that we can address. And so we try to be as transparent as we can with each other. And honestly talk about things. What can we do better? What can we? How can we not set people up for failure, but set them up for success? And so by constantly putting that mirror up to our face and looking at our blemishes and trying to correct things.
It's an interesting conversation, too, because so often you'll have people who are managers in one division or another or one region and another. They get very competitive. It's the one place where you've got to establish culture. If you figured out something that is safe, you need to get on the phone and share it with every other manager. That needs to happen, and that's a big change over the last 20 years in the industry. Not just externally, but internally as well. I will compete with you. I'd like the promotion, but I'm not gonna secure it because of your disaster. That's not how it happens anymore, right?
No, correct. Obviously, we want the best driver we could get that we vet, but we also take advantage of certain technologies that help that. So one thing that we have is a Netrodyne camera system on all of our trucks, and it has AI technology. So it helps coach the driver as he's going down the road. So if he's say above the speed limit for a little bit of time, it'll say, driver, please slow down. Or if you're in heavy traffic and it senses you're too close to the vehicle in front, driver, please back off. Or it also rewards the driver if you have oncoming traffic and the driver backs off to be courteous, to allow the car to come in, then he'll get like a star or something. And
that's data that can be tracked, too. It's not just a matter of saying, like, here's the star, but it's like we're noticing there is a pattern of you allowing other traffic to merge, which means you're prioritizing the safety of the four-wheelers and not just trying to run everything over in order to get the job done on time.
And it's AI that's not going to overwhelm the driver, because I love talking about AI when it comes to trucking and to transportation. Listen, I know a lot of people are trying, shield from it, but it's not going away. So if you're not on board yet, you're already too late. So this, though, everything you're mentioning from a safety perspective, it's stuff that it's only going to enhance the experience, keep the driver driving forever, as opposed to like, here's 9 more things I have to think about. It's stuff that is supporting their experience and everyone else is around them, right?
Right, correct.
Well, and the other thing is, too, we'll go back to the merging example. It's actually sending a message to the driver that safety is the priority. That's the thing, that there isn't the buzzer in your ear going, why aren't you going faster? The buzzer's going, slow down, let the people merge, look both ways. All of that kind of stuff is kind of being reinforced over and over again. It also kind of sets up, talk about the idea of AI replacing people. Now, but the thing is, this actually requires a smarter driver, doesn't it? This requires a driver who is more attuned to all of the stuff that's going on inside of their cab. How do you guys onboard your drivers? I mean, how do you bring them on into this culture? When you guys welcome a new person, how many years of experience are you looking for? I mean, because you guys are not like, you are not a new driver kind of thing. Hey, I got my CDL last week, put me in a truck, right? You're looking for a different kind of breed, aren't you?
We have to, because most of our products transport at very long distance. So 80% of what we do is well above 500 miles round trip, and mostly it's 1,000 miles round trip. But we have minimum standards, but we don't hire to the minimum standards. We want the most. So, like for instance, if our minimum standard is 25 years of age and 2 years over the road experience, we don't look at many applications like that. Out of 450 drivers,
Willie Mays of truck driving better walk in if they're 25 years old and 2 years minimum experience. They better be the most exceptional driver you ever saw.
We have maybe 5 drivers in that category, but our average age is 46 years old, and we're able to attract well-vetted, good drivers with great history. And we also have a very good pay structure for these, so they make a very good living.
And what's cool, driver compensation, obviously, ding, ding. What I love about, and talking about the kind of hires you're looking about, what's really neat when I look at your website also, it says, are you a driver looking for a career change or new driving opportunities? That's just a reminder that trucking is a thing you can do forever through the extent of your career, while keeping it interesting. You can pivot. And y'all are really supporting that, it sounds like. So at Genox, you're going out, you're saying, have you been doing it for a while? Are you the kind of person we're looking for? Now we can help you evolve, help you keep it interesting, and that's something really cool that you recognize. These are people who are in it for a career, and you want to make sure they stay in it. So it sounds like you're supporting the evolution of your own drivers, right?
Absolutely. We want them to be successful. When they're successful, we're successful. And we try to give that message to them. But we also show it in our actions. When you look at our trucks, we don't keep more than 3 or 4 years, but we put the best seat in for the driver, because he's in that seat 10, 11 hours a day. We also put the best mattress in the sleeper berth. We have a lot of good creature comforts in our truck, because it's like a cracker box, right?
Like what else? What are some of the other creature comforts in there?
Well, we have microwaves and a TV, flat screen TVs, refrigerator, just a lot of storage space.
That's a big deal. I think we overthink everything.
It's one of the big three.
It is. Keep it simple, stupid. Like, what would you want? What would you, Kevin, want? Then you want to give your drivers that.
Absolutely, that's right. And we want them to be comfortable. And we have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, things like that. But we say, look, here's our standard for you, but you need to hold us to that same standard.
Sure.
And so if they say, hey, something's wrong with the equipment, trailer, whatever, we get it in right away. We don't mess around. We support the driver. We don't want to handcuff them in any way.
That's it. I'm driving for Genox.
It's a trifecta.
Inspired me.
Tell me if I get this right. You got a trifecta, Mr. K. First of which is compensation. Am I going to get paid? Second of which is, am I going to get home? Third of which, am I going to be in comfort? Those are the three things. And the idea, people don't understand, it's the technology one that often people don't realize, Lindsay, because there are people who really care about their drivers, give them the compensation, make sure they can get home. But anybody can tell you, 10 years in a bad seat is 25 years in a good one. 10 years in a cab that's old is damaged hearing, and it goes on and on and on. And people don't realize that the technology isn't just about improving the efficiency, but you've actually got to protect the health of the men and women behind the truck.
Absolutely.
And because if the truck, no matter how good the pay is, no matter how much off time they have, if you break their bodies or you give them substandard equipment, it ends badly always, right?
That's correct. We got to look. We love our drivers. We want to support them, and we want them to feel. We're all part of the same team. At the end of the day, we want to take care of the customer, take care of the end user, and get home.
And get home. We want everyone to get home. All right, Kevin, you're a Texas-based company, which I love. Yeehaw! We're in Texas right now. What to you is makes Texas, from a trucking standpoint, stand out from other states?
Well, that's why I like the Texas Trucking Association, because they're really fighting on our behalf on just practical, sensible type regulations to make our job easy. We love Texas because they're business friendly. We get together with a lot of the first responders, a lot of commercial vehicle enforcement officers on a regular basis. Our equipment is very unique. It's very expensive. Some of their equipment is up to $1.5 million just for a trailer. So we want law enforcement to understand what our equipment is. We want law enforcement to understand some of the safety technologies that we put in place to, one, protect the public, but also protect our driver. And we're partners with them. So a lot of times they'll call us up, say, hey, look, we need to do some inspections on hazmat equipment. Can you help us out? Yeah, absolutely. We'll go surrender 9 or 10 pieces of equipment and just to work with them. So.
And you said, we mentioned earlier, there's that your trucks, they're going 3 to 4 years, and then you realize they have their own life expectancy as well, right?
Well, exactly.
Well, you want to beat the life expectancy is what you want to do. You actually want to stay ahead of it. You want
go
to
out on a high.
That you want to make sure that you're...
Let that horse live its years in retirement.
Kevin, we're out of time. Kevin Matthews has joined us this morning. We're thrilled to have you, by the way. I hope you enjoy your time here. It's great to meet you.
Great to meet you, too. Thank you for having me.
Head on over to genoxtransportation.com to find out more. They're on time, on demand, with an unmatched safety record. That sounds like someone I want to drive for. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
We will be right back on the other side of this. Hey, guys, head on over to truckdown.com. They will get you out of the ditch, back on the road. Been doing it since 1997. 50 states, 8 provinces. You couldn't ask for anything more. Go to truckdown.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler, live from TXTA in Austin, Texas.
You can hear the buzz in the background. Of course, everything is done bigger in Texas, including its conferences. There's some conferences that happen, in places like Biloxi. Lovely. I saw some great pictures there recently from one of the Mississippi conferences. Lovely.
Fine.
You're doing fine.
Nice little gathering. Alabama, same thing.
Notice how you said little gathering.
And
everything's bigger in Texas.
Things
now.
are bigger in Texas, I will tell you. I mean, there are a couple of other ones. I've always said tale of two cities. There are 3 capitals of the United States, at least to hear the other 2 capitals tell it. There's D.C., there's our friends in the drum circle over at Sacramento, and then, of course, there's Austin, Texas, by the way. And we are absolutely thrilled to be at the heart of it at TXTA. Lindsay Lawler and myself, Jimmy Mack, on Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you.
Good morning, kind sir. Thank you. Happy to be here. Happy to be here with our next guest. We're rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling, as you say, into the next guest. But no stumbling next. Joining us next is Mario Sanchez Lara, and thank you for being here. Good morning. morning.
Good morning. Thank
and
you.
when we say everything's bigger in Texas, that also includes the amount of responsibilities. Because listen to this, talking to Mario next, he is, by the way, the general manager of private carriers at Cummins Inc. And I just want to read this off because I just got anxiety reading some of the key roles.
Responsibilities.
The
Let's call them what they are.
responsibilities at Cummins. Mario, just a few things on your daily radar. Field testing, Dodge Ram quality lead, after treatment integration, turbo technology, PACCAR account management, product planning, marketing communications, and current sales director role. Do you sleep, my friend?
Well, thank you for that, Lindsay. I did little for some time. I've been with Cummins 30 years. 30 years this year, and it's been a great journey, wonderful experience. Had a chance to do it all. So I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
I highly doubt that, sir.
Yeah, but I really enjoy that. What we are enjoying today from engine technology, it's something that I work on a couple decades ago. Right?
Well, and probably dream of it. When I jokingly say, do you sleep? But I guess you're dreaming of things, and I mean that in a good way, inspiring way, dreaming up. You've been there long enough, both in transportation and with Cummins, that you get to dream up and get to see some of these things become a reality as well, right?
Yeah, that's what is really cool. And we're not done.
Far from it.
This is a question. 30 years there, and how long have you been a member of TXTA?
10 years.
Okay. So I was going to ask you this question, too. Do you feel like organizations like this actually don't only keep you in the industry longer, but keep you in the same job longer? Am I making sense, the idea that because you get a chance to actually see the other people in the industry and work with them in a collaborative way, it actually deepens your understanding of what you're bringing back to your own company, and that kind of solidifies participating in
Absolutely.
conferences? Can you kind of...
what I like to say is that, and you make reference to other trucking associations, trucking industry is a family business.
Yeah.
And what I mean with that is not that there's families doing business in trucking, but the trucking industry behaves like a family. And it's through the trucking associations and these events that you really get to connect with others in the industry and develop relationships that become lifetime relationships. Really, my friends are people that are in the trucking industry, and a lot of them are here. And so, and that also brings up the opportunity to form a unified voice of what are the priorities and how can we help each other. And that's really powerful.
I am actually going to put a little wrinkle in all of this. One of the problems with when you run things like a family, and by the way, if you run things like a healthy family, it's terrific. One of the things that families do, though, is they are very, very resistant to change if their traditions are working, if their relationships are working. You're in a unique position because you're always looking to the future. So you've got to figure out a way to balance often those traditional values, those family values, with the fact that the technology is rapidly accelerating these days. How do you find that right balance to maintain the culture that looks to the past, but an industry that needs to depend upon what's going to happen next? Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think you talk about progress, and sometimes it's difficult for some people to adapt to changes that progress brings. But trucking is a business, and the people that are in it, they know that the only way to stay in it is by making a profit. And so what we do is try to always say, what we're working on, the technology we're developing, is to help you to run your business more efficiently and have a better bottom line. And once you explain that, and once they see it, they're like, okay, I think we need to take on this change or this new technology because it's going to pay off.
But when you're explaining that, when we talk about some people can only see progress as profit, and obviously we know that is the important thing at the end of the day. But for you, Mario, when you think of progress, what could you say to that person when you're trying to say, I know you're only looking at ROI here, but in the meantime, there's a whole bigger picture. What would be the bottom line or the kind of the through line for you? It's like, here's what progress means to me specifically as it pertains to the trucking industry.
Well, I'm going to connect this with really what is at the heart of our values and our mission in Cummins. We say that everything we do should lead to a better place, a better environment. Like whatever we are involved, we want to make sure that we leave it better than it was. And so with that comes, environment, safety, a number of things that we not only look at the shareholders, we look at the stakeholders and everybody involved on where we are doing business. Trucking industry is one, but we do engines for everything, and mining and boats and anything, and everywhere we
boats,
look at progress,
RVs,
everything, pickup trucks, everything.
I love it.
By the way, one of the first conversations you and I ever had was with Dave, and we talked about, deep in the weeds, we got into talking about the scenarios of, we believe that, diesel, hydrogen, electric, and we went through the application of each. Remember that? So you've always got to keep looking that way, not just in regards to whatever environmental regulations or government regulations are here or there, but the idea of creating the most efficient fleets as well, too. I mean, the idea is we're constantly looking for ways to how do we move forward, how do we maintain progress, but so much of that is about the stakeholders. I'm so glad you brought that up, because people often don't distinguish between the two, and not so the second often leads to big problems, because it ends up costing the shareholders in the long run. You got to be able to communicate that. If we don't take care of these stakeholders, there ain't going to be anything to share, right?
And we are all in it, right?
Right.
Now, when talking progress, one of the things I wanted to share with you guys, and we had Chris Spear just talk and report. We have a lot going on right now, right? And a lot of people believe that we're going to go back on technology or going back to older trucks from an emission standpoint. Let me tell you, our new engines are cleaner, more fuel efficient, and more reliable than ever before.
Right.
So why will we go back? And the other thing is, there's many in the industry that says, especially when with the hype around electric and hydrogen started, a lot of people say, well, we're done. We're not going to make more engines. I want to share with you guys, we are not done. We are developing a complete new platforms of engines, diesel engines for the future. And these engines are also going to be designed to be able to operate or run with natural gas or hydrogen, right? Because we believe there will be a time where there will be a better fuel depending the application and also the cost. Because one thing is certain, diesel fuel is not going to go low in price. It might fluke, but in the long run, it's going to get
gasoline might drop, but diesel ain't going. Diesel ain't dropping.
And so we are bringing new engines that are going to be more fuel efficient. And that's the investment we're doing, and there's a lot of it.
So we started talking at the beginning of this about you dreaming and scheming, both, and when you talk about we've come so far, we're so much more advanced and evolved and clean. Why would we go back? So that must make you think, okay, not only we're not going back, we're going to keep going, we're going to keep evolving, we're keep going. So
exactly
when you dream of how, when you've got something right now is the best that it can be, and right now in this moment, when you dream of where it can go, where do you begin? Where does that excitement lead you? You're like, we're the best we can be, and we're going to keep going.
We're turning Mario into a futurist now.
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
Well, I tell you, we as a trucking industry, one of the things that we're struggling is getting new drivers. Our driver population is aging. There is driver shortage. Right now, it's not as bad because we're a bit of a recession freight. But so we need to attract talent, and I think that as we bring new technology and we bring trucks that are going to have powertrains that are really smart and make the life of a driver easier, we're going to be able to attract my kids, your kids, our grandkids to look at trucking industry as that's a cool job. There is technology in it, and I can, and we're not going to be looking down on it. That's what I dream of, and it gets me inspired.
It's a great dream because it equal parts speaks their language, like you said, technology and what the kids are talking about,
cool.
Quote unquote, cool, yeah, but also sets up longevity for them, support for them for a long time, because I think that's what kids, teenagers, whatever these days are most, personally, I think are most scared about. It's like they can't they're in a generation that we can't even fathom, where they don't know anything before social media, and they're worried about how are they going to sustain for a lifetime. And trucking is one of the few things out there that gives them support if done right, and that will set them up success for a lifetime. And so you're coupling it with speaking their language while giving them real support for the future, right?
You guys all remember that the word essential came about being important in 2020?
Yeah.
And trucking, it's essential.
Essential.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that's... So essential and cool, it's something that with technology we can bring and make it attractive and better for all of us, because we know we share the road with the trucks, and safer trucks, better trucks, cleaner trucks with good talent drivers.
And by the way, thank you for distinguishing that, because what there is a shortage of is not CDLs or people who are willing to get behind the wheel. There's a shortage of careerists. There's a shortage of quality drivers, and that's something that, and I'm so glad you brought up the idea of talent when you said we've got to get some talent there, and because you guys are no longer have the world to yourselves. There are people who, the same kind of talents work on construction sites, work on retrofitting sites, work in smaller communities, inside driving. We got to get those kids who like the newfangled technology but are willing to also put their back into it, and that's an extraordinary human being. So we're looking for extraordinary people, aren't we?
Yeah, meaningful job that provides a reward because they can see the impact they do, right? And I think trucking does that, and if we bring the technology, that makes them be part of it, right?
And communicate it. That's the other thing, too, is, there is a communication problem to some degree about explaining, look, it ain't just getting behind the wheel. There's a lot of stuff you're responsible for. And there are certain levels where you can start to make some real money if you're real bright behind the wheel. Mario, we're out of time, man.
No.
Really?
Say it ain't so.
It is so. I keep it
Is there anything that you didn't get to say that you wanted
hit
in
on
this
something
moment?
you want to hit on? What do you want to touch on?
Well, I will just say to everybody listening, don't worry about engines going away. They're not. We're working on a new generation that are going to be great and bring more fuel efficiency. And we're going to keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking. I'd say that's the best way to. You my friend, are now a co-host on Road Gang Radio.
Thank you.
You nailed it at the end. Thanks so much for joining us. You guys can head on over to check out more, of course, Cummins.com. We thank you, Mario. We will talk to you very soon.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you as well. I have to say, as we're setting up the next guest, and Mario will appreciate this too, I'm loving looking to my right, Jem. We've got the Texas State Troopers here, and of course they wear cowboy hats. And there's a man to my right. We've got a state trooper speaking with his cowboy hat, a guy in a jacket and a cowboy hat, and this little boy in his polo and khaki shorts, and he keeps looking up at the trooper and his dad in cowboy hats with just look of affection, and it's just one of the most Texas beautiful moments I've ever seen.
It is a much cooler uniform than I ever got a chance to wear on a very similar
It's a
job.
good one.
I will tell you that right now. And there are people that keep saying, hey man, when are you going to post pictures of all of those? I got swept away, dude. I do have a couple of pictures, but those outfits those dudes are wearing.
And just the little boy looking up at him. I can't tell which one is his dad, but all these men in cowboy hats and the little man looking up. I'm like, our future's okay. We're doing just fine. We are doing just fine. We're at the TXTA 2025 conference here in Austin, Texas. Good morning. We have the next guest who has put his butt in the seat, so to speak. Carl Mason is joining us. He's the business development specialist at Bridgestone America's Tire Operations, LLC, for the whole time. Good morning. Glad to have you.
Thank you for having me today.
Thank you for being here.
None of it happens without you.
I was just going to say that almost exact.
Where
exact
the rubber
thing.
meets the road, right?
Yeah. Well,
you're the one who coined that term, right? That was you.
Absolutely, yes.
You're so young to have coined such a age-old phrase.
Well, thank you.
By the way, this is one of those moments we are actually hitting the dog days of summer as we kind of jump from July into August. It's when it gets really hot, and this is one of those times of year that the quality of what people are rolling on is doubly crucial, right? I mean, this is a moment where there can be no error. There can be no error. So talk a little bit about what you do, and then we can kind of pivot. we can pivot into what you're doing at TXTA. I mean, we know the answer, but there's always specific things that you're looking for. But talk about what you do, Carl.
Sure. I've been with Bridgestone for 19 years, and I started my Bridgestone journey with Firestone Complete Auto Care, which is our retail segment for the smaller passenger light truck tires.
It's where I go to get my tires.
Oh, well, thank you for your business. Thank you.
It's true.
It's true.
Go on.
And then I transitioned about 4 years ago over to the commercial side, which has been an amazing experience. I love working with trucking companies, different fleets, but primarily what I do now is I work specifically with dealerships. Southern Tire Mart is our biggest dealer in the continental United States, and that's who I focus on in Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. And what I do is make sure that our programming is correct, that all their teammates are trained up, so that they are in the best position to grow their business, but also to take care of our fleet customers, which leads us to the TXTA. And our partnership is actually joint with Southern Tire Mart sponsoring this event. So.
We always make the joke around here. Dean Croak does a regular kind of recurring segment on our show from DAT. He's chief analyst over there. He's always saying that in trucking, you're only as good as your partners. I mean, it's as simple as that. When you're onboarding new partners, when you're bringing people in, whether it's at a dealership or whether it's at a fleet, how do you go about the business of figuring out how to explain to the people? And look, a lot of the people who you're working with know their business. But how do you kind of work with them to help them improve their business? And what do you learn from them? And that'll kind of segue into the conference itself. What do you learn from them when you're working with them?
Well, when we're working with them, we're looking for their pain points, right? For what it is that they need help with, whether it's their tire program, fuel costs, personnel, which are the 3 hot buttons in trucking, right? We partner with them in a lot of different ways, and what we're trying to find out is, are our products the best solution for them? Are our dealers positioned the best to service their needs? And then we also offer a wide range of mobility solutions. Which of those, will help them, in their operations? So learning those pain points, really gives us the opportunity to present, solutions so that they can, improve their business operation. So that's from the fleet side. From the dealer side, it's all about supporting them, right? Again, finding out what support they need and making sure that our team is there to take care of them to the best of our abilities so that they can take care of our customers as
and
well.
Taking care of the best of your ability, of course, includes a great tire purchasing program, which is the top of mind. And I always love, when I do, that's why I use Firestone as well, because I hate buying tires. I hate it more than anything in the entire world. It's an expensive thing for some, but also it's like a mattress, and I use it every day. Why would I not lean into getting the best? But so for me, it is important to find that purchasing program, which is obvious with drivers as well. So what stands out from y'all's purchasing program, that a few things that make it be the gold standard, as it were?
Okay, well, we partner with TXTA, and what makes ours a little, I guess, stand out from the others is our dealer network, right? Yes, we partner with TXA just like the other manufacturers in that we are, you apply through them. They're the ones who are, making the approval process, who is the partner with the fleet that's looking for that purchasing program. But our dealer network is really our shining star. It's unparalleled nationwide. Not only do we partner with Southern Tire Mart, we partner with Truck Stops. Love's is another one of our big customers. TA, Southern Tire Mart Pilot, and we bring our tires to where you are. And our response time for all of our large fleets, and including our small ones, is just unparalleled in getting them back on the road.
That's really the key too, because that's the thing is, if you pay too much attention to the 1 or 2 big boys, you end up forgetting you have a whole lot of people who live in that mid-range who may end up being big boys at some point themselves one day, or are happy with where they are and just want to get consistent service. You've got to develop a consistency of service while also looking at the specificity of needs of each individual client. And that must give a real back and forth to you and your dealers, right?
Oh, absolutely. And our program is designed for the small to medium fleets. with TXTA. On the bigger fleets, yes, we have national account programs that we handle at the corporate level, just like every manufacturer does. But our partnership with TXTA is designed to help the little man, so to speak, right? Give them that purchasing power that they may not be able to have if they were just applying on their own. They can use that collectiveness of the TXTA to get those, very competitive prices and take part in that network that expands well beyond just Texas.
Beyond Texas? I didn't know there was such a thing.
Well,
I think that's the point of TXTA.
Somebody's got to buy
right?
all your stuff.
I guess that's true. I guess that's fair. But Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, you said that and I got real excited because I grew up between Texas and Oklahoma, so I call my own company Red River Girl Music, and New Mexico has been calling to me for years. So you have a fun region that you both aesthetically, I guess, get to use it and work through. What is there a difference in? Do you see a difference in purchasing between the three states as far as what is important to different people? Is that a dumb question?
No,
that's
okay.
Not a dumb question. But honestly, my dealers in those three states are all Southern Tire Mart and Love's.
Okay.
So their purchases are very similar, right? Now, I will say that
and their cultures are very similar too. So you have a consistency of culture.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of what's playing itself out there too.
Now, I will say when you get into the Permian Basin out in West Texas, the purchases are a little different, right? But we work with our store in Odessa, Carlsbad, New Mexico, Amarillo, Lubbock, and we do a fantastic job, in my opinion, and I think they would agree. Securing them with the right inventory to take care of those special needs.
Still the Wild West out there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And I mean the people out there are fine people working their asses off, but it is an incredibly different animal. I mean, have you been out there?
Heck yeah, I've been out there.
I mean, it's I got to tell you.
Love it out there.
I mean, I love it out there too, but the people who work down in there, man, that's work.
I love it out there for the idea. I'm a songwriter, so for the idea of writing songs, thinking about those people working out there and the tumbleweeds and tires. That's the new.
Do you know there are jobs in the basin where you've got to actually have a degree in chemistry? Truck drivers have to have a degree in chemistry and be able to use a small firearm.
Wow,
to be
I did not
proficient
know
in that because you actually have to be there for the mix and make the purchase payment on the mix, and if they get the mix wrong, the entire load is then screwed. So when you hear people say there are $14,000 jobs in the Permian Basin a week, and it's like, yeah, those men and women are a very different breed. That's a very different world. But that's one of the other great things about your job is that you get to meet a lot of different sort of folks in this industry, right?
You're absolutely right. And I picked up the New Mexico and the West Texas territory just this year. So I've had a lot of fun being able to travel to those parts of the country I've never been to before. A lot of windshield time, but meeting new people, finding out what's important to them, and it truly has been a great experience.
Well, it's got to make I would assume, your job. It's one thing to be the company cultures that do get you out there, because there's nothing worse than a driver hearing somebody that sits behind the desk all day telling them what they need. Literally nothing worse. So the fact that you have that windshield time and your own tires on the pavement time to be able to be like, hey, I might not hold a CDL, but I at least trying to get out there and live and meet you and see and hear from the horse's mouth what's going on, right?
Absolutely.
That's a big deal.
There's an equivalency if you drive through Idaho. It's really kind of and then at some point you hit the Idaho valleys and you're like, oh my God, I think it's beautiful. And then you start going up and then suddenly you cross into Christmas tree land. There's an equivalency in Texas. You know what I'm talking about. You're driving across Texas and it turns into barren country. Mm-hmm. It turns into the cliche what people think Texas is.
There's Texas and there's West Texas.
Yeah, but then there's a point in West Texas where you suddenly get to a place where you go, oh, like you were saying before, and you realize I'm going to be here for a little bit, and then we're going to cross over to Mexico. It's really beautiful country. It's almost like having you get to this really intense state of mind, and then you're like, oh, one more gorgeous part of Texas. It's all part of Texas.
One more gorgeous part of Texas. My new album.
You got about a minute here. What have you done that you've really enjoyed so far? Aside from this interview, which has been magnificent.
At TXTA, not in your life.
Not in my life?
Well, both. You could go both.
At TXTA, it's been great to mingle with the other vendors, to be honest, right? I don't get to see them a lot, specifically people that are our customers as Bridgestone, but maybe they don't fall into my purview. It's been great to visit with them. and to just really get their perspective on what's happening in the industry, how things are affecting them, how different things in the environment are affecting their business and their customers, right? So it's been a great experience. I've only been here since this morning, so I'm hoping to have even more great experiences as we move on.
Where are you based?
I'm in Allen,
You're in
Texas.
Allen, Texas. Okay.
So just north of Dallas.
Yeah, I got married right near Allen, Texas, and McKinney, Texas, at Storybook Ranch.
I'm very familiar. I love that part of the country too.
It's a neat part.
I know he's your bestie, but you got to tell him goodbye now.
No, Carl Mason joining us with Bridgestone America's Tire Operation. I also go to Bridgestone Arena quite a bit. I live in Nashville, so
oh, very good.
I'll hit you up for tickets next time. I know that's
Awesome.
definitely part of your job.
Anytime,
Perfect,
right?
perfect.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you all so
Carl.
much for your time.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you,
here.
Carl. Nice to meet you as well. To have a great time at the conference. Guys, you can hear the buzz. You can hear the big background. Carl just stepped away from the mic. It's really good to meet him. We're getting a chance to tell him thank you. We're telling all of you thank you for taking the ride with us at TXTA over here in Austin. Our good friend, Madison with a T, if you do me the honor of playing us some music here, we'll be back on the other side with our friends here at TXTA. And a big shout out to ShadyRays.com. They got that great customer service, and they got your back. We'll be right back after these messages.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from TXTA in Austin, Texas. Lindsay and Jimmy, take it away.
Oh, I am so thankful for Madison's voice. It is so loud here, guys, that I can't hear the spots when they were playing over.
You can't even hear your multiple personalities right now thinking and fighting in there, can you?
No, it's a
The
disorder.
voices!
Oh, okay. The voices in my head!
It'd be really funny if you said, who is this Madison you're talking about? I've never heard of her.
Yeah,
There's no Madison.
Yeah.
Do you hear her?
I don't. Yes. No,
I don't hear her.
Guys, welcome back to TXTA. Our good friend, the Turtle, is over on the Comrex. Our good friend Madison with the T is at the historic Degas House at the Fastport Studios. Don't forget, those guys are making companies veteran ready, and they're also helping veterans find transitions into a better life. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and check them out. A big shout out to our friends at Truck Down as well, and a big shout out to my friend Lindsay Lawler, who's got our next guest queued up.
That's me. Hey, shout out. Yo, yo, yo. Yeehaw. Welcome back to Austin, Texas. We're in Texas, baby. We're live, as you can hear, because if we were editing it, it wouldn't sound like this. It would sound probably a little more I don't know.
Very
I'm gonna say
ESPN
professional.
game.
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
This is
We're in
very
the action.
ESPN game day.
It's like things are happening.
We are in the action.
I want to be a
dude.
part of it. I want to be a part of it. And I want to be a part of our new friend and everything he has going on. David Sirach is joining us. And by the way, I said that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you want to know how I know? Because when I asked him before he came on air, he said, like the vodka. He's like, hey, I know you're kind of person, Lindsay. Like the vodka. And I'm like, I got you. David Sirach, he's the Senior Director of Safety at Chalk Mountain Services of Texas. Welcome. Good morning.
You, ma'am. Good morning.
Happy to have you. In Texas, I'm okay being called ma'am.
I was going to say the same thing.
Only
I
in
said,
Texas,
there's a Texan right there. There's
Only
a
in
Texan
Texas.
right there. Yes, ma'am.
Well, then what do you call? Because I'm from Texas. And my daddy calls other men partner, and I really like. Hey partner, how you doing? Put her there, partner. It's so cliche, and I love it. What do you call men?
I'm a sir.
You're a sir.
Guy.
A ma'am and a sir.
That's the military in me. I'm a sir and ma'am.
Sir and ma'am. Well, thank you for your service.
Where'd you do your service?
United States Marine Corps.
You and my brother, by the way, and I tell this joke 1,000,001 times. I got to tell all my new Marine friends this joke. My dad, Army, my brother, Marine. They watched Army, Navy every year together. And year after year, there was a run where Navy kept winning. And my dad had enough. My brother jumped to his feet and went, "Yeah, go Navy!" And my father went, "It's good to see you finally admit you're in the Navy." He never cheered again in the room. David, it's great to make your acquaintance. How are you finding TXTA?
Oh, TXTA is a great event every year. This annual conference that just keeps getting better and better. Seeing the industry come together and trying to get better each and every year. The sponsors that come out and the vendors that come out to help support trucking is just outstanding. So it's been a great event so far.
Yeah, and the generosity last night, there's a lot of people who couldn't make the trip because of the summer or other plans, and yet the numbers in regards to the foundation fundraiser off the chart. As I told John Craddock, I said, good night, and I mean that both ways at the end of the evening. It was just terrific, right?
Absolutely. The work they do in creating the dollars that goes to supporting kids coming up and getting into the industry and just scholarships for children of the industry is just amazing. The work they do is outstanding.
I feel like, I'm going to say this, when I talk to companies who get it, like yourself, like people at Chalk, I feel sometimes like I'm being like, well, no crap, Sherlock. Like we say the things that are important, and when the values that I see from going through your website that is important for your employees are culture, care, and communication. Why do we have to say that? Why do we have to be like, these are what important? It should be, of course, what's important, but those are a real focus for you guys. And I think I want to start with the communication piece, because we talk a lot about how it's great for somebody in a seat on the corporate side to tell a driver what he needs, but to really have the communication piece where you're really there to listen to your employees and everyone out there in the field and have the bridge. That's really important to you guys at Chalk, right?
It is really important, and I think you have to say it because it's different by market that you get into in the transportation industry, and there's unfortunately a lot of companies out there that don't make that a priority. With driver shortage and what it is, and it's hard to retain drivers, you have to have an open line of communication with your people, not just from the terminal, but from the corporate office as well. I mean, if the executives of the company never go out and see their employees, that sends a message to your employees.
Well, if you don't want to retain people, if you've got a retention problem, you probably got a safety problem.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the truth of the matter. And that, to kind of pivot here for a second, that's part of the reason you come to TXTA, because safety is no longer a proprietary thing. I think, Lindsay, that for a long time, the industry was so competitive that somebody would figure out something that was really safe and not share it and hold on to it. I think we've seen a real sea change over the last 30 years or so in particular, right?
I believe so. When I came up through the driver ranks, I was a driver. It was not uncommon to see drivers, go across the street for a cent or more per hour, right? But as technology has improved, I mean, drivers really want to work for a company that A, listens to them, but B, cares about safety, cares about their safety. Our whole mission is making sure drivers go home at the end of the day in the same condition they came to work in. And being part of TXTA and having the mentors and the networking that I have created around here to to learn new ways of doing it, better ways of communicating, safer ways of doing things. Just makes you better as a whole, and that's important to drivers, because if you don't care about safety and you don't care about making them a priority, you're not going to retain them.
And then that leads back to, we've talked with several people about this today, but safety as it goes hand in hand with technology. And there's a lot of our drivers are obviously old school. They've been doing it a long time, and actually even some of the newer drivers are old school because they watched their daddy do it or their granddaddy do it, so they've got that mentality, right? And so when we say use the word technology or AI, and everybody sort of puts the metaphorical shield up, but in this scenario, y'all are really putting an emphasis on safety as it pertains to technology. So talk about a few things that and maybe for the driver listening that hears that word, wants to turn the radio off, somehow like, no, it's not going anywhere. It's only here to enhance and make it better, both so that we can do this long term and so that we can really negate some of the negative connotations that kind of fall around trucking.
Absolutely. The newer drivers in the industry, they embrace it. They grew up with it. They love the technology. The older generation of drivers that aren't that big of a fan of it, it's a learning curve, just like anything else. But I'll tell you what, in my experience, those drivers tend to rely on that technology as they learn it. I can't tell
whether they know it or not. Probably,
whether they know it or not.
Embrace it like crazy. We got some 71, 72-year-old guys still on the road who are like, I love it.
And when I say old, I don't even mean age. It's 100% a mentality,
Set
right?
in your mind.
It is a mentality. I've come across 40-year-old drivers that their daddy raised them, and they're just automatically against technology because that's what was in their mindset. But, the best thing to me is when I have a guy that was leading the pack in, fighting the technology installation of whatever we were putting in place. I'll use dash cams, for example, that was just did not want it, hated the idea of it, and then within a few months they're coming to, hey, can you pull that video? Because, this guy cut me off, or I had a close call here.
And you just go, aha.
And at Chalk we have bonus programs in place, so which ties in their driver safety score from that technology. So I always equate this back to like professional sports. Drivers are no different. No profession is different. You've been driving 40 years, you can always get better. Just like a professional athlete, you have to keep training and toning your abilities to get better and better. And that's what we strive for at Chalk is to take the best drivers. I believe we hire the best of the best, but we want to make them better. And we use those technology tools to advance them and make them better. And it's amazing in our bonus programs how you see people that were either middle of the pack or maybe even the lower side, and then on our quarterly top driver presentations or our top driver of the year, those people start getting into those award categories and presenting them awards that they didn't think they could obtain, but through open communication and striving to be best, they get up there. So,
David, we're out of time. We are, like I said, we could go on for a while. I want to talk to you about your active service. Notice what I did there. Once, always, my friend. It is great to see you. Thank you for making time for us this morning, and the best of luck in all that you do. You're welcome to come back and be on the show anytime.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys.
Let's go have a Ciroc vodka together next time.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it, baby. Thank you, David. We're live from TXTA. We're rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, as Jimmy Mack likes to say. Thank you, friends. So good to see you. We don't have those breaks in between, so it's kind of nice to say
great, isn't it?
bye to people, and people get a feel of what's happening here. It's live and it's raw. Just like Tara just showed, she wrote on her tablet with her finger, potty, to tell me she was going to potty. Either that or she's looking at
I'm just burning doing the neutron dance right here. I got to tell you, we may have to do separate interviews at some point. I may send you first and let you take care of business, and then come back and let me go take care of business and do some solo routines here. Lindsay, fast and furiously, who we got up next?
Well, hi, it's Stacy joining us next.
Oh my God, there he is.
There he is.
How are you? I'm good, man. I'm shaking hands on the air. Good to see you too.
Now let me tell you, I've got a bone to pick.
Okay.
Here we go.
What did we do now?
Well, it's what you didn't do.
Okay.
And Stacey Elms, Director of Risk Management, Housley is the one who donated the Louis Vuitton bags.
Yes.
Travel last night, and I did not win it.
Well, I'm sorry.
And by win, I mean I paid money to be in that raffle.
One wasn't given to her, is what she means.
Well, apparently you didn't buy enough tickets.
I guess not. And I thought that I bought. Listen, for me, I bought a lot because I'm cheap when it comes to that kind of thing. So for me, here's the good news. I knew that putting that money in, and I know this is why you guys donated it back in all seriousness. It goes to the TXTA Foundation. I knew that even if I didn't win, I'll be mad about it forever. Even if I didn't win, my money went toward.
Hold on to it like a badge of honor.
I will. It went toward the
Furnish
foundation and helping new drivers and students get educated and scholarships.
And we will probably do something similar next year. So when you come back next year, put a little bit more in, and maybe you'll get it.
I will. Can I just put a little? I guess I didn't earmark my ticket enough. Was the thing.
No, they're going to have the annual Lindsay Lawler does not get a Louis Vuitton bag.
No. Oh no. Well, welcome. Glad to have you this morning, Stacey.
Glad to be here. Thanks.
We somehow managed to work in exactly what we're here for in the midst of all your greed, Lindsay.
I know,
we somehow managed
I
to
know.
make that work. Let's start off about why TXTA is so important and why you keep on coming back.
For us as a private fleet, being able to stay up on regulations and newer technology, and also being able to interface with the regulatory people, especially the folks at DPS and Commercial Vehicle Enforcement, is important to us. They really are an advocate for safe driving, safe truckers, safe companies, and for us that's important. So
yeah, and can you also talk about your own involvement here, because you've played a lot of roles over the years.
I have,
TXTA, and have a real understanding of its ins and outs, and why it's important from both an inside view and why it's important to so many folks out there who have trucking companies, big and small, across Texas. Talk about your own involvement here.
We started back in the early 2000s, and it was because at that time our business was growing. We had never done heavy construction before, and one of our aerial trucks got pulled over for a roadside inspection. We didn't have a carrier ID number. We were not registered with TxDOT. We had no maintenance records. We didn't know what we were supposed to do. So out of that was a compliance review, and the compliance review officer at that time, when he went through all of our records, he said, I see that y'all are trying to do the right thing. And he said, you're the kind of people that we want to help. And he said, the best thing that you can do is get involved with TMTA. That's what it was at that time. And so we came to one of the annual conferences in San Antonio, and that got us started, and I've been involved ever since.
Yeah, and that's such an important thing too. And by the way, we've seen them. All the Rangers are here, the state troopers are here, folks are here. Establishing good relationships with law enforcement and with people who do compliance and figuring out the rules and regulations. Sometimes simply being here and having the conversation, you actually are in a position to prevent what happened to you from happening to anybody else. And you
Without
also,
a doubt.
And by the way, it's the gospel story of Christ talking to the adulteress at the end, when it's like, go and sin no more.
Yeah.
You got the go and sin no more
We
moment.
got to go and sin no more, and we try to do that. Sometimes we slip up, but hey, we're willing to take the heat for that, and if we're doing something wrong, we want to know about it.
Well, it's amazing. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, my Pollyanna side of things, intention is everything. And it's like we were talking with somebody earlier about we learn through failing, unfortunately, but that's part of it. And we don't want to fail when it comes to the transportation industry, but we do want to learn and evolve. And so, yes, partnerships, but also being aware. It goes, not only is that partnership with TXTA, but it goes back to the Louis Vuitton bag. All things lead to that. That was your way of also being involved in knowing the scholarship program. If you're going to learn, you're learning just as much as the new guy coming into this. You've been doing this a very long time, are learning with also the people we're training. And I think that's kind of a cool way to bridge the gap between the younger and the older generations, being like, I know what I know and I can teach it, but I also need to learn from you. We need these new people coming up. So I say that because the foundation here and what they're doing to train up the new people, and why I would assume see it as so important.
Oh, absolutely.
The gap.
You bet. Yes. And not only on the foundation side, when the foundation really was started, it was more geared toward academic scholarships. And it still is. This past year, we gave away $115,000 in academic scholarships. But over time, we've learned that training new drivers, training new mechanics, welders, those kinds of things that directly support our industry is also important. So we've begun to shift focus a little bit on the foundation to also include scholarships for drivers and mechanics and people that are working hands-on in the industry every day.
Do you know that there are people who are getting CDLs, going to VOTEC schools and getting CDLs while getting an associate's degree in Spanish?
Sure.
That there are these people who actually are putting together they're almost putting together a series of different electives that lead up to a career.
And that's enormously important.
And in that way, what you guys are doing really is helpful because somebody can, look, sometimes they get the full ride, but sometimes they get the last mile.
Yeah.
Sometimes all you guys are really providing is we can almost get them there. We're going to have to give them heartbreaking news. No, wait a minute. That last $2,000, $3,000 that we can't afford, we've gotten from them, and we can get the kid across the finish line.
And those trade and technical scholarships are becoming more and more important for us. Over the last 18 months, we're over $100,000 in just trade and technical scholarships as well. And that shift in focus will probably continue. And the academic scholarships may become a little bit less important for the foundation. The trade and technical scholarships may become a little bit more important.
Well, as we get more hands-on, I mean, I think that's just the way people are learning are different, and the way what's prioritized and what it's not. It used to be growing up, but I never even thought about what I was going to do. Of course, I was going to go off to college and have the XYZ degree, but I think it's shifting back. Everything old is new again. The future was yesterday. But that's all coming back. And last night, a milestone, we hit over like $317,000.
Over $300,000 raised for the foundation last night. Our best year.
It was
specifically that goes all that money for the future.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, it's crazy. I say it again. I looked at Mr. Kranick and I said, "Good night," and I said, "I mean that both ways."
Oh yeah.
And it was a great reminder of the generosity of the folks here. That even in the toughest of times, they're out there.
Even in the toughest of times when I'm not winning the Louis Vuitton bag.
It never happens again. Look, we're going to run out of time here, so we got to make sure. Is there anything that you wanted to cover and touch on before we shuffle off this radio coil?
Yeah, I think I'd like to shift focus for just a minute.
Please.
Get away from the foundation for just a second.
Sure.
Let's talk about our advocacy on behalf of the trucking industry as it relates to our legislative work. We just finished up a regular session for the Texas legislature this time around.
So everybody can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, well, they're in special session now, but thankfully it doesn't have anything to do with what we're working on. So the next session will be in 27. So we had a couple of wins this time around, some stuff that we had been working on for a long time. We tried to narrow the gap on tort reform a little bit. We weren't successful this time around, but we'll bring it back up in the next session. But a couple of bills that we had that we really didn't expect to go anywhere got passed through. One that is kind of an odd one, but it's one that we've been working on for over a decade and finally got it through the legislature, was a tax rebate for trucking companies on fuel taxes for stuff that doesn't apply as an on-the-road vehicle. So an APU, fuel for a reefer on a refrigerated unit, PTOs on vocational trucks. For a long time, our companies have paid taxes on that road fuel when it doesn't have anything to do with driving up and down the highway. So we were really happy about that.
Never happens. People are never appropriating money for roads that go someplace else.
Certainly not. We also are really happy about the relationships that we're forging with the new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. He has already been down here to one of our events, and we think that he's going to be a really good listener and possibly an advocate for us. If we can at least get the federal government to listen to what our problems are as trucking companies, then we think that we can tell our story in an effective way, and we can get some assistance from the federal government.
On that tip, then, when you go in, maybe this will be my dumb question number 5. We'll see.
Lindsay's question of the day, dumb number 3.5.
When you go in, and it's because you said we had some wins, not everything. We didn't get on tort reform, but we'll we'll see that one next time. Is it sort of a quantity over quality type of thing? You're like, yeah, can you really go in and focus on what the win was in honesty and be like, yeah, we didn't have those, but let's focus on this win. We can table those for later. I mean, I would think that'd be a hard balance to not look at what everything went wrong and be like, let's celebrate this.
It is. You take the wins when you can get them. If you do have something that you don't get over the finish line, you step back and you say, okay, well, why did this not go through? Why didn't we get this accomplished? And so you kind of refocus and figure out what you change, what you work with with the legislature to make sure that the next time around you get a little bit better hearing, and you make the contacts and you tell the story so that it's then important for those legislators to help you out.
Yeah, so does that story, let's say next time, like say on tort reform specifically, we go back and we tweak, I assume you look at, as you said, why did it not work? And then when you make those tweaks, so when you go back and tell the story, I mean, is that sort of a something that you would highlight when you go back, but listen, we realize it didn't go through the past 10 times or whatever it is, but we're here to discuss why. And is that an open conversation then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's good. I think that's one of the good things about the Texas legislature. Thankfully they only meet every other year, so they're not there doing business all the time. So they're in session, they leave, they get to go back into their districts and live with the legislation that got passed that now they have to hear from their constituents about. And there's always an open conversation, at least between us and those legislators, and they listen, they understand. Do our visions always align? No, but let's figure out how we can tweak that and adjust some of our vision versus some of your vision, and maybe then those alliances meet.
That makes sense. And then English language regulations, which we haven't hit on yet. And I actually heard, I'm trying to remember who I was talking to about it, but heard it, that's a tricky one because we want to support our Hispanic-speaking truck drivers. We want to support anyone coming in when we look at drivers. But also, when you realize that the English language proficiency, the reason we're talking about it is from a safety perspective.
Certainly.
If you don't understand that sign on the road because you don't speak the language, that affects everybody on the road. This isn't trying to single you out for not speaking English.
Right.
It's literally a safety thing
Certainly.
At the end of the day, right?
Yes, absolutely. And that was one of the reasons why Secretary Duffy was down here to listen to what we had to say about the English proficiency regulation.
It's hard to say it even if you speak
English. It kind of is, yeah.
Yes.
and also the fraudulent CDL issue. We've really been impacted by that here in Texas, with guys that go to, an online truck driving school, or they go to a flea market and you can buy what looks like a valid CDL and now you're a truck driver. Well, not entirely. The English language provision has been in the regulations for decades.
Sure.
It's always been there, but at different times through different administrations, that regulation wasn't necessarily enforced, and it's become an issue. And Secretary Duffy was really helpful in us helping him understand that regulation needs to be enforced, and it's not. They're
not hand in hand, really.
Yes, they are.
Right?
I mean, it is absolutely for the safety of the public. It's also for the safety of the troopers that are enforcing those regulations. If you can't explain to that driver, and that driver can't explain to you what the regulation is, that's a real safety issue. That's a hazard.
One sec. There we go. Thank you. On Nemo Nation, we just had the Mr. Singh, head of the Punjabi Institute, the Punjabi Truck Drivers Association. They are absolutely 100% in favor of the proficiency.
Sure.
It's important for people to understand this is not an issue of how your accent. This isn't an issue of targeting people. This is really about making sure the world is a safer place.
Absolutely. And we need good truck drivers. We're 70,000 drivers short in the U.S., even with kind of a depressed freight market. So the more people that we can get in and get behind the wheel of those trucks that are proficient in English, that have the proper training, that understand the rules and regulations so that they can operate that equipment safely, that's our bread and butter. That's what we have to have.
We were almost out of time here, so I kind of wanted to just ask one more question. What do you do for fun when you come to Texas? No, I mean when you come to TXTA.
I've gotten so involved in the association, I really don't have a lot of fun time when I come down here.
You're not just having Mai Tais out in the pool the whole conference?
No, I wish that were the case. But my day started pretty early on yesterday with my first meeting, and I've had meetings all day yesterday, and frankly, I got meetings all day today.
You answered the question perfectly, by the way, because Lindsay and I and Tara were talking about this. We did an event last week for our new studio, and a friend of mine walked by me and he said, "Are you having a good time?" And I went, "Absolutely not." He says, "Are you happy?" I said, "I'm completely happy."
Yeah,
and that's kind of it. You're not here to have a good time. It may happen as a residual. What you're really here is make sure everybody else is having a good time.
You bet. And there's always a little fun mixed in. It's usually after all the meetings are over with, so you do get a chance to have a cocktail with some friends and see some people that you only get to see once a year.
Like last night when I didn't win the Louis Vuitton bag.
I could feel it.
Always back to that.
I just pointed at her and said 3-2 Vuitton. There we go. Thank you so much. It's great to see you again, brother.
Great to see y'all too. Glad that you're here.
You can head on over to housleyGroup.com and find out more. Stacey Elms, the director of risk management, always now a pleasure. Always for the first
Always
time.
great to have y'all here.
It's always a pleasure to see you, man. Okay, we're going to be right back on the other side of this. It's Road Gang Radio. Hashtag RGR. Make your way over to the Tube of You, the Book of Face, the Odyssey, the iHeart, and every place in between. We'll be right back after these massages.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
And we are back on Rogaine Radio, live on iHeart, YouTube, Facebook, and RadioNemo.com, live from Austin, Texas at the TXTA conference.
2 pieces of technical information. I love that, by the way. As Madison was talking, you heard of the pristine silence over at the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House. And as Tara began to hit those buttons, every single one came on slowly.
It went from peace to insanity very quickly.
Literally brought the convention to life, brought the conference to life. So thrilled to be here at the, with Racetrack and Raceway, and of course our friends at Great Western Insurance Company. It's great to see you, Lindsay, by the way.
Well, let's
I'm
talk
trying
about
to be
our
nice.
next two guests.
No.
Yes.
We are going to be gracious. We're all winners today. We're all winners today. Would you care to do the honors, Lindsay?
I would care to do the honors, as a matter of fact. I find it both ironic and planned, like somebody's poking fun at me, that the last guest was the people who donated the Louis Vuitton bags, and the next guest is the guy who won it.
Everything is coming together as
like
I have foreseen.
Vicious circle of life.
It's a vicious circle of life. And actually, what's funny now, both Lance Gordon and Justin Fry.
Yeah, you got it.
Fry, okay.
First time I've ever had my name pronounced correctly.
Well, I'm much smarter than most people. Justin, they're both with
Except
Terrier.
when it comes to buying tickets.
I didn't buy enough. The Terrier Transportation, they're the DFW regional manager, and Justin is the director of operations with RB Stewart Petroleum Products. So both joining us. They go hand in hand. We'll talk about why. But before we get there, I'm going to say this jokingly, and then there's also a serious reason we're going back to it. So Lance Gordon was actually when I was signing up and figuring out how many tickets I was buying when you were too, and you said, "Oh, we're going to be on your show tomorrow," and I said, "Great," and we formed this lovely connection. Little did I know that later he was the one that would rip my soul apart.
How many tickets did you buy? I'm gonna buy
How many
more.
tickets did you buy? You might not want to say.
3.
He bought way less than me, and he won both.
Back-to-back jacks.
He won not only the Louis Vuitton bag, but first of all, you won the s'mores.
S'mores, yes.
S'mores. Okay, so let's just talk about quickly. Where are you going to use the big s'mores package?
I have no idea.
Do you have a fire pit at home?
I do have a fire pit,
Okay.
but they also came with a fondue chocolate fountain. So
That's amazing. You're going to have a party, first of all. And now, are you going to be the one traveling with the Louis Vuitton roller bag, or are you gifting that to somebody?
That is going to be my wife all the way.
And can I have her room number?
I cannot give that away.
Okay, fine. Well, congratulations.
Thank
And the good news, in all seriousness, all the money that went into all the tickets that were sold. It's why I don't feel terrible that I didn't win, because I know that my money and yours and everybody else's went to the TXTA Foundation, which is doing good things and getting drivers into. So, okay, we can be friends again.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
actually delighted you didn't win, because it has given me actually 3.5 hours of spectacular
I know.
callback content.
I know.
We started this conversation yesterday with John at the top of the entire coverage of TXTA.
John Esparza, the president of
That
TXTA.
dude, righteous man in a righteous land called Texas. The emerging leadership. Let's kind of talk about that for a second too, because one of the things that TXTA has figured out, and trucking to some degree has figured out, a lot of businesses haven't figured this out. It's a problem in politics too. How do we groom the next generation? And I say that if you don't groom the people you'd like to see replace you, someone will replace you, and you're not going to like who it is, whether it is a small little rotten borough in Georgia or the island of Manhattan. Now, you don't like what's coming, you need to make sure the people who are coming up next stop that from happening. There is a kind of negative positivity to it. But it's also about continuing tradition. Can you both talk about, and we'll start with you, Lance, after having been chastised for the last 10 minutes.
Fair enough.
To talk about being an emerging leader and what that means and why that's so important.
So with the industry, within the industry, we have a lot of needs and requirements from all the way drivers, mechanics, trade school, education needs to be brought up. As the ELC, is focused on education, going to schools, getting kids involved, high school, middle school, and even elementary. All the way from touch a truck to, getting kids in, but getting them involved is the most important
Make
thing.
trucking cool again.
Be a mentor.
Yeah.
Be mentored. Link onto somebody that's going to help you throughout the industry. That's what the ELC kind of gets. Give you between networking and just giving yourself that education and that opportunity within the industry. So,
one of the big things you have to fight, whether it's at a vocational school, a college, late in high school, is I don't want to call it a culture war, because that's got all kinds of baggage that I'm not trying to imply here. But the idea is that trucking is a culture, and it's not just a culture because that's the way it is. Some of it has to be that way. In order to kind of do the job and do it well, you've got to be kind of enculturated into the culture. Can you talk a little bit about that, by the way? Can you kind of break down the idea that how do we make high school students, how do we make incoming folks in college, how do we make people who are 25, 30 years old understand that this culture is different but an attractive one from a job perspective, and then talk about your own understanding of what you think your age bracket brings in. And by the way, I'm usually good to tell how old people are. I can't tell how old these guys are. But can you talk a little bit about that?
If you had to guess, you'd probably say I'm a lot younger, but
I understand.
Late 30s.
That makes sense, actually. No, that puts 20. I got 20 on you. That's all good.
Shave my beard, I'd look 12. So.
I understand.
Baby face.
I understand. But can you talk a little bit about that? About how we, how do we not indoctrinate? How do we get people to understand that if you're going to come into this profession, either in the supply chain or behind the wheel, how do we, that this is a different culture while making room for new ideas and new processes?
Well, I think the industry as a whole, and TXTA does a really good job with this, but we're trying to just improve upon it. We don't do a good job of explaining that this is a good career path, right? I'm director of operations now, but I started as a driver. Still have a CDL. And one of the things that I loved was that my company gave me advancement opportunities. I didn't have to drive forever if I didn't want to. And they invested, like you talked about. If you're not happy about what's coming, you better get ready to start grooming those people so that what's coming is going to be continue the legacy of your carrier and your industry. But if we do a better job of getting in front of people, there's a lot of kids coming out of high school that say, I don't want to go to college, right? It's not really for me. I mean, college is great. I certainly want my doctor to have a college degree and go to medical school, but there's just some people, and I was one of them. I didn't enjoy college, right? I didn't want to do that. And truck driving.
I don't need my trucker to go to the fraternity party.
That's right.
It's fine if he wants to skip that.
Exactly. So I think if we do a better job of that, that's everything for the industry. So that's something I'm personally real passionate about. So is ELC. One of our core initiatives this year is to get in front of more career days and kids at the high school level, whether that's talking about just distracted driving or finding that one kid that, hey, you don't want to go to college. There's a lot of opportunity, particularly in Texas, for intrastate coming right out the gate. Go to CDL school. TXDF Foundation does a lot of good stuff with that. Diesel mechanics, right? If you've tried to find one of those lately, a good one. It's hard to find.
And I've had to hold my tongue on a couple of occasions. People drop the word
rarely.
driver shortage on me, and I kind of cringe. I have different feelings. The one place I am eye to eye with everybody on, diesel mechanics.
Right.
It's a genuine there's no argument. That is growing, and it's a problem because the institutional knowledge isn't being passed on either.
Correct.
And it's going to become a real issue in about 10 years. Then we're looking down the barrel of a real problem. The thing is, I don't know if you've seen this, where there are now high school programs where the kids spend half the day in a supply chain program, and it's actually improved their English grades. It's improved their math scores because they're told, if you like being here, if you don't know this stuff, you can't learn that stuff. That's another problem we're talking about here. The people who don't want to go to college need to be impressed upon the fact that you still got to know math and you still got to know English,
right.
Especially now. So how far can we press in? How far can the emerging leaders press in, say, getting ahead of stuff with career days? How far back do we need to start to make people understand this is a good career?
I say you need to start from the elementary level. Kids.
I'm with you, Lance.
From when I was a child, touch a truck events have been going on in various ways. I remember, seeing the fire trucks, tooting the horn, asking them, looking at the hoses. That was the biggest thing. I remember that from 4 or 5 years old. So if you can make an impression on a child, I remember wanting to, see the open highway and see the country, and that was one of my dreams as a little kid. I may have not developed the full aspect of that, but my family has been in trucking, whether it's supply chain or actual trucking, one way or the other. I got dragged into this industry unexpectedly, and I have fallen in love with it. So you don't know when you're going to fall in love with something and kind of find your niche or something that you're passionate about until you kind of come across it. It's one of those things that kind of develop throughout your life.
It's a beautiful, and I think in some kind of ways, and it sometimes depends on who raised you, but sometimes we get in the way of, and I try to be I have a 6-year-old, so I try to be very aware of, I don't want to get in the way of her dreams. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who are like, that's cool, you love that, but also what are you really going to do? There's a lot of that sometimes going on. And I think, and Justin, what you said a minute ago, you're like, I was a driver, driver first, then company, and now you're, on the ELC committee trying to mold those things. So it sounds like you, Lance, you did have that vision and that dream of trucking. Justin, did you know when you got your CDL, did you think you were going to be a career driver, or did you know that was for you to learn the stepping stone so you could learn the business?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. At the time, it was 2008, and I just sold a small business that I had and didn't know what I was going to do. And my brother was a driver, and he was doing food service, and he said, hey, we drove big tractors on the farm. Come on up, they'll teach you. And in 2008, not a lot of job opportunities. We're going to make 60, 70 grand. Hey, I'm all about it. So to answer your question, no, I don't think I did view that as a career path for forever. It was a stepping stone. Kind of got in my blood. I really enjoyed it. But I kind of got bored after a while, kind of out there on the open road, my mind wondering, like, what else can I do to help?
And you saw it, you lived it, so now both of you being on the ELC, and I have a question, but before that, it's very interesting to me that because listen, the CEO of Pizza Hut, he flipped the dough, like that was important to him, and he makes sure that I know this because my sister was in marketing for Pizza Hut and Yum Brands. She had to go do everything. They have to delivery drive for a day. Like, you have to see those things, and you can't. This comes back to you guys too. You can't sit in a corporate office and tell a truck driver what it's like to be on the road if you don't know. So you both have that. So when it comes down, and I'll ask you both this, when it comes down for the on the emerging leaders, are there different focuses that you have that you get to be like as president or vice chair or whatever? Like, I want to focus on education, and maybe you want to focus on reform. Is that a piece of it?
So there is a piece of that in every aspect. So tort reform and championing for the TXTA, what they do at the Senate level and the House representatives, that's very important for what we do on the industry side. But to get people involved is another side on education. So as the ELC, we get into a meeting and we decide, what is going to be our focus. And to keep it simple, so to speak, you focus on 1 to 2 things that you can be successful at.
You mean you as a person, or you as the ELC that
as
year
the
as a whole?
Group as a whole, as
Reagan's
class.
Reagan's big picture. Guys, I got to do this to you. I hate to do it. We're going to find more time to get you guys back on the show at some point. We're going to have you guys come on Nemo Nation. You both have great stories to tell, and Lindsay and I would love to have you on Road Gang Radio.
I'd love to have you come
it.
on. I'd love for you to bring the Louis Vuitton bag with you. We'll just, we'll just maybe take turns. I don't know. Just introduce me
Lance,
to your
I will
wife.
simply quote the gospel and say, go and sin no more. You've been given a little bit of grace by this lady here. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. Promise me we'll make time. Tell us your website.
www.terriertran.com.
Justin, go ahead.
RBS Fuel, singular, rbsfuel.com.
Thank you both very much. Have the best of days. It was really a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for
both.
the time. Thank y'all for letting us join y'all.
Oh,
Thanks
you
for
got it.
having
And
us
we're going to
on.
have you back
Appreciate
on. We
it.
have your
All right.
contact
We'll have you back.
information.
Thanks for nothing,
Take care.
Lance. Appreciate it. Nah, just kidding. Thank you. All good fun. We're all having a good time.
Everybody's
here.
having a good time,
Everybody's having a good
Brian. All righty. So Road Gang Radio continues here. Our good friends at Racetrack, they made a lot of this possible. We're going to tell hello in a second here to our friends at Great West Casualty Company as well. They'll be joining us in a second. Lance, Justin, it's been a pleasure to meet you. We're giving them a big wave. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you, Lance. Lindsay, would you care to do the honors as Road Gang Radio makes its way further down the road? The Louis Vuitton bag is no longer in your grasp. You've paid back all your enemies.
I guess.
Their bodies have floated by you down the river, and it's now time.
It's okay. Again, my money went to a good cause. Heather is sitting down with us now. And and let's see, we also have Chris Griffin. And Heather, is it Mariel?
Yep, close enough.
Close enough? Well, no, what is it?
Morel.
Morel.
That doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it. Well, I mean, you can say my
Heather,
name wrong.
mind if I call you Joe? No, we're going to call you your real name. But what I was were you guys at the event last night?
No, unfortunately, we had other plans.
Okay, well, because it's been our callback all day. I bought a lot of raffle tickets and I didn't win the Louis Vuitton bag, and the people it's like people are poking at me because our last guest is the guy who did, and I'm just like, but all the money went to a good cause. We're all here for a good cause and for good reason. And speaking of good causes, nobody knows about a good cause better than Great West Casualty. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being the reason that we are here as well, getting the message out. So thanks for making time and letting us be a part of this.
Absolutely. So I got to know, the person who won the Louis Vuitton bag, are they walking around here? Like, should I be keeping an eye out
Yes,
for them?
you should. And if you could take him, he was the last guest.
He was the last guest.
And it's hiding up in his room, his wife's room right now. Here's, you want to add insult to injury. Not only did he only bought 3 tickets. He shouldn't have told me that because I bought a lot. In addition, he bought 3 tickets and he won both raffle gifts.
See, but here's the thing. Today, I'm a winner, and here's why. Number one, if she'd have won that bag, I would not have allowed her to talk about it at all in the air, because every single truck would be like, we don't care what you won, and we don't care what bag you have. But because she lost, I've got 3.5 hours of quality callback content. It's been fantastic.
It's fine.
Would you care to, maybe ask a question of these folks since they made their way down here to TXTA? And by the way, we're here because of them, because you wouldn't even had a shot at the Louis Vuitton bag.
I am going to ask some questions, and actually I'm going to tell you, I'm texting with my father, who's back in Franklin, Tennessee, but he's from Texas. We're from Texas. He just moved there last year. But he's an attorney in the insurance world. He's actually how I'm a singer and a songwriter and a spokesperson in trucking. He's half the reason that I got into this whole thing. So and when he saw you guys were here, he got very excited. He's like, oh, these are the kind of people I want to talk to. And so I'm going to... he's got multiple questions here for you.
Oh, boy.
But I'm going to kick off with, do you guys issue any policies directly to TXTA or directly to companies or drivers? So the direct policy to driver is the big question.
No, unfortunately we don't. We are very fortunate to have a network of about 200 agencies across the country, and so we do everything directly with the agent. So if you're a truck driver and you're like, man, I want to get insurance through Great West Casualty Company, you can go to our website and look up an agent that's in your area.
Okay.
We do, I am going to say this, we're selective with the agents that we work with. We have been around for 70 years. All we do is trucking. So when we are looking for agents to partner with, we want those that are as focused on trucking as we are. And so that way we can have these really tight working relationships with them, so that when we're out there, working with these guys that are going down the road every single day, we're on the same path that they are of providing them the best insurance products and services that we can.
And the good news is you made it easy, what you just said there, because we've been saying your website all day. You can go to gwccnet.com, and you made it easy. Go there, just type in, they'll get you to the right person, and you've already vetted them for them.
Absolutely.
You've done the hard work.
Right.
All we have to do, we meaning the driver listening, literally all you have to do is go to the website.
Yep, that's exactly right.
For example, in the great state of Texas, to speak to speak to our distribution model, we've got about 10 agencies here in the great state of Texas, and for this region, which is Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana, we've only got about 20 agency partners, so we're very select and very specific about who we want to represent our product.
Notice, by the way, with Louisiana, they're probably not allowed over there. I'm from New Orleans, by the way, so I can make these kind of jokes all the time. Thank you very much.
Amen to Texas, and God bless you.
We love Louisiana, but a challenging environment.
Well, I'll tell you, you mean the funk when you actually enter there? By the way, I've always said that.
Well, that's another diatribe.
There should be a sign at the state border of Louisiana that says "dip" next 254 miles, and just say it straight across the way. But it does bring up another question too, because that's why it's important to have the right partners. Because each state has its own infrastructure issues, each state has its own geographical issues, has its own weather issues. I mean, every single state requires, and every single county, or in the case of where I come from, parish, requires proper partners who actually know the lay of the land. This ain't one size fits all, is it?
Right. No, absolutely. Every state just has their own different nuances and their different challenges. Particularly down here in Texas and Louisiana, the litigation environment is vastly different than what you might see up in like North and South Dakota. So when it comes to claims management and claims handling, we're aware of those challenges, and we can put our strategies together of how to be more aggressive or assertive in Texas and Louisiana, and have a different strategy of how we're going to do things up in North and South Dakota. So that's where, being exclusive to the trucking industry, we keep an eye on that. We're involved in all of the state trucking associations, and just kind of have a finger on the pulse of what's going on in each of those states.
Well, and being specific, this is really important, because insurance is, dare I say, the most overwhelming thing that we as a human being have to deal with. It's something that we all need, and it's something in every walk of life, and it's also something that we don't always know what to do and how to navigate it, and sometimes we're sold a bill of goods on it and all these extra things you need. So to that point, as it pertains, that's why this is nice to hear. It's like, no, this is specifically focused on the driver. So with that in mind, what insurance products are most offered to or needed by the professional driver? Like if we're just talking at the basic core of it, what would you say is the basic necessity?
Yeah, you have to have auto liability insurance. by far. Physical damage is another one. To protect those things that you're taking down the road. Cargo insurance, you got to protect what's on the trailer that you're hauling. Workers' compensation. If you're in a company that's large enough to have workers' compensation for your drivers, that's another strong consideration you need to have. Another one would be excess limits. The minimum. Yeah, the minimum level is $1 million. If you can get excess limits above and beyond that, because unfortunately, as we've heard in our presentations this morning, the litigation environment, they're putting business.
You win some, you lose some,
Yep.
and after a couple of string of victories, it wasn't. And by the way, if you're going to win any place, it's going to be here.
Right, exactly. So, unfortunately, we see small claims that can quickly balloon into big verdicts, which is really unfortunate. But we have to be prepared to take on that financial risk if those situations happen.
The other thing is, too, I'm going to go back to partners for a second. You talked about the litigation environment. That's what you're also looking for, the people on the ground who actually understand that environment, too. Because that's the thing, you get the wrong partner and you walk into a buzzsaw of not knowing the game, and by the way, of not knowing which attorneys and which people on the ground you can work with who are like, okay, let's work something out here, and what people you're going to walk into. What's the joke I heard once, Lindsay? Don't be afraid of the guy with the billboard. Be afraid of the letterhead you don't recognize, where there's like 6 councils all over the country, and you get
We're
that
both
particular.
children of attorneys, so my dad's favorite thing is,
And they're opposite kinds
should I
of
write
attorneys.
a letter on my letterhead? Like that's a start, I guess.
I mean, but and the opposite kind of attorney. So we're pretty well schooled in all of this stuff. And my dad always says, we go down the highways. And I've heard this speech. It's like, he said, don't worry about the people on the billboard, son. He goes, it's when somebody shows up and you see that one of them is a former member of Congress on that letterhead, and you're like, oh, buckle up and brace up, which means you guys do a lot of work with people you work with to make sure that they can keep their rates low and also maintain a culture of safety, because you're invested in that as well.
Right.
You can tell people, how do you keep your insurance low? Here are the steps you can take, right?
Absolutely, and a lot of it starts within the 4 walls of the trucking company. We heard Rebecca Brewster this morning talk about how the rising cost of insurance is always in the top 10. Today, I think it was number 4 on her list. And, we are prone to our circumstances. So when we have a trucking company that can come forward and say, we have a really robust risk management program, we have safety practices in place that have really helped, reduce our losses and mitigate our losses, we can come in and provide a solution to them that maybe has less of a financial burden than somebody else who goes, yeah, that safety stuff, it's sitting on a shelf over there. Well, that's a different cost of insurance for somebody who runs an operation like that. So we really try to find those top-notch motor carriers that have a great safety program in place. If there's areas that we can come in and help and assist and give some recommendations and some resources of how to round out a risk management program, we can do all of those things too.
And there's such a culture with truck drivers now that are understanding, I think, their value more, especially some as the younger generation steps in, and we talk a lot about how the driver is realizing that they are the business in that seat. They can be the entrepreneur. But I think drivers maybe making the move from company to owner operator, one of the scariest things in that is, how am I going to protect myself? And insurance is the core of that. And so I'm on your website now again, which we've been saying all day, gwccnet.com. You guys have, and I mean this as a compliment, dumbed it down. It's a beautiful site, and it's so request a quote, boom, report a claim, boom. Like it is so easy, and it's for the driver. They have so many other things to think of. Everything else, top of the list insurance needs to be made simple. So Chris, maybe talk about when a driver goes to that site. I was going to say, where do they start? But that's it. The website is it. It's kind of speaks for itself when you go on here, correct?
Where the driver would start would be actually to Heather's point a minute ago, which is find an agency representative that is already has a contract with Great West, and because those agents have been thoroughly vetted. And again, our distribution model is extremely small. It's extremely tight. And so that's where they would start, and find that agency partner, and they may have to talk to more than one. But what they're going to find is they're going to find an insurance truck professional that knows the industry the ins and outs. And the other thing that's really important is the education piece, because Great West is considered, and we are the premier truck rider in the United States, and which means that, and part of that obligation is, and part of that service is education. And so we want our motor carriers to be aware of the fact that we're not necessarily going to be the cheap guys in the room, but we're here for the long haul, no pun intended.
Or intended, that's
okay. Exactly. But we don't want there to be any surprises for our customers.
You know, in the insurance world, we can get kind of tied up in our own acronyms and our own initials and LDR, SIR, and all of that. So thank you for the compliment on the website, because we do try to keep it as very simple as possible to say this is what NTU is for non-trucking use insurance and all of those things, because otherwise we can get lost in our own language that we
alphabet
speak
soup,
internally.
as we always call it.
Yes.
Guys,
And
we are absolutely
I know
at
we're
the
out
wall.
of time, but I love what I just went in this real quick. I love that you said it's already vetted, they're on here, but then the driver almost gets to interview the right fit for them, which I think is a really cool thing.
Very true.
To just, you want to speak the same language. So GWCCnet, make sure you go check it out, gwccnet.com. Thank you guys for what you do for letting us be here.
Oh, well, thanks for giving us
It's been a pleasure.
time.
Thank you so
to sit
much.
here too.
Thank you so much. We got to wrap this up. Tara, would you tell these nice folks goodbye for us as we kind of take the last step out of here? Thank you so much. It's Road Gang Radio. Big thanks to all of our contributors today. Don't forget our good friends are coming up here next. Our good friend Tara Garris is taking us down the road, as has our friend Madison with a T. You can bring that music up now. Thank you, Madison. Thank you for all the hard work over at the Degas House. We got more content coming your way. It's coming up next.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
As I've outlined in my testimony, Congress has the ability to make the next highway bill the most pro-trucker, pro-safety bill in history, but only if you commit to prioritizing the needs of truckers.
That was part of OIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh's message to lawmakers last week when he testified before the Senate subcommittee. Today, we're going to get the full story. Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson without my co-driver Ashley today, but we've brought in a ringer. You just heard him right there, and here he is, Louis Pugh. How you doing?
Hey, glad to be on the show. I'm a little disappointed Ashley's not here.
I know.
I like working with her skill set, but
you gotta settle for me.
I can learn myself.
Well, we're gonna run team today. Have you ever run team?
No.
I mean, kind of with Todd. Going to truck shows, kind of.
No.
You don't want to elaborate on that, do you? No.
No, we not true team. We both are awake. I'm not a guy who can sleep when other people drive.
Oh, all right. That's good to know.
What I mean, I don't even like to let other people drive.
It's a control thing. You like to be in control.
A control thing, yeah.
So what do you do when someone else is driving? Are you like the slamming on the brakes in the passenger seat kind of guy?
Slamming on brakes,
backseat driver.
Yeah, well, passenger seat driver, but yeah.
Nobody puts Louis Pugh in the backseat
exactly.
of a
I mean,
vehicle.
You can ask Jill. She'll be like, if you don't shut up, you can go back to driving. Like we drive back to Ohio or something like that. She'll be driving, and I'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you over, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, would you just shut up? Of course, she does the same thing to me.
Yeah.
She'll start on me when I'm driving, and I say 2 things to her. I usually say, remember, I've pissed over more guardrails than you've ever driven past.
Right.
So be quiet, and then
how does she react to that?
She's used to the whole
brushes
package.
you off.
But then and then she'll keep it up, and then I'll remind her. I say, I don't know how in God's world I drove 2.5 million miles in a semi truck to New York City and New Philly and all these great places in the East Coast, Chicago, without you here telling me what to do. And she's like, I don't know how you did it either.
Jill, I think Jill's a saint. I think we should apply for sainthood for her for dealing with you, Louis Pugh. Speaking of people dealing with you,
bro code, man.
Hey, man, I'm just telling it like it is.
The Little Rascals, He-Man Woman Haters Club thing. Or
wow, you're going way back.
Yeah.
How old are you, Louis? Yeah,
Old
Little
enough
Rascals.
to know Spanky and Alfalfa.
That's
the boys,
right.
huh?
That's right. With the
Little
hair,
thing,
alfalfa with the hair, right?
Yeah.
The little thing. Speaking of people having to deal with you, you went to Washington, D.C. last week, as we mentioned there, appearing before a Senate subcommittee on surface transportation. Let's kind of go over kind of what this was about here. You were in the hot seat. We had Chris Spear of the American Trucking Associations there as well, Sean O'Brien of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and also a representative of the bus industry. Again, I want to go over the main talking points with you and kind of give you a chance to maybe answer some of the questions you didn't get a chance to answer during the hearing. One, because those things move super quickly, right? There's questions kind of going back and forth and they're pulling time away. And also, I think some of the questions that were asked were pretty good. They didn't get directed at you, though, and you didn't really get a chance to talk about some of these things. So I kind of want to go over
I got a
them.
little frustrated with that.
I was going to ask you, because that's got to be frustrating.
You want to talk. And, and for folks out there, because I've seen this a lot on social media feeds and stuff. Why didn't you bring this up? Why didn't you bring that up? Why didn't you bring this up? Well, it's not free conversation. You have to be asked a question.
You can't just interrupt a senator when
you're allowed to. You get your opening comments, and then you hope that you get asked the questions. You try to plant some questions, and sometimes it plays out well, and sometimes you sit there on your hands trying not to explode because you want to say something that you don't get to.
There was one question, I think, on driver retention and the turnover in the industry, and I think it was directed at Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters, and I was sitting there thinking, oh man, Louis is going to knock this out of the ballpark. When they asked him
this
question.
I know exactly what question you're asking. Yes.
And they just it went right to Sean O'Brien, and they never came to you. I'm sure you were just sitting there thinking, like, come on, put me in the game, coach.
Yeah,
but it never came.
Yeah, there was that, and a couple of the autonomous vehicles I'd have liked to have got into because they were missing, I think, key points. Of course, ATA is for it. Teamsters and us are against it, but they were missing the point on cybersecurity.
Yeah.
That didn't get brought up. A lot of componentry comes from overseas and places that don't like us, like China and stuff.
Yeah.
There's stuff like that we need to talk about, and stuff that didn't get brought up that I think is very important.
Yeah.
And how about the driver shortage? Isn't it funny that everybody in the world knows there isn't one except for the American Trucking Association?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about, because Chris Spear isn't just like still banging on this drum about, the driver shortage myth. And I always throw the quotation, the rabbit ear quotations up anytime I say that.
Now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
About hit me in the head.
He brought this up. I mean, every single issue that was brought up, Spear brought it back to the, again, quote unquote, driver shortage myth.
They doubled down on it.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, he said at one point that it's a fact that there is a driver shortage. But if you listen closely enough to what he was saying and kind of how he was framing it, at least when I was listening, I was thinking this is pretty clear what he's trying to do. He's tying it to, bigger, heavier trucks. He's tying it to autonomous vehicles, tying it to lowering the driver age as well. All these were subjects that came up last week during that hearing. The driver shortage thing, he kept bringing it up and up. And he was sitting, 2 or 3 feet away from you, I guess, to your right. You must have been, every time that came up, you must have just been like vibrating in your chair thinking like, what are we doing here?
Well, a little bit. I was more thinking, you're a smart guy. I thought y'all knew there is no driver shortage, but
I mean, honestly, do you think he knows that? And I don't want to disparage anybody, and we're not doing that at all.
I think personally, I think they know there's no driver shortage. I mean, Snyder told him one of their conferences last year, and a thing said they have no driver shortage. I mean, I think this always gets said the wrong way. We have an experienced driver shortage due to the retention problem in our industry. As far as a driver shortage of people coming in our industry, there isn't one, and they don't preface it that way. They just say there's a driver shortage, and they don't preface it that way because the things that they are pushing, most of the things, not all things, some of the major things they're pushing, the driver shortage is the only thing they can really point at of why you would need these things.
It's kind of an easy on-ramp into those issues, right?
We don't want to train truckers or take a lot of time training them because we have this shortage and we need to get butts in the seats, I always say it's like Vietnam with infantrymen. We just need to get them across the pond and put them in front of the cannons. Yeah. And it's the same thing. We need to get these butts in the seats and get them out there on the highway and hope that they survive. And so that means we don't train them. We don't have to pay them, that much. We make up, and then we can also say, we need the government, state governments or federal, to give us some money to pay for training to help offset our training costs because, we're trying to help all these poor people get into our industry. So stuff like that. And then, of course, autonomous vehicles. We need autonomous vehicles because we can't find enough truck drivers. And we need longer, heavier trucks because we can't find enough truck drivers. And the only thing that they can use to justify that is a driver shortage that we don't have.
Well, and that was the thing, too, I thought was interesting is that you've been obviously in the game a lot longer than I have. But even over the past few years, I feel like I have seen a shift in kind of that opinion of the driver shortage. And I feel like more people are kind of coming to the realization of what the reality is out there. I mean, you had senators kind of bringing this up at various times and in different ways. But one of the questions that I wished had been directed at you, and again, Sean O'Brien was the one it was directed towards, so he was the one that answered. But I think it was something along the lines of the 90% turnover rate and whether you believe that's a sign of a healthy industry. I think the question answers itself, obviously, if you have a 90% turnover rate, which is insane to think about. But
I agree, and I wish you asked because the other thing I would have liked to say in my response.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Spear, if you believe so much that there's a driver shortage, why didn't you show up in last fall to debate
Yeah.
and debate me on it?
Is that Freight Waves?
Yeah,
debate,
Freightways
right?
had that debate thing I
Yeah.
showed, they didn't.
Yeah.
There were no shows.
Well, and then the
So
gentleman.
what better place to come prove that OIDA's wrong is in a debate?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Or
I guess
yeah.
this well-educated trucking association leader who's got all kinds of education and everything, we're afraid to take on some dumb hillbilly trucker. I can think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and also, that would be a setting too. If you're sitting in that chamber, that would be a place to talk about that as well too. Senator Klobuchar asked another question. That was another one that I thought, man, I wish Louie had gotten this question, because she was asking about retention and what we need to do to keep safe professional drivers in the industry. Again, right in your wheelhouse. It wasn't directed at you. Sean O'Brien did a good job, I think.
Oh yeah, Sean O'Brien did
that.
a great job and did a fabulous job answering everything. I mean, when it comes, OIDA and the Teamsters have our differences, but on this kind of stuff we agree on. I mean, DC makes strange bedfellows sometimes, but yeah, we agree 100%. And I mean, I told this to a lot of lawmakers. I mean, the first thing is listen to what truckers tell you, but we need to train them, we need to pay them, and we need to have a place to park. Those are three things right off the top that we need to see done to fix this, to make highways safer. Mm-hmm. We got this English language proficiency. That was definitely a needed, necessary thing. But I mean, at the end of the day, train them, pay them, and give them a good place to get a nice rest.
And you told that to them behind closed doors.
Yes, behind closed doors. Because while I was in D.C., not only was I at this hearing, but we had a lot of meetings and stuff with lawmakers on the Hill. We talked about that. We talked about the CDL problem with the non-domicile CDLs and the Class B visas and all this kind of stuff as well. And I mean, that's what people think. I mean, people saw these hearings, and like I said, it was kind of, I don't want to say funny, but it was interesting, the comments on social, because everybody said, why didn't you bring this up, bro? Well, again, it's not free conversation.
You can't just stand up and raise your hand and start talking.
Yeah. And then, but before and after, we have other meetings that aren't out there publicly.
Yeah.
And we talk about these things.
And I
I
certainly want to get into that too. Before we kind of turn, though, I want to just put a bow on this driver shortage conversation too, because again, a number of senators brought it up and kind of took on the issue, I think, on the side of there not being a driver shortage. Senator Ed Markey, which kind of surprised me a little bit too, he essentially went right at Chris Spear about, kind of perpetuating this driver shortage myth, and essentially said there isn't one. This is about retention. That kind of surprised me when I heard Senator Markey talking. Senator Markey, throughout the years has kind of put forward some legislation that we'll say is not exactly trucker friendly. But on this issue, he was spot on. Did that kind of surprise you?
No, really. But I've had meetings with his office, I mean, again, we have to work both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, yeah, I was expecting the question that Mr. O'Brien got was coming to me, but it went to him, which is fine.
Which was the retention one?
The retention and stuff as well, because I would have liked to answer that question, but he got it. But, yeah, I mean, things that truckers need to do, though, you need to win, because there's still lawmakers who are legislating and regulating, thinking there is a driver shortage, no matter how bad we try to tell them there isn't. So that's one thing. When you're reaching out to your lawmaker and remind them that there's no driver shortage. Say, I'm a truck driver, there's no shortage out here.
Is the tide turning on this issue a little bit? Like I said earlier.
I think it's turning huge. I mean, as far as the trucking and that world, I feel like ATA is dying on that hill. They're the only ones left on top of that hill screaming driver shortage. I think everybody else has kind of give it up. I think there's been plenty of proof and showing it and realized it. OIDA's been saying this forever, that there's not been one, and everybody else is finally catching on. There's been plenty of studies from Bureau of Labor and all these other places to show there's no driver shortage. I mean, just look, driver pay hasn't kept up with inflation. I chuckled when Spears said, "Well, if you think there's not a shortage, pays went up like 18%." Well, 18% of nothing's still nothing, buddy. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
But you know, so yeah, this is crazy. But when you reach out to your lawmakers, just throw that at the end. There's no driver shortage but yeah, media, everybody's starting to,
Well, and when you make that point too, don't just say that there isn't one. Again, like you said earlier, tie it to retention. Tie it to the point that truck drivers need to be compensated for all their time.
When lawmakers and regulators ask me about the shortage, if it comes up or whatever, and I've had DOT people just say stuff. My first question is, the people that are telling you there's a driver shortage, first question you ask, are you hiring new people into the industry, or are you hiring people with some experience? Because most carriers hire people with experience.
Right.
There's not very many people hiring new. And I said, when they say that they hire experienced people or people with experience, that's when I say, that's where it comes. And here's where it is. We have a shortage of experienced drivers because there's a bad retention, 90% retention.
Yeah.
90% of the truckers who come in here don't stay a year. It seems like they're in and out and gone. So that's why it's not that there's a driver shortage per se. There's a driver retention problem, experience shortage.
Let's talk about some of the other issues that came up. And again, I think the myth of a driver shortage was kind of like a through point for a lot of these issues. And again, I think, we saw this throughout, lowering the driving age for interstate truckers.
Driver shortage.
Exactly. Yeah, it's tied to that too. And it was tied to that too. I know Senator Todd Young spent some time talking up the Drive Safe Act, which again would lower the age for interstate trucking. He supports that. He raised the idea that you could have a truck driver's 18 or 19 years old driving all over. I think Kentucky was a state that he used as an example. That person cannot cross into Indiana or Tennessee, though. Chris Spear used that opportunity to talk about why it's necessary to bring these younger drivers into the industry because of I'll put the rabbit ears up again, shortage, To Senator Young's credit, he did give you a chance to kind of respond.
I was a little surprised he did, but I appreciate Senator Young. Good for him.
Absolutely,
because I called that out in my opening testimony, how that 18 and 20-year-old thing was bullshit.
Yeah.
And it was being funded by taxpayer money, and it's been a colossal failure. And so he did. And my whole point was, I understand the argument, and I'm going to use Kansas City, for example.
Sure, yeah.
That a kid in Kansas City, Missouri can drive clear to St. Louis,
but can't go
which is almost
15 miles across the
but can't
border.
cross the state line into KCK.
Yeah.
Go over to the speedway that's 15 miles down the road or whatever.
Yeah.
In a truck. But he can drive all the way to Joplin or the Boot Hill or St. Louis.
Yeah.
So I agree. That doesn't make any sense.
Your point, though.
But my point is, and the thing I think we should do is 150-mile air radius, the same as the local haul exemption, the same as agricultural exemption. Then a kid, or I should say a kid, a young adult who wants to get into trucking, he can drive 150-mile air radius all around. You can find local dump truck jobs, construction jobs, stuff like that they'll hire him. He can get the experience and maybe he wants to go over the road. And it gives him an opportunity to drive in an area that he's familiar with. Because the whole thing I say is, if you have a kid who grew up in Orlando, Florida, he's never left Florida, now becomes a young adult, only car he ever drove was a Prius, and he gets in a truck and he rides around for 400 hours training in Florida. It's January, and they send him to the Northwest, or they send him to Maine or somewhere.
It's a recipe for disaster.
He's never seen snow. It's a recipe for disaster. He's doing something that he's very new at. He doesn't, and I know there's truckers listening to this right now going, by God, I learned to drive when I was 15 years, and blah, 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 blah. Hey, I did too.
Yeah.
I did too. Different world we live in today.
Yeah.
Traffic is way heavier. There's way more traffic. There's way more things out here to make people not pay attention to driving.
On their phones.
The touch screen in your damn car.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
All the crap. There's so many distractions out here. That's different. People are just different. Everybody's in a hurry. We don't have courtesy on the highway like we once did. There's so many different factors. Plus, I always remind people, back when I started, before a lot of these people, they came from the farm, they came from the country, they've been doing stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's me, I have a farm background. Most kids don't no more.
Yeah. A lot of kids don't want to get their license.
Yeah,
at
there's
16.
kids that don't even get their license till they're 18 or 20. I mean, I know a kid who didn't get a license till he was 21 years old. I'm like, I couldn't wait to get my driver's
get out of the
license.
house. Yeah,
I'm
I was
gone.
the same. Yeah.
So it's a different So for those out there who's slamming the red dice and saying it's a different world. We live in a different world.
Yeah, it's like that old man shaking their
Yeah.
fist at the wind.
Yeah, it's
which I
me
feel
most
like
of the time,
That me
but-
too, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you brought up a good point too when you talked about that pilot program that, as you said, has been a colossal failure. Participation has been
30
almost
people or 40
like
people?
minimal. Like I don't even know what the right word is. But they're continuing to kind of do this. They took away the requirements. The inward-facing camera issue you brought up during the hearing I thought was great, too. The hypocrisy of taking that requirement away from, teenage drivers. But we've got this new bill, this Modern Worker Empowerment Act, that would essentially open the gates for inward-facing cameras
on owner-operators that are leased to a carrier. How freaking stupid! We're saying that we can't get 18 and 20-year-olds because of inward-facing cameras, and I'm not a proponent of inward-facing cameras for anyone.
Yeah. It's the hypocrisy that you're pointing out.
Yeah, it's just hypocrisy. But yet we're going to turn around and pass a bill where a giant motor carrier can put an inward-facing camera on the owner-operator, and that's not control.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's so crazy. I say this all the time. We need a graduated system or something licensing, because why should a guy or a gal who has 20 or 30 years of safe driving experience have to follow the same rules and regulations that some kid right out of trucking school has to follow?
That's interesting. Talk about that. The idea of having kind of tiers, I guess, of experience.
I mean, FMCSA hates it when I tell them. I'd say it every time I'm over there. I had 2.5 million miles to drive when I parked my truck safe.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I know when to go to bed. I know when to wake up. I know when to drive. I know when I'm tired. I know all these things.
You know how not to run into things.
Why don't you even have to have a logbook?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. They don't. I'm sure they don't.
They cringe.
I was going to say, I can imagine the faces in the room.
But it's the truth. Why do I, somebody who's proven, and all these other, and there's way truckers out there got way more miles and experience and safety than I ever had, why do they have to follow these same stupid rules? Why do they need a logbook? Because again, after 10 years, 1 million miles or so of safe driving, you probably know what you're doing.
You would hope and think.
And I drove truck before I had ELD, so I didn't have a computer to tell me I was tired.
Yeah, I know. Well, again, times are different for sure. Absolutely. We've got a few minutes before we got to take a break, Lou. I want to talk to you about autonomous technology, though. We kind of talked about it a moment ago there. Another issue that it was very clear the lines in the room, right? Because you had Chris Spear talking in support of autonomous vehicles, and then you had yourself, you had Sean O'Brien on the other side of this. O'Brien, I think, said that this is the biggest threat to the trucking industry right now. Chris Spear was continuing to kind of push this ball down the road. You did not get a chance to really talk about it. And you mentioned it earlier, cybersecurity, concerns about China. If you had been able to talk about autonomous vehicles, autonomous trucks in particular, what would you have said in the room there to the lawmakers?
I mean, I first of all would have brought up cybersecurity, because I think that's a huge issue with autonomous vehicles. I mean, I've seen stuff on TV where they hack into minivans with a laptop and they can start them, shut the brakes off, all these different things. So I find that very scary, because there's lots of places in this world where people don't like us. And how easy would it be for them to hack into?
Well, we saw I think it was Colorado State University a couple years ago did that. Basically not an experiment, but they hacked into an ELD,
right?
And they essentially found out that it's a lot easier than
FBI says all the time, people can track our trucks now. So now we're going to let these trucks go without a driver. That's it. I would ask that. Second thing, parts come from China and places that don't like us. That's pretty damn scary. People forget trucks haul everything from freaking Pampers to bombs.
Yeah.
So, that's very scary to me. I mean, all it's going to take is maybe the autonomous truck doesn't haul the explosive, but what about the explosive truck the autonomous truck is passing?
Right.
I mean, because surely God, we're not going to do that, be that stupid and let them pull this hazardous stuff. But all it's got to do, I mean, I passed a explosive truck going home yesterday from work. So how hard is it? So I think that's the things that we have to talk about and think about. Who's liable when they have accidents? That's
Yeah.
where's that land? What's that look like?
We're going to see the first bad accident we see with an autonomous truck, whether, it's in Texas or whatever the circumstances are.
Oh, that shit's going to be shut down for...
It's going to be interesting because you're going to see a lawsuit. I think you talk about nuclear verdicts. You're going to see a lawsuit seeking, I don't know how many millions or hundreds of millions of dollars.
God forbid it happens, but I think all
absolutely.
the time, if we have a massive accident with one of these things, it's going to change the whole outlook on it. And here's the thing. We don't have this mastered in cars. How many times is Tesla's wrecking and stuff? I don't think we should be putting in 80,000-pound vehicles, but I've actually talked to autonomous vehicle people who have told me, which I think is crazy, I don't believe it, well, it's easier to put this stuff on a truck than it is a passenger car.
What?
And I'm like, how's that work? Because every load you haul handles different, all these things. And again, I think it's just people trying to sell their gimmick.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, and I don't envy the lawmakers on this issue because they're basically are being tasked with coming up with a framework for how this is going to look.
It ain't hard to be the lawmaker. You say, hell no.
Yeah,
this is
I
stupid.
suppose.
Question it. But instead, we have these lawmakers, unfortunately, who on this side of the aisle, they do this, and on this side of the aisle, do this. And it's just because whoever's in charge on each side's telling them that's what they want to do, and everybody's afraid to work across the aisle and follow the money and all this other stuff. We need common sense. We need people to get back together. We need the Ronald Reagan Tip O'Neill days or something, because this stuff of party politics, that's how this stupid stuff is escalating.
I get the feeling though that they're going a different direction, just based on what I'm hearing, in public in these hearings. I think Senator Cruz had asked, about the framework. I don't know exactly where he's headed with this or whatnot,
he's for it because Texas is the biggest proponent of it because they're making gazillions of dollars off of it, using the people on Texas highways as test rats.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. I mean, we talked with Missy Cummings, who has researched this topic extensively over recent years, and she's very bearish on the idea that this thing is going to, autonomous trucks at least are going to gain any traction over the coming years. I think she's probably right, and I think you're probably right as well. But again, I think it's going to take one accident, one really bad accident for things to really take a turn.
Yeah, and I understand Mr. O'Brien's point. I don't think it's the biggest threat on trucking today, but it's a threat, but I think there's other things out there that are bigger threats.
Something to definitely keep an eye on. Speaking of keeping an eye on things, Louie, I'm going to keep an eye on you. We're going to take a quick break here, but we're going to come back with you if you can stick around for a little bit, talk about a few more issues that are out there in trucking right now. And Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
And we're back here on Trucking with OIDA, still joined by Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OIDA. Louis, we're talking about the hearing and your testimony there and the questions that were asked of you and the questions that weren't asked of you. One that I think didn't come your way either, and we can kind of go through some of these issues pretty quickly here, but it's a huge issue right now, non-domiciled CDLs. We're seeing some action on it from regulators, it seems like, and we're kind of moving in the right direction here, but generally speaking, this is an issue that is a big one that needs addressing, and, you know, where do you stand on this, and where does the association stand on it, I guess, and where are we headed with it?
The non-domicile is something that, you know, OIDA, of course, we got into this along with the B1 visas and the English language proficiency stuff. We got into all that stuff at the same time, and it's been a while ago now. And what we started having members call in and complain, and we heard some stuff at meetings with law enforcement about this stuff. So we started asking questions. What we found is nobody's really keeping track.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows who's coming in. So we turned up the heat. And of course, in the non-English speaking, we found out there's been lots of problems with that. So we did get that petition passed, as we've talked about before, CVSA and everything in our service. But yeah, FMCSA and them are studying this, trying to research, figure this stuff out. It's funny, like nobody has records or
It seems like a problem.
And I mean, even landlines reached out for freedom of information stuff.
We're waiting.
Just waiting. But I know it's frustrating, but we are working on it behind the scenes. You know, I have to keep in mind, and I know that members hate you, but some of this stuff you have to keep in mind because not everything's for public and ready to be out yet. But there are people looking at this. I can assure you people are looking at this. There are lots of concerns on Capitol Hill and in DOT about all this. It's just everybody's trying to get their ducks in a row.
Let's keep going through the issues here. Automatic emergency braking. I know Senator Lujan during the
oh
hearing
God.
there. Well,
he loves those things.
He did, and you know, I think he has a personal connection to this. He recounted, you know, a tragic story of two brothers who were killed in New Mexico in a crash involving a semi. I think he said the cruise control was, you know, set at 65 miles an hour. The brakes were never applied. He used that to advocate for automatic emergency braking technology in semis. This is, I think, when you look at, you know, that kind of situation, it is a little bit complicated. But OIDA's stance on this is essentially saying this technology has too many flaws. It actually would lead to unsafe conditions.
Yeah, and that's what I would say to Senator Lujan. But I mean, let's keep this in check. What happens? There's constantly, we hear of false activations. I've driven our semi and we have false activations with shadows or whatever sets it off. If that happens on black ice
with an 80,000 pound,
you have, you know, so there's the unintended consequences of this stuff is what, and this happens all the time with everything. They're not just this.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk about the unintended, and sometimes the unintended consequences are worse than the consequences of this.
Well, this is one of these issues.
And we don't even know.
Yeah.
Let's say it did happen, I mean, it still may not work.
It may not have worked, yeah. And again, I think this is one of these situations, especially with trucking, because there are so many people who don't understand the ins and outs of the industry. This kind of thing probably sounds good on paper, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But when you talk about the unintended that's the thing that is a little bit more difficult, I think, for people to come around on and understand.
Exactly.
And we're looking at that with this situation perhaps there. Real quick here, Louis, too. You talked about the meetings behind closed doors. Again, the spotlight is on that hearing, but you were in Washington, D.C. for, 3 or 4 days, I think?
4 days.
4 days meeting with lawmakers behind the scenes. Do you know roughly how many people you met with? And their staff, obviously, were included.
We met with probably 8 or 10 folks along with the some reporters and stuff as well.
And the issues being discussed, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here, was there anything in particular that stood out? Got Truckers Act. I know you're trying to get some support
Got
for that.
Truckers Act was a big conversation. Truckers need to reach out about that, but we had some good feedback on that maybe coming here in the future, I'm hoping. Also, this whole independent contractor rule, we had a breakthrough that's kind of being pushed by Republicans. We had a couple Republicans that we met with and said, I said, we're fine with the language except for the control factor that ATA wants put in there, what we were talking about earlier, where they can put so-called safety devices in your truck.
Put those air quotes up.
Driver-facing camera, speed limits, all that stuff. As long as that in there, I don't want to support it. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I don't know how you consider anything more controlled than to put in a driver management tool in a truck, on someone's truck that's not your driver.
Yeah.
They're at least to you, it's their truck.
Right. Yeah.
And so they understood that and agreed. So they didn't vote no, but they didn't vote for it in markup. But that's a good thing because that means down the road they're going to have these conversations and hopefully get that yanked out of there.
Overall productive trip, it sounds like.
It's always productive. And I mean, that goes to hats off to the guys down in D.C. That's not me. They're the ones who lay the groundwork and the foundation and have the meetings and then I guess come in and be the closer, I guess, for lack of better terms.
You're the Dennis Eckersley of OIDA.
But yeah.
I'm not sure if there's a more timely reference.
But
He's the guy I go to.
OIDA is a great place to work at because, I mean, it's like NASCAR or whatever. We got a great pit crew, and not just at DC, but everybody here at headquarters, you know, everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's like you. If it wasn't for Jim Fessler back here behind
I would sound like a bumbling mess.
Exactly, but he makes you sound good.
That's
and
right.
me too. So hats off to Jim.
Well, just wait till AI takes over my job, and there'll be an AI version of me who will actually
Jim's
be
working
able to put
on
sentences together. I'm sure he is. He's hard at work in the lab back there. Let's go talk a few things here and kind of go speed round, I suppose, if we can, Louis. Derek Bars appears on a path toward confirmation as a new leader of FMCSA. His nomination passed out of committee on Wednesday. OIDA supports his nomination. Looks like he's going to take the lead. Any thoughts on Mr. Bars and his path there?
Yeah, he's gotten some bad flack on radio because he was on some panels for ATA in the past and enforcement and all that stuff. And I understand. I mean, I agree with truckers. It'd be great to have somebody in that office as a CDL.
Yeah,
Mr.
it would.
Bars does it instead of somebody in that building with a CDL.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I know Mr. Bars. I've worked with Mr. Bars at CVSA. I don't think he's the devil that some people are making him out to be. Mm-hmm. He's a good person. He comes from a very, very small town. He respects and understands truckers. He's actually got some pretty good stories about truckers and stuff when he's enforcement, you know.
We'll get him on the show.
Yeah, but Mr. Bars is a good guy. Is he going to make everybody happy all the time? No.
Nobody is.
Nobody is, and that's not a job where you get that ability. So I think that he'll be good. I think he'll do a good job. I think he'll listen and try to do his best. But is he going to give trucking everything we want? No. But nobody. I mean, Todd Spencer could be the FMCSA, administrator, and love to have him, but he's not going to give everybody what they want either.
No, you just want somebody in a position like that who's willing to listen and take feedback and consider all the sides of a story.
And DOT's been doing a really good job at that lately.
To their credit.
And with Mr. Bars, I think we'll continue to see that.
Let's talk about the wall that heals. I know you were involved in this. OIDA is involved in this as well. It's in Buckner, Missouri this weekend or week, I believe. This is the replica of the Vietnam War memorial that we see in Washington, D.C. You were part of kind of escorting this through the area on, Tuesday, I think it was. Talk a little bit about that. It's a really cool experience. It's one of these experiences where, everybody benefits.
Yeah, me and Todd both, we rode our bikes and were escorts of the wall. I mean, that traveling wall that heals, it goes around. I've seen it multiple. I've escorted it in other places in the past. It's cool. They bring a semi in and picks up the trailer, and we escorted it from the I-70 Speedway to Buckner. I don't know, it was about 15, 20 miles. They had a helicopter, which was pretty cool, that escorted us. And the helicopter actually landed out here in front of the building for a safe touchdown.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a cool thing. I'd love to do it. I mean, OOIDA, you know, I'm a veteran. Todd's a veteran. We have a lot of veterans who work here. We have Truckers for Troops. We got a whole wall of flags down there from veterans that sent to us. A lot of our, at one point, I haven't checked, but last I knew, like 40% of our membership was veterans.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And we're proud of that, and we're proud of our veterans. We're proud to support them and do everything we can for our military and stuff. So it was an honor to do it. I know it was an honor for Todd as well. So
yeah, and if you get a chance to check this out, The Wall That Heals, it's in Buckner, Missouri right now. Doug Smith, OIDA board member, we talked to him recently.
Yeah, he hauls it a lot.
Spiritual experience.
A late board member of ours, Steve Davenport, used to haul a lot. And I mean, you can see it all over the country. Just, you know, you can get on their website and find out where it's going to be in your area.
Yeah, definitely
If you
check
ever
it
get
out.
the opportunity, go check it out. It's a very moving experience.
Absolutely. One more thing I want to talk to you about, Louie, and I don't think we've talked to you in depth about this, but if anybody's listened to you doing TV, radio, whatever it may be, or even in conversation with you, you make sure at the end to thank our truck drivers for everything they do out there. And this is something I think, and actually I'll let you explain the origins of this, but it's important to you that you do this at every opportunity. Talk about where that kind of idea came from.
Yeah, every once in a while TV or somebody cuts me off, I don't get to say it.
Hey, man, we're going to give you a few minutes.
The origin of it comes because I was a truck driver for 25 years, and the sad reality of being a truck driver is most people don't give two shits about you. They don't like you. You're in their way. They look down upon you.
Annoyed by you, yeah.
Yeah, you're annoyed. You know, they get this, you're stigmatized. And, you know, I'm proud of being a truck driver. It's one of the proudest things I've ever done. I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of being one. I'm proud to support truckers and trying to make trucking a better industry. Always have been. There's nothing worse than getting your butt chewed out after you've sat around a loading dock all day, ran your butt off all night to get somewhere, and then some jackass is chewing your butt and yelling at you and degrading you, and you know, people in cars, all these different things happen. And you know, here at OOIDA, we love truckers. You know, as we say, unlike some agencies or trucking organizations that have Driver Appreciation Week, it's Driver Appreciation around here every single day, 365 days a year. I point out to our staff and remind our staff here as well to thank truckers, try to, you know, just say thank you, because it ain't a lot of people. It's not like being a first responder or the troops or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's very important. And I know how that felt.
Right.
You know?
It's a small gesture, too, to hear that, but it means a lot when someone says that to you.
But I truly mean it. I truly appreciate it. I always tell people, and I always say it, never do we put mixed truckers and first responders, but we wouldn't have first responders if it wasn't for truckers. We wouldn't have military if it wasn't, we wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for truckers.
Yeah.
And this country forgets that. And for a small bleep in my life, during COVID, we saw truckers appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's really the only time in my life I ever feel like we've ever seen. And, you know, it also goes back.
No,
but
it's
if
good.
you go back and Google, you go to YouTube videos and watch YouTube videos from like the 50s and the early 60s about trucking and truckers.
It's a different thing, wasn't it?
They were knights of the highway.
Yeah.
They were crowd. These people do great. I mean, they're great.
Yeah.
And somewhere in the late 60s, 70s, we had this grand. And I know there's people out there that's going to say it's truckers' faults and the way they do. And there probably a little truth to that, but it's just a general stigmatism. So that's why it's so important. And I say it again. Thank you, truckers, for everything you do out there. On behalf of myself and everybody at OOIDA, I know we got to wrap this up, but we wouldn't be, nobody would be anywhere if it wasn't for you. And thank you. And please join OOIDA and be a part of us.
Well said. Louie Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again soon. Good work in Washington, D.C. and everywhere else. And thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up after the break here, we're going to speak with Mike Garland from Carlisle Truck Nationals. We've got a show coming up this weekend, and we'll get all the scoop right after this.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. We're going to take a quick trip to Carlisle, Pennsylvania now, where an event described as Bringing Your Toy Box to Life is being held this weekend. The Carlisle Truck Nationals run from Friday to Sunday, and joining us with details is Mike Garland of Carlisle Events. Mike, I know you're in scramble mode right now, getting the show ready and up and running, so thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for taking some time. Always happy to talk about the truck show and everything that we've got going on at Carlisle.
Yeah, I was looking at the website. You have a lot going on, and we'll try to cover kind of the main points here over the next several minutes. But as I mentioned, the Carlisle Truck National is running from Friday through Sunday at the Carlisle Fairgrounds in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. How many years does this make now?
Oh, for the company, we've been 50 plus. We started in 1974, truck shows going back a couple of decades. So whether you come to the truck show or one of the other events on our schedule, we've been a long-time staple in the automotive community.
Yeah, and as I said, we'll try to cover kind of the main highlights here because there is a lot going on over the 3 days there. And one thing I like about truck shows, they come in all shapes and sizes. One reason I enjoy them so much because each one's a little bit different from the next one. This particular one, I think, truly does have a little something for everyone. How would you, if you were to describe this show to someone who wasn't familiar, how would you describe it to them?
Well, I mean, you said it best, and I think you might have used my own words, but it's true. It is an event that brings your toy box to life. It's an automotive adventure, and it's a playground like no other, because when you come out to the truck show, look, we set a record last year for most trucks ever at this event at 2,878, and here we are heading into event weekend already trending above where we were at this point last year. So we are on track to set a new record for the Carlisle Truck Nationals. It's an event that welcomes families of all ages and backgrounds. You have activities for the kids, you have fun for the adults, and a little bit of everything in between.
And I did. You caught me, Mike. I did steal your own words there, bringing the toy box to life. And, looking, yeah, you can send the bill to me, I guess, in the mail here. But, looking at the event schedule and looking at the videos that come out of here, it's hard to really kind of pinpoint one event, over the others. I'm going to kind of run through the list here, and maybe you can talk about kind of the idea behind all this. You've got like a low truck limbo. You've got a high truck challenge, drop and drag, rolling burnouts, multi-round exhaust contests, and more. If someone's coming there, they're going to be able to find something that they like to watch. For you yourself, what do you kind of look for? What are you drawn to, I suppose, at this show in particular?
So I think personally, since you put me on the spot, I think it's the antique trucks, whether it's an antique hauler or an antique fire truck or the old farm trucks from a pickup truck standpoint. I like the vehicles of yesteryear, and we certainly get a nice range from early era production vehicles to more modern day trucks with lift kits and stock vehicles as well. There really is something for every truck enthusiast. And when somebody says, well, what can be part of the show? I say, as long as it's not a car, it's welcome. It could be a rat rod of sorts. As long as it's classified more as a truck than a car, it is welcome to be part of the show. So that's why you see Jeeps and SUVs and vans and pickup trucks of all sizes and the antique fire trucks and the big rigs and the heavy equipment. So it really is a gallery of everything that's truck.
Yeah. Those rolling burnouts, I imagine, are pretty popular too.
Hugely popular. Yeah. We usually reserve the burnout list for about 10 names at our other shows, but for this show, it's something like 25 because there's such a demand for it. So we have a lot of competitors They get 3 minutes to go have fun. Now, because of safety and insurance and liability and all the things that we deal with in 2025, it is just a rolling burnout. But you've got 100, 150 yards to really smoke the tires and have fun. And if you can work it properly, you can get a good plume of smoke. You can put on a great show. And I mean, the crowd is standing, dozens deep overlooking our track, watching these wheels in motion activities. And that's the thing is, I think any good car show, whether it's our truck show or our Ford show or our Chrysler show or whatever we offer, people, they like looking at the vehicles on display, but they also like seeing those wheels in motion. And that's why we give you the high truck challenge, where the lifted trucks that have been augmented or modified can roll in, and we can measure from the ground to the pinch weld. And that's where you have the low truck limbo, so that you have the mini trucks or other vehicles that have had some augmentation that might be able to use some hydraulics to drop pretty low. They can go under the limbo bar. The exhaust competition. People have modified their trucks, but there's stock options as well. So what do these trucks sound like? We want to see those wheels in motion and hear the sound. So we try to give everybody a little entertainment beyond just looking at the trucks.
And then, speaking of looking at trucks, you do have a truck show component of this as well, right? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we have a judged and non-judged show field. National Parts Depot supports our judged show field. So depending on the price point that you want to pay into, you can either have your vehicle judged professionally by the crew from ejudged.com, or you can just park and hang out and socialize and have a good time. So that is up to the consumer, whether they want to be part of the judged or non-judged show fields. We also have large club competitions, coolest club competitions. So the truck clubs come out in full force. And that carries over to our big rig show and shine area as well, where we do largest fleet or best convoy. And we really try to embrace the trucking side of things into our show, as we've seen our big rig show and shine grow exponentially over the last couple of years as well. I think we had 200 to 300 big rigs that were part of the event last year, and we would anticipate something similar here in 2025.
And then Saturday night, you've got a light show, a night glow show that goes on as well. And I think that's open to pretty much anybody who wants to participate too.
Yeah, the Glow Show is open really to anybody on grounds, but it is more specifically for the big rig show and shine participants. We all see these trucks on the highway, but rarely do we get to look at them in the way that you can when they come to life at the Glow Show. And look, we have 18 different truck classes that are part of our big rig show and shine. We have ample space for these truck owners to park their vehicles. And you think about our location, so centrally located on the East Coast in the Mid-Atlantic. We use the phrase all roads lead to Carlisle, but it's kind of true when you think about I-81 and I-83 and Interstate 80 and where 95 is and 15 coming up through central Pennsylvania. And we're not all that far from 95 going up the Atlantic coast. So truckers can roll in, and instead of pulling into one of the truck stops that they may find along the way, you could just pull into our grounds. We have hot food, hot showers, 24-hour security. So when you come out, you have a good time, and you can check out other trucks, mix and mingle with other big rig owners, but then go see the pickup trucks on the show field too.
I was looking just now at the list also, and I failed to mention what, if I were going, and unfortunately I'm not going to be able to make it out there, but if I were going, I'd be most, I think, interested in the monster trucks and some of the freestyle motocross jump stunts that you have going on as well. That looks like a really good time.
It's so cool. And, you always hear that phrase, you can buy the seat, but you're not going to need it or whatever. It's the edge of your seat excitement where you get a couple of monster trucks that, it's not going to be like Monster Jam, but these are Monster Jam trucks. So, you can see the trucks accelerate, rev the engine, the power, the sound of a monster truck, and then it hits these cars and they pop up in the air and you get a huge wheelie and a jump, and they kind of compete against each other, and the kids love it. We have Virginia Giant that comes, Deal Wilson, legendary monster truck driver, now offers monster truck rides in his Virginia Giant ride truck. And then we have these freestyle motocross stunt jumpers that come in and they're flying through the air and they're doing the Captain Morgan pose, or they're going hands-free as they, fly across the jump ramp and the landing pad. And just the kids love it. The kids love that. The kids love the fact that they have a chance to win some money in the kids' cash grab. We have Oxford Power Wheels Racing. We have goodie bags for the kids and RC car giveaways, and they can pick a truck in one of our display buildings for an award. So it really is an opportunity for all generations to engage and get involved.
Yeah, it really does look like one of these shows where everybody's a kind of a kid as they're walking around and checking out all there is to check out, which I think is cool. The weather, is weather going to hold up for you? I haven't looked at the forecast, but
so we know that
we
know that it's been warm the last couple of weeks in Central PA, but it looks like we are going to have nice, tolerable weather Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I mean, I'm talking highs in like the upper 70s to low 80s throughout the weekend. I mean, it's Chamber of Commerce kind of weather, at least, what the forecasts are saying. But that's the crazy thing about weather is it can change in the blink of an eye. So if you're waiting to see what the weather looks like before you come, you've probably waited too long. This is a destination event. Come on out and be part of it. There's still time to register your truck or your big rig. You can just roll up and do it in person. If you want to buy a ticket and come out as a spectator, we sell them at the gate. We also sell them online at carlisleevents.com, where you can get them at a bit of a discount. We offer student and military discounts with an ID at the gate. So there's really no reason not to get involved unless you actually have other plans. And then at that point, I would encourage you to change your plans and come out and check out the truck show this weekend.
Absolutely. Mike, give us that website one more time.
So it's carlisleevents.com, 2 E's there in the middle. You can also download the Carlisle Events app. It's available in the, wherever you find your apps on your iPhone or your Android device. And it's got all the details, the links to buy tickets, info on the activities, info on the Big Rig Show and Shine. You can learn about partners like Bergey's Truck Centers. They're one of our great regional Mack and Volvo dealers. Kenworth of PA, the Pete Store. Like, there is so many truck vendors that come and set up on our manufacturers midway, within the automotive flea market, in the Big Rig area. No shortage of options for parts shopping as well.
Absolutely, Mike. Like I said, if I were in the area, I'd be there this weekend. Unfortunately, I won't, but hopefully I can make it out at some point in the future. But wishing you a good time this weekend. Looks like a good time. I'm sure a bunch of people are going to be out there enjoying the weekend, enjoying the weather, enjoying everything that the show has to offer. And Mike, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Last thing, kids 12 and under get in free, so it's even affordable family fun. And you said you couldn't make it this weekend. Well, how about you save the dates? August 7th through the 9th, 2026.
There you
go. So the 1st through the 3rd this year, 7th through the 9th in 2026. Make your plans.
I'll circle it on my calendar. Mike, thanks again. We really do appreciate it, and take care. Have a great weekend. Our thanks again to Mike Garland for his time there, and that's our show for today. We're back tomorrow with another when we'll have our friends from Landline Magazine in studio to go over all the latest trucking news in depth. We'll also preview their August-September issue, which is hot off the presses. So we hope to see you then. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.